As the closest thing to an epic set equipment below level 50, a Tier 1 set equipment was naturally extraordinary. Initially, Shifeng had not been very confident of wiping out Warwolf and the others. However, now that he had completed the Tier 1 set equipment for Swordsman, his combat power would soar once he equipped it. His chances of defeating Warwolf's group of 8 top-tier experts would also significantly increase. Shifeng then replaced the Dragonclaw set equipment with the Hurricane set equipment. Unlike the Dragonclaw set, the Hurricane set was specifically designed for Swordsman. The silvery blue streamlined armor did not hinder its user's body at all. Shifeng now felt much lighter in the Hurricane set equipment. As expected of a set exclusively for Swordsman. Not only does it have strong defense, but it also increases the player's dexterity. Ordinary equipment cannot compare. After testing his range of movement, Shifeng's lips curled into a smile. Hurricane set equipment, level 20 level 50. Equipment requirement, Tier 1 Swordsman. Set consists of 5 parts: head, chest, hands, legs, and feet. Binds when equipped. Set effect, 2-piece effect. Damage increased by 10%, attack speed increased by 20%, and all swordsman skill effects increased by 20%. 4-piece effect. Strength increased by 15%, and agility increased by 15%. Obtains sword aura release skill. Deals 300% weapon damage to all enemies within a radius of 5 yards. Knocking back all enemies by 12 yards and stunning them for 1 second. Cooldown 1 minute. 5-piece effect. All swordsman skill cooldowns reduced by 20%. Receive 1 stack of hurricane energy every time you deal damage to the target. Each stack increases attack speed by 2% and attack range by 1 yard for 20 seconds. Maximum of 10 stacks. Obtain hurricane skill. Deals 200% plus 30% asterisk number of hurricane energy stacks. Weapon damage in a cone to enemies within a range of 20 yards and lifts all targets struck into the air, preventing movement for 5 seconds. Cooldown 10 minutes. With the set's basic attributes, Shifeng's strength finally broke past the 500-point threshold even without entering a berserk state. His agility also passed 600 points. Regarding movement speed and attack speed, Shifeng was confident he would not lose to any player unless said player wore an epic set equipment. Moreover, even if they wore an epic set equipment, it was not necessarily better than the Hurricane set equipment. Once equipment reached Dark Gold rank or above, it would undergo a unique transformation. This transformation was not reflected in the equipment's information. Rather, the set provided a hidden advantage. This advantage came in the form of the equipment's compatibility with a player's movements. It was similar to how a person would find it uncomfortable wearing shoes and clothing that did not fit. Every class and player had different movement habits. Ordinary equipment was standardized, not adapting to a player's movement habits, and was somewhat inconvenient for a player. Although the inconvenience might seem negligible to ordinary players, to experts, this inconvenience was like having a nail in their shoe. It would cause their movements to become awkward and significantly affect their performances. A Tier 1 set equipment's quality was higher than Dark Gold. Hence, in the system settings, the set equipment would adjust to fit the player's class movement habits. Currently, Shifeng felt as if the nail that had been inside his shoe was finally gone. He could now move unhindered, following which, Shifeng resumed his wait in the shadows. Warwolf and the others were already close to the heart of the Dragonman's nest. The terrain was narrow with mountains looming on each side. The team could only advance or retreat. There was no third option. This place was the best location to set up an ambush. Boss Wolf, I've already scouted ahead. Aside from some elite dragon men, there aren't any traps or mechanisms throughout the path towards the heart of the nest. However, the boss guarding the treasure is a level 30 lord. Moreover, it leans towards magical type, so it will be somewhat difficult to deal with. A Tier 1 assassin in black named Shadowless Rat reported. A magical type? Warwolf, who had a sickly complexion, frowned slightly. Magical type bosses usually possessed many AoE skills and had a variety of attack patterns. However, the most frightening aspect of such bosses was their ability to instant kill players. They were different from physical-type bosses that could be contained using a variety of methods. The biggest difference between physical-type attacks and magical-type attacks was that physical-type attacks were normally very straightforward. They did not have any compound attack patterns. Although physical attacks were a lot faster, it would not be a problem if one reacted quickly and defended against the attack. On the other hand, magical attacks were usually compounded. Because of this, these attacks could easily instant-kill players. In the past virtual reality games, monsters' attack patterns were monotonous, unlike the monsters in God's domain whose attack patterns were very realistic. Moreover, with the increase in level, monsters' attack patterns would also evolve, transforming from the initial monotonous attack patterns to the current compound attack patterns. In other words, players had to guard more than one area, possibly up to 5 or 6. Most ordinary players already struggled to defend against single-fold attacks, much less two-fold attacks. The simplest example of a two-fold attack was an attack that came in tandem. In a panic, there was a high chance that both attacks would strike ordinary players. They would have to train rigorously to avoid such tandem attacks. Meanwhile, although the members of the various large guilds had killed plenty of monsters, monsters with compound attack patterns only began appearing after level 25. Hence, a majority of players would usually suffer the first time they encountered such monsters. Against a boss, even team wipes were common. "Let's take a look at it first before coming up with a strategy," Warwolf said. Warwolf then led his team and advanced towards the Lord-ranked boss quickly, killing everything in their path. Magic Eye Dragon Man, Lord rank, level 30, HP 1, 600, 000/1, 600, 000. As an area boss, the Magic Eye Dragonman's HP changed according to the number of players in its area of influence. The minimum limit was 20 players, and if there were more than 20 players within range, its HP would increase accordingly. In other words, having more players wasn't necessarily an advantage. The moment Warwolf's team of 100 stepped into the Magic Eye Dragonman's area of influence, the Magic Eye Dragonman's HP instantly increased to 8 million. "Shadowless Rat, the 19 of you will stay with me. Everyone else, leave the Magic Eye Dragonman's area of influence," Warwolf immediately commanded upon seeing the boss's HP increase. Facing such a boss, having more people would only increase the team's burden. Their team had 8 experts who could easily deal with compound attacks, while the other 12 were veteran gamers who could deal with compound attacks relatively well. By forming a team of 20 players like this, they could deal with the Magic Eye Dragonman as easily as dealing with an ordinary lord. Very quickly, the others left the Magic Eye Dragonman's area of influence, hiding in a corner and watching quietly. Once the 80 players left the area, the Magic Eye Dragonman's HP returned to 1,600,000. "Okay, I'll go first. Everyone else, be careful of its aggro." Saying so, Warwolf dashed forward, charging at the Magic Eye Dragonman who had a pitch-black tail and was covered in scales. When the Magic Eye Dragonman caught sight of the shield warrior charging at it, it activated rapid charge and arrived before Warwolf, swinging its hammer fiercely down on the intruder. As it swung down its war hammer, a massive black eyeball appeared above the Magic Eye Dragonman's head, silently firing multiple black rays at Warwolf. Boom! When the massive hammer the size of a small car landed, even the ground shook. However, after the dust settled, it appeared that the war hammer had not actually struck Warwolf. Instead, the weapon had landed right before the shield warrior, missing its target by a fraction. As for the black rays, they had also failed to damage Warwolf as they only brushed past his body. Immediately after, Warwolf swung his sword. Second acceleration. Although Warwolf's sword seemed slow, while the weapon was in mid-swing, it suddenly vanished. Unknown as to when it happened, Warwolf's sword had struck the Magic Eye Dragonman, causing over -400 damage to the Lord, following which Warwolf and the others began to bombard the Lord with attacks. For a time, attacks flew back and forth, the extraordinarily intense battle shocking the overwhelming Smile members who watched from a distance. If they recorded this battle, they could enjoy it like watching a sci-fi movie. "It's time." Shurfong, who had waited for a long time, revealed a faint smile. At this moment, Feng downed a bottle of Haunted and activated the Ring of Nothingness. Upon entering a state of nothingness, he charged forward. While Warwolf's team of 20 cautiously faced off against the Magic Eye Dragonman, the other Overwhelming Smile members watched excitedly, hoping to learn Warwolf and his team's techniques. They yearned to become one of those 20 players on the team and were enchanted by the battle. They paid no attention whatsoever to their surroundings. It was not because they were foolish, but because Overwhelming Smile's prestige in Maple City made them untouchable. No one would dare to provoke them. Furthermore, it was currently nighttime, and there were fewer players out in the field grinding and leveling up. Even if someone were plotting against them, they had so many players on their team. There were even top-tier experts in their midst. They had no reason to fear anyone. Boss Wolf is really amazing. Despite facing so many magical attacks, he has not once received any magical damage from the boss. I know, right? If I had just half of Boss Wolf's abilities, I could easily become the chief MT of other first-rate guilds. Half? In my opinion, 1/3 would be enough to become the chief MT of Starmoon Kingdom. Didn't you see how Boss War Wolf tanked the final boss of a 20-man Hell Mode team dungeon all by himself? Even when the previous 2 MTs had all of the healers on them, the final boss still took them out easily. Meanwhile, after Boss War Wolf arrived, he tanked the boss all by himself and only required 1 healer to keep him alive. My jaw nearly hit the ground. When the spectating crowd spoke about War Wolf, admiration for the Shield Warrior filled their hearts. Due to War Wolf's appearance, the 20-man Hell Mode team dungeons that had previously given Overwhelming Smile a headache had become very easy to raid. If not for the 50-man large-scale team dungeons having too high of a requirement, Overwhelming Smile would have long since obtained the first clear. Huh? Why does it suddenly feel hot? Hot? Now that you mention it, you're right. Isn't it nighttime right now? Several players began to glance around, searching for the source of the sudden heat. However, they had not noticed anything in particular. Wait! Above us! A vigilant assassin shouted as he pointed towards the sky. Immediately, everyone shifted their gazes upward, only to find an endless stream of fire-type mana gathering above their heads, condensing into a fire that rained down on them. Meanwhile, a spinning wall of flames had appeared around them. The ground beneath their feet also began to boil. This phenomenon was none other than Shurfeng's firestorm. After Shurfeng had upgraded the 7 Luminaries ring, the level 7 firestorm now had an effective radius of 30 yards, and the skill shrouded all 80 spectating players. Before Overwhelming Smile's elites could react, a damage of over -10,000 points appeared above each of their heads. War Wolf had the highest HP in Overwhelming Smile, yet even he only had close to 7,000 HP. After a storm of flames swept through the crowd, silence permeated the area. All 80 members of Overwhelming Smile had been reduced to ash. Due to Haunted's effect, the drop rate of all of the players Shurfeng had killed had multiplied. Moreover, due to Shurfeng absorbing their immortal souls, not only had these players lost their levels and equipment, but they were also barred from logging into God's domain for a long period. Good. Only you guys are left. Hiding a short distance away, Shurfeng revealed a satisfied smile. This was the fearsome aspect of large-scale destruction spells. In the past, there had been a saying in God's domain. One would rather incur the ire of a God-tier assassin rather than provoke a player with large-scale destruction spells. God-tier assassins were only powerful against individual players. However, a player who knew large-scale destruction spells could annihilate an entire army by themselves. If a God-tier assassin was likened to a sniper rifle, then a player with large-scale destruction spells was like a strategic missile. They were a guild's worst nightmare. In the past, the Midnight Tea Party had stood on equal footing with super guilds because they had a Mage God and Curse God on their team. These 2 players had possessed an arsenal of large-scale destruction spells. To them, an army of thousands was no different than floating clouds. A single Tier 6 large-scale destruction spell could easily wipe out the entire army. After killing the 80 Overwhelming Smile members, Shurfeng did not bother picking up the loot scattered across the ground. Instead, he charged towards War Wolf, who currently raged against the Magic Eye Dragonman. Firestorm's commotion would not have escaped the notice of War Wolf's team. While both sides were engaged in an intense battle, Sherfong could not waste this opportunity by picking up loot. Boss Wolf, the members on standby have been wiped out. What are we supposed to do now? Shadowless Rat asked, a lingering fear in his eyes as he watched the raging inferno that faded gradually. At this moment, the names of their team members on standby had turned gray. Retreat for now. Otherwise, our chances of victory will be too low if we have to fight the boss while dealing with this new enemy. Warwolf immediately shouted in the team chat. I'll cover for you guys. Everyone, retreat. One had to admit that Warwolf's team was very skilled. Despite realizing that a new enemy had arrived, they still retreated in an orderly manner. Warwolf also retreated slowly as he held off the boss. Only one person? While Shadowless Rat pulled away from the boss battle, he suddenly noticed a black figure dashing towards them. He sighed with relief at the sight. Licking the corner of his lips, he sneered and said, Boss Wolf, leave this bastard to me. He actually thinks he can provoke us and plunder our treasures? I'll teach him a lesson. Saying so, Shadowless Rat activated wind steps and dashed to meet the cloaked figure. Initially, Warwolf had intended to stop the assassin. However, after giving it some thought, he changed his mind. Seeing the enemy's movement speed, Warwolf had already managed to judge the enemy's strength. Although the enemy was an expert and possessed good attributes, he was still far from being a match for Shadowless Rat. Warwolf was very familiar with Shadowless Rat's strength. Among the 8 top-tier experts, the assassin ranked third in one-on-one combat. He was more than enough to deal with an ordinary expert. Moreover, they had already destroyed 50% of the boss's HP. It would be a huge waste if they had to start all over again. Before, he had worried that the enemy was very powerful due to the fact that the latter possessed a large-scale destruction spell. Ordinary players could never possess such skills. At the very least, the enemy should be an extremely powerful expert or someone with the backing of a large guild. If it were someone targeting Overwhelming Smile as a whole, they would have no choice but to retreat. After all, with Overwhelming Smile's high prestige in Maple City, the enemy would have sent a team of several hundred players to deal with their 100-man team. However, since there was only one attacker, it should only be an expert trying to plunder their items. Shadowless Rat was more than enough to deal with such an expert. If Shadowless Rat was not enough, they could just send someone to help the assassin. With their combat techniques, it was very dangerous for them to fight against the boss while fending off several hundred players. However, since the enemy was alone, one person should be enough to deal with the problem. The rest could focus on the boss. When Shadowless Rat was only 30 yards away from Sherfong, he activated stealth. He intended to finish off Sherfong with a chain of attacks. However, who was Sherfong? Under the gaze of omniscient eyes, no enemies could hide from Sherfong. Up till now, Sherfong had intentionally lowered his speed. He had not used his maximum. Suddenly, Sherfeng's speed increased. Show! Only an afterimage remained in Sherfeng's original location. So fast! Shadowless Rat immediately panicked. He knew that he had encountered a tough opponent this time. However, it was too late to retreat. The distance between him and Sherfong was less than 20 yards. Activating Wind Blade, Sherfeng's speed soared, and in the blink of an eye, he had arrived before Shadowless Rat. He immediately swung his sword down towards the assassin. Shadowless Rat was greatly surprised. However, his instincts as an expert allowed him to react to the attack. After grasping the trajectory of Sherfeng's sword, he quickly moved his daggers to receive the attack. In the next moment, however, a black streak of light cut across Shadowless Rat. The assassin was then forced out of stealth, a shocked expression on his face as he looked at the black hooded figure before him. How could any attack possibly be so fast? Shadowless Rat looked at his bloodied chest, his heart palpitating as his HP quickly bottomed out. He then crumbled to the ground, motionless. Shadowless Rat's instant death stunned Warwolf and the others, who watched the entire encounter. As his teammates, they were very familiar with Shadowless Rat's strength and skill. Moreover, Shadowless Rat was a Tier 1 assassin who had grasped Omnivision. He could easily perceive his enemy's attack trajectory and respond appropriately. In addition, the majority of his equipment consisted of level 25 fine gold equipment, his total HP being over 4,400. Even War Wolf would have to expend a significant amount of effort to defeat Shadowless Rat. If the assassin focused on escaping, War Wolf would be helpless against him. Yet now he had actually been killed with a single hit. Meanwhile, they didn't even know what had happened exactly. They only saw the pitch-black sword in the enemy swordsman's hand transform into a streak of light, and in the next moment, Shadowless Rat was dead. How could they not be shocked? After killing Shadowless Rat, Shurfeng did not stop. Turning, he dashed for War Wolf and the others. This time, however, he did not hold back as he sprinted at full speed. In the dead of night, his cloaked figure looked like a ghost. He was extremely difficult to locate. He hid his strength. All those who aren't Tier 1 classes, fall back. I'll hold off the boss. The rest of you delay him. Maintain your distance. His sword is extremely fast, so do not approach him no matter what. War Wolf shouted his orders in the team chat. Although War Wolf's instructions had been appropriate, he still felt as if something were off about this situation. Why had such an expert ambushed them? Moreover, based on the enemy's behavior, it was clear that he had aimed for them from the very beginning. This situation greatly confused War Wolf. Among the various teams in Overwhelming Smile, their team had always strived to maintain a low profile. They have never provoked anybody. They were an elite team that Overwhelming Smile had formed in secrecy to serve as the guild's trump card, and even the normal members of the guild did not know they existed. However, the enemy had clearly chosen the best possible moment to launch his attack. The ambusher's strength was the most usual aspect. He was definitely one of the rarely seen top-tier experts. Although the enemy had only attacked once, War Wolf could tell how powerful he was. Comparing basic attributes alone, this enemy was far superior to Shadowless Rat. Even if both sides fought without any combat techniques, Shadowless Rat would not have an easy time blocking that person's sword. Not to mention, there was also the attack that contained no excess movement. Being caught unaware, it was only natural that Shadowless Rat had been defeated. In fact, there was not the slightest bit of error with War Wolf's judgment. In front of absolute power, all tricks were futile. Shurfeng currently wore the Tier 1 Hurricane set equipment. He also possessed the epic ranked 7 Luminaries ring and the fragmented legendary ranked Heavenly Dragon's Breath. With one hand, he wielded the top-tier Dark Gold ranked Purgatory's Shadow, and with the other, he wielded the magic weapon, Abyssal Blade. He was a Tier 1 Blade Saint, and his one-handed sword mastery had reached the level of a sword master. In terms of basic attributes, he was leaps and bounds above Shadowless Rat. Even though Shadowless Rat had already reached the threshold of the refinement realm, in the face of absolute power, all combat techniques were useless. Not to mention, as an assurance, Shurfeng had even used flowing water acceleration in his attack. How could Shadowless Rat possibly block an attack with that kind of speed? However, Shadowless Rat's bad luck was partially to blame for Shurfeng's ability to kill him with one hit. Even with Shurfeng's powerful basic attributes, it was still impossible for him to eliminate over 4,400 HP, killing the assassin with a single hit. At the very least, he needed 2 hits to finish off the assassin. However, the attack that struck Shadowless Rat had triggered a triple critical hit. Even death would find it difficult to avoid the assassin at that point. In the span of a few breaths, the remaining 6 experts in War Wolf's team had already managed to block Shurfeng's advance. Among these 6 players, 3 were melee classes, with 1 being a swordsman and 2 being berserkers. The remaining 3 consisted of a cleric, an elementalist, and a ranger. All 6 players were Tier 1 classes. A party of ordinary Tier 1 players would be more than enough to deal with a 20-man elite team, not to mention that these 6 Tier 1 players were true experts. Their coordination was certainly something to behold. I refuse to believe that the 6 of us cannot defeat one of you, a level 27 male berserker in silver armor said irritably as he watched Shurfeng dash towards his team. It's better to be careful. This person's attack power is very high. Even plate armor classes like you will not survive more than a few hits. Focus on pinning him down. Leave the attacking to us ranged classes, the tall and slender level 26 female elementalist suggested. We know, relax. Another level 26 male berserker in black armor laughed. They were very confident that they could deal with Sherfong. Normally, they often held practice PvP matches against each other. As long as the three melee classes worked together, even their boss Werewolf would suffer defeat. They also had three ranged classes on their side. They refused to believe that the black-cloaked swordsman before them could turn the tide of the battle by himself. The Tier 1 Ranger then fired a series of frost arrows, sealing off Sherfang's movements. Meanwhile, the Tier 1 Elementalist used a combination of Ice Spear and Ice Wall. Both the Ranger and the Elementalist had grasped Omnivision, so they could see through Sherfang's actions and send their attacks ahead of time. Under the combination attack, Sherfang was forced to stop his advance temporarily and evade the incoming attacks. Take this! Seizing the opportunity, the Silver Armor Berserker tightened his grip on his greatsword and used Flame Charge on Sherfang. Flame Charge could force the target into a fainted state for a slightly more than 1 second. As long as they incapacitated Sherfang for 1 second, under everyone's focused fire, even his 10,000 plus HP would not last. The black-armored berserker had also used charge on Sherfang, though he purposely timed his skill's activation so that he would reach Sherfang a moment after the silver-armored berserker. Even if Sherfang activated a skill to defend against the silver-armored berserker's charge, he could only defend against the first charge and not the second one. Most importantly, both berserkers attacked Sherfang's sides, making it even more difficult for Sherfang to force his way through the attacks. There were also the three ranged classes blocking off Sherfang's paths of retreats. If Sherfang tried to evade, the attacks would strike him. Die! The black-armored berserker readied his battle axe as the silver-armored berserker attacked Sherfang, waiting for the moment when Sherfang used a skill to defend against the silver-armored berserker's charge. When that time arrived, it would then be his turn to finish Sherfang off. Sherfang's only choice was to evade the charge and, in turn, sacrifice some of his HP by enduring the ranged class's attacks. That way, he would at least keep his life. In the long run, however, he would only find death here. It was only a matter of time. Why isn't he dodging? The Tier 1 female elementalist muttered, confused, as she watched from afar. Even when the silver-armored berserker arrived before Sherfang, the latter had not moved in the slightest. In the next moment, the silver-armored berserker swung down his greatsword with all his might. Dang! Dazzling sparks scattered to the surroundings as Sherfang blocked the silver-armored berserker's full-powered slash with one of his swords. You're dead! On the other side, the black-armored berserker sneered. Sherfang had actually decided not to evade the attack. He had not even used a skill to defend himself. He was simply insane. After being incapacitated by 2 charges, not even a miracle could save him from death. When the black-armored berserker arrived before Sherfang and swung his axe, everyone heard the sound of clashing metal once again. How? The black-armored berserker was shocked as he stared at Sherfang blocking his axe with the Purgatory's shadow. Does he possess a skill that makes him immune to control effects for a short time? The 2 robust berserkers standing beside Sherfang had failed to inflict any damage. Even an immunity skill won't save you. Shouting angrily, the silver-armored berserker's body increased slightly in size. It was obvious that he had used a berserk skill, allowing his strength to grow. He then used cross-slash. The other black-armored berserker used whirlwind slash. It should be my turn now, right? Sherfang asked softly. Before the fight with Warwolf's team had even begun, Sherfang had activated the aura of space on the 7 luminaries ring, becoming immune to all control effects. Whether it was the Tier 1 Elementalist's Ice Wall or the Tier 1 Ranger's Frost Arrows, Sherfang had intentionally dodged both the Tier 1 Elementalist's Ice Wall and the Tier 1 Ranger's Frost Arrows with the goal of tricking the 2 Tier 1 Berserkers into approaching him on their own accord, saving him the time of going after them himself. Releasing a low shout, Sherfang used the skill unique to the Hurricane set equipment, Sword Aura Release, dealing 300% weapon damage to all enemies within a radius of 5 yards and knocking all enemies back by 12 yards, stunning them for 1 second. Crap! The silver and black-armored berserkers immediately realized something was amiss and hurriedly activated block to defend themselves, swinging the great sword and battle axe. Boom! Both berserkers felt as if they had just been hit by a truck, their bodies flying backward and slamming heavily into the ground. Before either of them could react, Shifeng advanced. He could easily cross a distance of 12 yards with a single step. In the blink of an eye, Shifeng appeared before the silver-armored berserker and sent a chop down on the man. Currently, both berserkers were in a fainted state. They could not defend against Shifeng's attacks at all. However, the instant Shifeng's sword descended, he immediately changed his weapon's trajectory, directing the chop behind him. Pong! 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 Before anyone noticed, a Tier 1 swordsman had appeared behind Shifeng and similarly used chop. Hence, Shifeng had abruptly changed his target. When the swords of light collided, the impact sent the Tier 1 swordsman flying, 3 damages of over -400 points appearing above his head. How can someone possess such horrific strength? Is he a human-shaped lord? The Tier 1 swordsman stared at Shifeng in disbelief. He had flown over 6 yards and had only managed to stabilize himself after much difficulty. Even so, the hand he used to grip the sword that collided with Shifeng's blade was completely numb. During this brief exchange between Shifeng and the Tier 1 swordsman, the silver-armored berserker recovered from his fainted state. Shock filled his heart when he saw a single hit send his swordsman companion flying. Immediately, he used Whirlwind Slash in an attempt to scare Shifeng away. When the silver-armored berserker used Whirlwind Slash, the elementalist and ranger at a distance promptly begun to launch cover fire. What a joke! Shifeng was capable of sending a level 26 Tier 1 swordsman flying with just one hit. If such an attack struck them directly, they would die instantly. Facing the barrage of attacks, Shifeng had no choice but to evade, opting to chase after the black-armored berserker. After all, not only were these attacks overwhelming, but they were also experts' attacks. If he really tried to take the silver-armored berserker's life, it was highly possible he would have to sacrifice his own. Seeing Shifeng retreat, the level 27 silver-armored berserker unconsciously released a sigh of relief. That was close. I nearly lost my life there. If he had not instinctively used block, allowing him to negate one instance of damage coming from his front, he would have lost his life during Shifeng's first attack. Not to mention that alarmingly dangerous second attack. Despite being in a fainted state, he could clearly feel the killing intent, which was intimidating enough to cause one to freeze during battle, contained within Shifeng's attack. Even if he were not in a fainted state, he was not confident he could block that lightning-quick attack. Although he possessed high HP and defense as a berserker, his HP was just slightly more than 5,300. With Shifeng's frightening attack power, even a plate armor class would die from a single hit. Only a brief second had passed since they had begun fighting Shifeng. However, this was the first time in his life the silver-armored berserker had experienced such a long second. His life very nearly flashed before his eyes. When the black-armored berserker saw Shifeng come for him, without hesitation, he turned and fled. He had also experienced Shifeng's power. Not only were Shifeng's basic attributes leaps and bounds above theirs, but his combat techniques were also far beyond them. Facing such a person head-on was nothing short of suicide. While the black-armored berserker fled, the distant female elementalist cast ice wall and ice spheres to hinder Shifeng's movements. Although the spells could not reduce Shifeng's movement speed, they still dealt damage. Hence, Shifeng had no choice but to dodge the attacks. Besides that, the ranger consistently fired accurate attacks at Shifeng's movement trajectory, hindering the Blade Saint's chase of the black-armored berserker. The Tier 1 swordsman also trailed behind him, waiting for an opportune moment to strike. This is really annoying. Although Shifeng had expected such a situation, he could not help his slight irritation. Top-tier experts were top-tier experts for a reason. They were not as easy to deal with as other players. Although he was very fast, he was not fast enough that his enemies could not react. With the 6 of them cooperating perfectly, attacking and retreating simultaneously, Shifeng simply could not find any gaps to attack. As for using long-distance attacks such as Thundering Flash, Earth Splitter, and so on, these skills' casting times were too long. With these people's skills, they could easily dodge Shifeng's long-range attacks. Moreover, using such skills would also slow his movement, allowing these people to widen the gap between them, placing him at a disadvantage. However, these people's ranged attacks were also useless as Shifeng dodged them easily. As for confronting him in melee combat, they did not have the courage. They would be gambling with their lives if they tried to take on Shifeng's attacks. For a time, both sides were locked in a stalemate. At this moment, Warwolf had shaken off the boss and dashed towards Shifeng with astonishing speed. Ha ha ha! Brat, you're finished! The silver-armored berserker could not help but laugh when he saw Warwolf running over to help them. Warwolf was a shield warrior. Not only did he possess a frightening defense, but he also had a shield. Adding in Warwolf's techniques, if he coordinated with them in melee combat, they could easily finish off Shifeng. Most importantly, while they had a healer, Shifeng did not. This battle's result was clear for all to see. Encircle him. Do not let him escape. Warwolf hurriedly shouted in the team chat. Boss, you can count on us. Overwhelming smiles, 12 other elites suddenly emerged from their hiding spots, each of them holding a crimson bead. Once they circled Shifeng, they immediately began chanting an incantation. Suddenly, a massive flame barrier rose from the ground, creating a dome that trapped Shifeng and the others inside. Brat, you're really not simple. We even have to use the sealing beads that we obtained from Hell Mode team dungeons after going through much difficulty to deal with you. Don't even dream of escaping now. The silver-armored berserker laughed. No one was allowed to leave the sealing barrier. Unless Shifeng possessed a skill with tremendous destructive power, he would have to wait until the barrier exhausted its power. Meanwhile, the barrier had a duration of 15 minutes. It was more than enough to deal with Shifeng. Isn't he just one extra person? Do you guys really think you can handle me? Shifeng retorted with a laugh. You underestimate the effect one extra person can have. Even before this, you couldn't do anything to us. With Boss Wolf's help, we will break the balance and kill you. Don't blame us for ganging up on you. You're the one who ambushed us. Next time, make sure you think twice about who you attack. The silver-armored berserker sneered confidently. If 6 of you are just barely a match for me, I wonder how the 7 will cope with 2? Shifeng could not help but ask. Although Shifeng's voice was soft, everyone's chests tightened. Even with Warwolf's powerful aid, they felt that they would only have a 60% chance of taking down Shifeng. If another expert popped up, then 2? Do you think I'm a fool? Once this barrier is up, nobody is allowed to enter or leave. The silver-armored berserker refused to believe Shifeng's claim. However, the moment he finished speaking, another person suddenly appeared by Shifeng's side. Moreover, this person was a twin of their enemy. The killing intent this person radiated could similarly make one's heart skip a beat. Every member of Warwolf's elite team was stunned when they saw 2 Shifengs in front of them. What's going on here? One Shifeng had already given them plenty of trouble, and they even required Warwolf's help if they wanted any hope of defeating him. Now that there were 2, what were they supposed to do? A doppelganger, huh? Warwolf remained calm despite the sudden appearance of another Shifeng, and he immediately thought of a possibility. In God's domain, aside from the skills of the various classes, there was also a large variety of general skills. A skill capable of producing a doppelganger was not entirely impossible. It was just like how summoners could summon powerful monsters. When the others on the team heard Warwolf's statement, they realized that this was actually quite possible. Otherwise, how would they explain the situation before them? Everyone instantly released a sigh of relief. Although a doppelganger possessed some lethality, at the end of the day, a doppelganger was still a doppelganger. However, they quickly realized that they were sorely mistaken. They were outrageously wrong. The instant Shifeng's doppelganger showed itself, it dashed towards the Tier 1 swordsman. Although the speed of the doppelganger's sword was not as frightening as the real Shifeng's, every one of the doppelganger's attacks forced the Tier 1 swordsman to take 3 to 5 steps back before he could stabilize himself. The Tier 1 swordsman was even forced to activate Defensive Blade to hold off the doppelganger's assault. I'll help you! The black-armored berserker rushed towards Shifeng's doppelganger, brandishing his battle axe. However, even with the aid of a top-tier berserker, the Tier 1 swordsman's HP rapidly decreased. The team's Tier 1 cleric had no choice but to heal the Tier 1 swordsman constantly to stabilize the latter's HP. The doppelganger's combat power flustered every one of its enemies. Leave the doppelganger to me. Since it is a skill, there is definitely a duration. Once the duration ends, we will deal with the person himself, Warwolf snarled. He then used charge and arrived before the doppelganger. Shurfeng had to admit that Warwolf was indeed an expert who had already set foot into the refinement realm. Both his attacks and evasion were extremely accurate and meticulous. He always achieved the greatest of effects using the smallest of actions. In addition, that massive shield of his allowed him to guard the majority of his body from the doppelganger's attacks easily. Despite being forced into a constant retreat by the doppelganger's every move, his body remained as steady as a mountain. Amazing. If Kolo was as skilled as Warwolf right now, we could definitely try to raid a 50-man Hell Mode team dungeon. Shurfeng pitied his situation while he watched Warwolf. With Warwolf pinning down the doppelganger, the remaining 6 experts kept Shurfeng in check while they bided their time. However, before anyone could catch a breather, 12 swords suddenly appeared hovering around Shurfeng. Just looking at the gleaming edges of the blades made one's scalp tingle. Since you guys see nothing wrong with ganging up on others, there's nothing wrong with me using my doppelganger and these 12 swords to deal with the 7 of you, right? Don't call me a bully, alright? Shurfeng smiled faintly. He then controlled the 12 abyssal blade phantoms to attack the 6 experts. Suddenly, the silver-armored berserker and the other experts paled, their words sticking in their throats. Although the 12 abyssal blade phantoms did not contain much power, their damage was still significant. They could cause up to 45% of Shurfeng's damage. In addition, the phantoms were small, fast, and nimble, making it extremely difficult to avoid their strikes. While the melee classes could cope, but barely with the phantoms, the same did not hold true for the ranged classes. It was especially true for the cleric. Preserving his own life had become an arduous task, much less doing so and healing his team. After fighting for only a short moment, Warwolf and the other top-tier experts were miserable. The overwhelming Smile members watching from outside the barrier were utterly dumbfounded. Even if everyone present was a fool, they could tell just how powerful Shurfeng was. By now, it was obvious that Shurfeng had merely been toying with the 6 experts during their previous exchange. At this moment, Shurfeng stood on the sidelines and watched the battle. By relying on the doppelganger and 12 swords, he had already beaten overwhelming Smile's prided peak combat force into submission. If he joined the battle, couldn't he wipe them out anytime he wanted? Just who are you? Warwolf demanded, his confusion evident on his face. Such a powerful expert would not just coincidentally ambush them. He must have a purpose for doing so. However, instead of replying to Warwolf's question, Shurfeng silently pointed the abyssal blade towards the sky. Suddenly, countless swords of light appeared above the silver-armored berserker and the others, completely enveloping the 7 people. Then, like raindrops, the swords of light descended. This skill was none other than the Tier 1 skill Shurfeng had learned when he became a Blade Saint. Skywheel Sword. Skywheel Sword inflicts 1000 base damage plus 200% weapon damage to all enemies within a radius of 20 yards. Also seals all enemies within range, preventing them from leaving the area for 4 seconds. Previously, 9 Dragon Slash had forced everyone to use up almost all of their life-saving skills. Among the experts, the Elementalist and Cleric had both exhausted theirs. Faced with the rain of swords, the 2 ranged players could only quietly go to their deaths. Meanwhile, the remaining 2 Tier 1 Berserkers, the Tier 1 Swordsman, and the Tier 1 Ranger had less than a third of their HPs remaining after the Skywheel Sword's descent. They were also trapped in a 20-yard radius area. Using silent steps, Shurfeng appeared behind the Tier 1 Ranger. Although Rangers possessed melee combat capabilities, Shurfeng had caught him completely off guard. A sword of light flashed across the Ranger's body, and without offering the slightest resistance, the Ranger, too, fell lifelessly to the ground, his equipment scattering around his body. Damn it! Warwolf's eyes turned bloodshot with rage. Although he wanted to save his companions, He already had his hands full dealing with the doppelganger before him. At this moment, he was overwhelmed with regret. Just why had he used a barrier to trap his own men with this kind of monster? Moreover, the barrier lasted 15 long minutes. Everyone outside, hurry up and escape. War Wolf was helpless as he shouted this command. Boss Wolf. The overwhelming Smile team members outside the barrier nodded and scattered. As they ran, they began to contact the other members of Overwhelming Smile, asking for reinforcements. However, they knew that no one could save War Wolf and the others. There was not enough time. Inside the barrier, though the silver-armored berserker and the other two experts tried to attack Shurfeng as a group, the gap between their strength and speed and their enemies was simply too massive. Without needing any skills, Shurfeng easily finished off the three of players after brandishing his swords a dozen times or so. As for War Wolf, Shurfeng was done playing around. He immediately instructed his doppelganger to activate Blade Liberation. Blade Liberation was a skill that he had learned himself, not a skill that he acquired with his equipment. Since the doppelganger could utilize all of the skills he had learned, it was naturally capable of using the Tier 1 Berserker skill Blade Liberation as well. Instantly, both the doppelganger's strength and agility increased by 80%. At this moment, the doppelganger's strength and agility had even surpassed Shurfeng himself. In the next moment, countless swords of light clashed with War Wolf's massive red shield, producing a continuous stream of rings. The barrage of powerful attacks sent War Wolf flying. As he tried to stabilize his body in midair, he suddenly discovered Shurfeng's doppelganger before him. Hurriedly, War Wolf raised his shield in an attempt to protect his body. Shockingly, however, the doppelganger's sword passed through his shield and struck his body, dealing over -1,000 damage. This move was none other than the skill specifically meant for targeting MT's Illusory Shadow. Once the skill was used, the doppelganger's attacks could only be dodged and not blocked. At this moment, War Wolf's towering shield was practically non-existent. Moreover, he could not control his body while he flew through the air, making it impossible to dodge the doppelganger's attacks. Attack after attack assaulted War Wolf. The doppelganger attacked the shield warrior 6 times in a row, and of them, 3 had triggered a critical hit, dealing close to -3,000 damage. In the blink of an eye, War Wolf's body fell to the ground, his nearly 7,000 HP reaching 0. Meanwhile, Shurfeng had activated space movement and instantly appeared before the 12 escaping Overwhelming Smile members. He then finished off each player with a single hit, letting none escape the Dragonman's Nest. After annihilating everyone at the Dragonman's Nest, Shurfeng began to collect the items his victims had dropped. Due to Haunted's effect, War Wolf and the others' drop rates had multiplied. Moreover, due to Shurfeng's luck attribute, some of Overwhelming Smile's elites had even dropped up to 3 pieces of equipment. Shurfeng had obtained more than 200 pieces of equipment, with the most inferior being level 20 secret silver equipment, just by killing this team of 100 players. In total, Shurfeng had earned more than 1,000 gold in equipment. No wonder so many players joined the forces of darkness. An indescribable joy filled Shurfeng's heart when he looked at the assortment of advanced equipment in his bag. If Zero Wing had only itself to rely on to obtain all this equipment, a lot of time would be required. Meanwhile, Shurfeng had only needed 5 minutes. However, equipment was not his greatest concern this time. The key point had been killing War Wolf and the others. After absorbing their immortal souls, War Wolf and the others could forget about logging into the game for at least 2 or 3 days. In addition to their lost equipment, they would have to waste at least 4 or 5 days to recover from this serious setback. With this one fight, Shurfeng had stomped Overwhelming Smile's trump card to the ground, severely slowing the guild's development progress. If I put my back into it, I should be able to collect the 300 points of life force required before logging off. Shurfeng took a look at the Icarus's heart's attributes, licking his lips. He then departed from the Dragonman's Nest in search of other Overwhelming Smile members. Previously, when he had attacked War Wolf and the others, the latter had contacted the other nearby Overwhelming Smile members, hoping to attract a crowd. After all, Overwhelming Smile was the overlord of Maple City. Now that someone had dared to provoke the guild, they wanted to openly display what the consequences were for such actions. As this concerned the guild's reputation, Overwhelming Smile would take action to serve as a deterrence for others. Hence, this was the perfect time for Shurfeng to hunt Overwhelming Smile members. Time gradually passed. Just as Shurfeng had predicted, while he had killed Warwolf's team, the Overwhelming Smile members in Dragon Ridge began to rush towards his location. There was actually someone who dared kill their allies while in their territory. Before this, nobody had dared to kill any members of Overwhelming Smile. Now that someone had emerged, naturally they needed to retaliate. Filled with rage, the members of Overwhelming Smile rushed over to the Dragoman's nest where Warwolf's team had fought, hoping to teach Shurfeng a lesson. Unfortunately, only an endless abyss awaited them. The majority of the reinforcements that arrived consisted of 20-man teams, and very rarely would a 100-man team appear. Although all of these teams consisted of elite players, compared to Warwolf's team, they were significantly inferior. Whenever Shurfeng discovered one of these teams, he would immediately use Firestorm. As for those that were fortunate enough to be outside the skill's effective radius, Shurfeng would rush over and finish them off quickly. Each battle usually lasted around 5 or 6 seconds. These Overwhelming Smile members did not even have the time to contact the other teams. They could only watch as Shurfeng devoured them, one after another, becoming life force for the Icarus's heart. After slightly over half an hour, Shurfeng had collected a total of 300 points of life force, evolving the Icarus's heart to secret silver rank. The luck attribute the necklace provided increased from the original 7 points to 9 points. Although it was a minor increase, it had significantly increased items drop rates. Meanwhile, if Shurfeng wanted to upgrade the Icarus's heart to fine gold rank, he needed double the previous requirement, 600 points of life force. Originally, Shurfeng had wanted to log out of the game to rest. However, thinking that this was a rare opportunity, he continued to massacre the endless stream of Overwhelming Smile members that stormed over to help their companions. Currently, Overwhelming Smile's members still had no idea of what was occurring at the Dragoman's nest. They also did not know that many of their companions had already died. After all, players who had lost their immortal souls could not log into the game even if they wanted to, so it was not possible for them to notify their allies. Even if there were a way to make contact, that would only happen after the upper managers of Overwhelming Smile discovered that the dead could not log back into the game. Who knew how long that would take? If Shurfeng waited until everyone from Overwhelming Smile reacted to the situation, searching for Overwhelming Smile members would become far more difficult. Since news of his slaughter would get out sooner or later, Shurfeng intended to go all out and kill as many as he could. Ignorantly, the members of Overwhelming Smile who wanted to teach Shurfeng a lesson continued to run to their deaths. Every team that came to the Dragoman's nest died. The 100-man teams were no exception. Meanwhile, inside Overwhelming Smile's guild residence in Maple City, Miss Yulan, what's going on with you? Why are you in such a hurry to see me? A handsome middle-aged man seated on the guild leader's throne asked, laughing. This middle-aged man was none other than Overwhelming Smile's true guild leader, Laughing Heaven. Laughing Heaven had tan skin and a pair of deep black eyes. His entire person radiated a sense of majesty and gave others the impression that he was one who had experienced the vicissitudes of life. Although Overwhelming Smile was only a second-rate guild, it had only been established a short time ago. Meanwhile, Laughing Heaven was the person responsible for nurturing Overwhelming Smile from the ground up. During the initial stages of God's domain, he had accurately chosen to develop Overwhelming Smile in Maple City, leading the guild to become the city's overlord. Soon after, Underworld came with the offer of acquisition. Not only had Underworld supplied the guild with significant funds, but it also supplied many experts, allowing Overwhelming Smile to become a guild capable of rivaling first-rate guilds. However, what shocked Laughing Heaven the most were the experts Underworld had sent. Because of those few experts, Overwhelming Smile had managed to raid team dungeons smoothly and unimpeded, shocking Maple City. Overwhelming Smile had become a well-known guild in Starmoon Kingdom, and even showed signs of becoming the kingdom's #1 guild. Guild leader Laughing Heaven, now is not the time for jokes. Recall all of our members from Dragon Ridge immediately. If they can't return, Instruct them to keep their guild emblems hidden, Yulan said with a stern expression, her tones sounding like an absolute command rather than a request. Miss Yulan, did something big happen in Dragon Ridge? Laughing Heaven was no fool. Hearing the sudden change in Yulan's tone, he could tell that the situation was not as simple as it seemed. However, he could not casually withdraw all those players who were out grinding without a good reason. Such an action would negatively impact the guild's development. Are you really clueless about what is happening in Dragon Ridge? Yulan asked quietly. Are you talking about the person who is attacking our teams? When Laughing Heaven realized the reason for Yulan's distress, he could not help but laugh and said, Miss Yulan, aren't you making a big fuss over nothing? Isn't it just someone ambushing us? Is there really a need to withdraw our members from Dragon Ridge? Many guild members have already gone to deal with that arrogant bastard. I doubt it will be long before that player is found and killed. Making a big fuss over nothing? Found and killed. Yulan could not help but laugh upon hearing Laughing Heaven's words, a hint of mockery flashing in her eyes. To actually speak such ridiculous words. Do you even know what exactly is happening in Dragon Ridge right now? Miss Yulan, there is one thing that you have to understand. While you might be Overwhelming Smiles guild leader in White River City, in Maple City, I, Laughing Heaven, am the true guild leader. Laughing Heaven was not impressed by Yulan's behavior. If not for the woman having the support of Underworld, he couldn't care less what the woman said. Since you don't know, I'll tell you. Zero Wing's guild leader, Black Flame, is currently in Dragon Ridge. The majority of the subordinates you've sent there to level up are most likely dead already. If you don't recall them right this instant, it won't be long before he wipes out every member we have there. Yulan said sternly. That is all I have to say. Guild leader Laughing Heaven. Whether you wish to act upon my advice or not is up to you. Finished, Yulan turned and left the guild leader's office. Her task in Maple City was only to develop Overwhelming Smiles trade. She was not allowed to intervene on any other matters relating to the guild. Not could she. Otherwise, she would not have run all the way here to meet with Laughing Heaven. Meanwhile, Laughing Heaven was stunned into silence when he heard the name Black Flame inside Overwhelming Smiles guild leader's office. Some time after Yulan's departure, Laughing Heaven still struggled with accepting the situation. He could not understand why Black Flame, the guild leader of Zero Wing, would go all the way to Dragon Ridge to ambush Overwhelming Smiles members. Who was Black Flame? He was Star Moon Kingdom's publicly acknowledged #1 expert. He was someone capable of coming and going as he wished even when surrounded by tens of thousands of enemies. Laughing Heaven had even heard tell that 2 of Underworld's prided 7 ghosts had died at the hands of Black Flame, leaving Underworld helpless against Zero Wing. In the end, even Underworld could do nothing but forbear from dealing with Zero Wing. This alone spoke of Black Flame's power. Shit! Laughing Heaven suddenly recalled a situation. There was a rumor going around saying that Black Flame was capable of preventing the players he killed from logging into God's domain for a long period. However, Laughing Heaven knew that this rumor was true, as after Black Flame killed Underworld's 5th ghost and 6th ghost, the 2 were unable to log into the game for 2 full days. Laughing Heaven also knew that, back in the Watch Cemetery in the White River City region, Black Flame had single-handedly forced Underworld to withdraw from that land of treasures. If what Yulan said was true, then the Overwhelming Smile members in Dragon Ridge vying for revenge were no different than sheep to the slaughter. Moreover, it was currently night in God's domain. Every guild member capable of leveling up at night was an elite player. If these people were annihilated and barred from entering the game for 2 days, Laughing Heaven immediately tried to contact War Wolf, hoping his team of experts could pin down Black Flame. With their strength, they should be able to deal with this matter without much difficulty. Afterward, he only needed to withdraw his guild members from Dragon Ridge. Did he log off? When Laughing Heaven opened his friends list, he suddenly discovered that War Wolf and the other experts were offline. That shouldn't be right. I heard that War Wolf was planning to raid a Dragoman's nest today. Why would they log off so soon? It can't be. Laughing Heaven abruptly thought of an extremely unlikely possibility. How could this be? Did Black Flame kill all 8 of those top-tier experts? However, when he recalled Yolan's sudden appearance in his office, it was highly possible that Warwolf had contacted Yulan after he died. This won't do. I need to call back everyone immediately. When Laughing Heaven thought about the massacre of Overwhelming Smile's members, rage and frustration filled his heart. However, who else could possibly win against this one-man army? Shortly after, Laughing Heaven sent a command to all Overwhelming Smile members in Dragon Ridge, ordering them to either head to other locations to level up or return to the city to rest. In any case, the monsters at night were not easy to deal with. They could also accumulate double EXP buff if they rested in the guild residence. What's going on? Why are we being told to leave Dragon Ridge? I'm only a short distance from the treasure chest. That's right. Our team is still looking for that little thief that dared ambush us. If we withdraw like this, won't we let that bastard get away? Who knows? However, this is a command from the guild leader, so we have no choice. The members of Overwhelming Smile were somewhat dissatisfied with Laughing Heaven's command. However, as it was a command from the guild leader himself, they could not disobey. While Overwhelming Smile gradually withdrew from Dragon Ridge, a commotion occurred in Maple City. Many players resting in the city passionately discussed these ambushes and Overwhelming Smile's withdrawal. Bars were particularly lively with such conversations. After all, Overwhelming Smile was Maple City's overlord, and it constantly received attention from the city's players. Now that such a huge incident had occurred, how could it not attract attention? Did you hear? Overwhelming Smile suddenly withdrew all of its members from Dragon Ridge. Of course, I heard about it. It really makes you wonder what is going through their leaders' minds. Hee. I have some insider information. I heard that someone is killing Overwhelming Smile players in Dragon Ridge. With no way to deal with this assailant, Overwhelming Smile was forced to withdraw from Dragon Ridge. Oh, blow it out your ass. Overwhelming Smile is our Maple City's absolute overlord. Whoever dares attack them is just looking to die. Hey, don't deny it so quickly. That player that ambushed Overwhelming Smile is no simple character. Suddenly, the players in the bar grew curious. Aside from the fact that Overwhelming Smile was the city's overlord, the guild also had more than its fair share of experts. Otherwise, they would not have successfully raided level 20-man Hell Mode team dungeons one after another. Even until now, aside from Overwhelming Smile, no other guild in Maple City had accomplished such a feat with these experts. What player had even a chance of challenging the guild? I don't believe it. Who could possibly be so powerful? That's right. Unless a first-rate guild is trying to wage an all-out war against Overwhelming Smile in Maple City, who else would possess such strength? The bar's crowd expressed their doubts. They did not believe any of this information. Moreover, they always had a sense of pride regarding the guild known as Overwhelming Smile. After all, they were all players of the same city. Moreover, Overwhelming Smile was indeed very powerful. Throughout the entire Star Moon Kingdom, only a few guilds could raid level 20 Hell Mode team dungeons. Even if a first-rate guild wished to take strike out at Overwhelming Smile, they would be beaten to death if they set foot in Maple City. Hee. I knew none of you would believe me. However, once I say this name, you will definitely believe me. The male druid giggled. Continue boasting. Who doesn't know how to boast? Suddenly, everyone inside the bar sent contemptuous looks at the independent player. Ha. Let me tell you guys. Then, the player attacking Overwhelming Smile is Black Flame, Zero Wings guild leader and Star Moon Kingdom's #1 expert. The male druid said very confidently. When the druid finished speaking, the entire bar fell silent. Everyone felt that Black Flame was the only person capable of such a feat. This was because such an incident had once occurred in White River City. Back then, hadn't Overwhelming Smile's many experts been forced to withdraw from the Watch Cemetery precisely because of Black Flame? Could be said that practically everyone in Star Moon Kingdom knew about Black Flame. One hit to deter the guilds in White River City. One battle to be crowned as god. Many players had tried to learn from Black Flame. If they could learn even a fraction of his skills, they could become experts. Meanwhile, Black Flame's title as the one-hit Azura was something that excited countless players. He's the leader of a guild. Moreover, he is the overlord of White River City. Why would he come all the way to Maple City to cause trouble for Overwhelming Smile? Someone suddenly asked. How should I know? Maybe Black Flame plans to lay his hands on Maple City as well? The male druid joked. Silence overtook the entire bar once more. When they thought about it, there was indeed a small possibility of such a situation. After all, Zero Wing was already White River City's overlord. Why would such a powerful guild be satisfied with ruling just a single city? It had to expand sooner or later. Thinking up to this point, everyone could not help but grow excited. Meanwhile, seated in a corner of the bar, a middle-aged man in his late 30s was greatly shocked when he heard this news. This man was none other than Liang Chun, the person who bought land on behalf of Shurfeng. Sure enough, the winds of Maple City are going to change. Liang Chun sighed. In all of Starmoon Kingdom, most likely, only an expert like Black Flame was capable of deterring the overlord of an entire city by himself. The news regarding Black Flame quickly spread throughout Maple City. Overwhelming Smile and Zero Wing had been waging an all-out war against each other. No one was surprised that Black Flame had taken his killing all the way to Maple City, considering it perfectly reasonable. Regarding this situation, everyone's opinion of Zero Wing was still quite optimistic. Normally, Overwhelming Smile occupied all the high-resource areas located within the Maple City region, and many players were not happy about that. However, these players would not dare voice their anger as Overwhelming Smile was Maple City's overlord. Now that someone capable of taking out Overwhelming Smile members had emerged, these players would cheer and support them. However, as news of Shurfeng's hunt spread, another event had occurred that excited players in Maple City. Another player-owned shop had emerged in their city, and this shop was the Candlelight Trading Firm. The Candlelight Trading Firm sold a wide variety of goods, with the most precious item being the basic strengthened armor kit. Many players had never even seen the basic strengthened armor kits before. Hence, the moment Maple City's players laid their eyes on the kits, they rushed to purchase their own. As a result, business at the Candlelight Trading Firm was far better than what the Overwhelming Trading Firm enjoyed. Naturally, while there were some who celebrated the Candlelight Trading Firm's new establishment in Maple City, there were others who grew worried. Although the city's players were overjoyed by this situation, Yulan, who was currently inside the Overwhelming Trading Firm, was incensed. Candlelight Trading Firm. Yulan ground her teeth. She had truly not expected that the Candlelight Trading Firm had been preparing to set up a shop in Maple City. Furthermore, Candlelight had managed to obtain a plot of land in the central district of the city. However, this was still not the most infuriating aspect. The most detestable thing was that the Candlelight Trading Firm had actually set up its shop relatively close to the Overwhelming Trading Firm. Due to the Candlelight Trading Firm having the advantage regarding available products, many of the Overwhelming Trading Firm's original customers had shifted their attention towards the Candlelight Trading Firm. Boss, what are we supposed to do now? If this continues, Candlelight will snatch all of our remaining customers. A shop manager asked, concern filling his voice. We don't have a choice. Our only option is to start a price war. Reduce the prices of all goods, Yulan said, sighing helplessly. She did not have any good ideas about how to deal with this situation. Unless they could get their hands on some exclusive items, there was simply no way to compete with the Candlelight Trading Firm. Fortunately, unlike in White River City, the Overwhelming Trading Firm possessed some capital in Maple City, and their two trading firms had started with the same benefits around the same time. In addition, Maple City was their home ground. The cost of harvesting materials was significantly lower here, resulting in a lower production cost. They definitely had a fighting chance against the Candlelight Trading Firm. In God's domain, shops in different cities but owned by the same player shared products. However, while there was no city tax for consigning products to shops in the player's home city, there was a small 8% city tax charged for items consigned to sell at shops in other cities. This was a protection mechanism of sorts implemented to protect the player-owned shops of each respective city. In other words, since the Candlelight Trading Firm's main headquarters was in White River City, There was an invisible cost added to the items they sold in Maple City. To the overwhelming trading firm, this was an advantage. Sure enough, after the overwhelming trading firm reduced its prices, other than players wanting to purchase products unique to the candlelight trading firm, players quickly returned to shopping at the overwhelming trading firm. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Ridge, Shurfeng was currently having the time of his life. With wave after wave of overwhelming smile players marching towards their deaths, Shurfeng had finally managed to upgrade the Icarus's heart to Dark Gold rank. He was only a short distance away from upgrading the necklace to Epic rank now. Icarus's heart, necklace, Dark Gold rank can be evolved. Equipment requirement: all attributes 120, level 20, level 80, currently level 30. All attributes plus 27, luck plus 14, additional characteristic skill dash, Divine Providence. Temporarily increases player's luck by 32 points for 30 seconds. Cooldown 40 minutes, luck, duration and cooldown can be increased, prolonged, and reduced by sacrificing life force. Maximum of 100 points of life force per sacrifice. Evolution condition: absorb the life force of 5,000 players to evolve to Epic rank. 748/5000. The base luck alone provided 14 points. That was significantly higher than the initial 5 points. However, that was not the improvement that excited Shurfeng the most. Rather, it was the change that had occurred to the Divine Providence skill. Divine Providence had evolved from an ordinary skill to a characteristic skill. Characteristic skills were different from normal skills in which the skill's effects would undergo a transformation when certain conditions were met. The skill now allowed the sacrifice of life force to enhance its effects. Meanwhile, depending on the number of life force points sacrificed, the effects would also vary, with a maximum sacrifice of 100 life force points. Currently, Shurfeng had 748 life force points stored in the Icarus's heart. In other words, Shurfeng could enhance the Icarus's heart's effects to its maximum 7 times. Since the cooldown has already completed, this is a good chance to test its effects. Shurfeng could not contain his excitement when he looked at the bright gemstone around his neck. He could receive 46 points of luck before he had even sacrificed any life force points. This was the highest amount of luck Shurfeng had ever seen in either life. If he sacrificed life force points as well, his luck would reach frightening heights. Soon, Shurfeng retrieved over a dozen Twilight treasure chests from his bag, laying the chests out neatly in front of him. He then activated Divine Providence and chose to sacrifice 100 life force points. Instantly, his luck rose to 66 points, with the duration of Divine Providence increasing to 40 seconds and cooldown decreasing to 30 minutes. Hurriedly, Shurfeng began opening the Twilight treasure chests. With each chest requiring 3 seconds to open, Shurfeng just barely managed to open 12 treasure chests in 40 seconds. Losing a few seconds when switching to the next treasure chest was inevitable. Although Shurfeng felt slightly disappointed about the time he had lost, when he thought about the additional effects gained from sacrificing life force, his mood instantly brightened again. If he applied that 66 points of luck when killing monsters, the drop rate would be astounding. The rarely seen jackpot might even occur, multiplying the number as well as increasing the quality of the items dropped. Unfortunately, such a powerful effect came at the cost of 100 life force points. He had only managed to kill so many players today due to catching Overwhelming Smile unprepared. However, after they set up certain precautions, it would not be as easy to harvest 100 life force points anymore. Of course, Shurfeng absolutely refused to commit random murder. Although there were many people in this world who did not have a bottom line, and even more so inside a game, Shurfeng was not one of them. This was a fundamental principle of being a human being. If he crossed this line, he would be no different than an animal. Shurfeng then began collecting the items inside the Twilight treasure chests. Awesome! Shurfeng could not help but laugh. Sure enough, the effects of 66 points of luck are truly amazing. Among the 12 Twilight treasure chests, he had obtained 4 pieces of Tier 1 set equipment, 1 for Shield Warrior, Guardian Knight, Assassin, and Cleric. Among them, the Tier 1 set equipment for Shield Warriors and Guardian Knights were the most difficult to obtain, yet Shurfeng had actually obtained 1 piece for both classes. Up until now, Feng had collected 4 of the 5 set pieces of the Inyang Walker set equipment for Guardian Knights. He only lacked the boots now. Currently, he had 3 pieces of the Mana Storm set equipment for Tier 1 Elementalists. As for the Dark Melody set equipment for Tier 1 Assassins like the Inyang Walker, Feng now had 4 pieces. He was only missing the head slot. He had 3 set pieces of the Forest Guard set equipment for Tier 1 Rangers. He now had 3 set pieces of the Brave Heart set equipment for Tier 1 Shield Warriors. He had 2 set pieces of the Ghost set equipment for Tier 1 Cursemancers. He also had 3 set pieces of the Angel Wings set equipment for Tier 1 Clerics. By now, Feng was close to completing the Tier 1 set equipment for the majority of the available classes. It would not be long before he completed them. At that time, if he led a team of players geared in Tier 1 set equipment into a large-scale team dungeon, who could possibly compete with Zero Wing to obtain first clears? Just the thought excited Feng. With such equipment, they could steamroll through even a 100-man team dungeon, let alone a 50-man team dungeon. Just as Feng was arranging his new items, he suddenly discovered a glowing purple tablet inside his bag, his chest constricting upon this discovery. Feng quickly took the purple tablet from his bag. The tablet displayed a single word: promotion. However, this promotion order was not a guild residence promotion order. In God's domain, all promotion orders were extraordinarily valuable, and among them were guild residence promotion orders and promotion orders for other specific establishments. However, of these promotion orders, the rarest was the shop promotion order. The tablet in Feng's hands right now was none other than the shop promotion order. All shops set up by players in NPC cities began as 1-star shops without exception, regardless of whether it was a 300 gold shop or a 1,000 gold shop. Only a 1,000 gold shop was far more luxurious, and it had a few more available functions. However, after a shop was promoted to 2-star status, it would undergo a qualitative change. In particular, the benefits a lifestyle player received would be significantly enhanced. It was extremely difficult to obtain a shop promotion order. Unlike a guild residence promotion order that could be obtained from dungeons, a shop promotion order could only be obtained through certain special quests. The only other option was to gain one from treasure chests. However, not just any ordinary treasure chest would drop the promotion order. The treasure chest could not be below level 40, and it must be fine gold rank or above. There was also a certain probability to obtain one from rankless treasure chests such as the Twilight treasure chest. However, the chances of obtaining a shop promotion order were simply too minuscule. Normally, players would obtain it through a challenge quest. However, since it was a challenge quest relating to a shop's promotion, it was not so easy to receive or complete it. Such challenge quests were no less difficult than epic quests. Hence, there were extremely few shops capable of completing them. Because of this, the promotion orders obtained through treasure chests were extremely valuable, and countless businessmen would offer astronomical prices for one. Feng had only obtained this item due to a stroke of luck. With this item, I can finally monopolize White River City's trade with the Candlelight trading firm. Feng returned the shop promotion order to his bag and took out a return scroll. Since it was no longer easy to locate overwhelming smile players, he had no reason to remain here. Meanwhile, now that he had obtained a shop promotion order, he needed to go and promote his shop. In God's domain settings, unlike in other virtual reality games where using one shop promotion order would promote every shop that player owned, players in God's domain required one promotion order for every shop they owned should they wish to upgrade them all. However, Feng had long since made up his mind. Zero Wing's roots lay in White River City, so the shop promotion order must be used on one of the shops there. As for the shops in Starmoon City and Maple City, unless he had excess, he would not waste any promotion orders on these 2 cities. After using the return scroll, Feng returned to Maple City. However, Feng was in no hurry to return to White River City. Instead, he first went to investigate the overwhelming trading firm. Now, he had already heavily damaged Overwhelming Smile's hidden trump card, which would severely impact its dungeon rating process. He had also killed plenty of Overwhelming Smile's elite members, causing significant damages to the guild. Not to mention, due to a lack of resources, the development of Overwhelming Smiles branch in White River City had also been wounded. If this situation continued, the gap between Overwhelming Smile and Zero Wing would only grow as more time went by. The only fighting chance Overwhelming Smile had right now was the Overwhelming Trading Firm. If the Overwhelming Trading Firm developed successfully, Overwhelming Smile would have the coins required to fight a war of attrition against Zero Wing. In addition to its ample funds and enormous background, the guild's development speed would soar. After all, a massive organization such as Underworld possessed the mechanisms required to nurture experts. Only, everyone had yet to adapt to God's domain fully. Once they did, however, with sufficient coins and funds, in addition to experts giving out pointers, it would be very easy for Overwhelming Smile to nurture a large number of experts. Although Zero Wing seemed to prosper right now, in reality, it was still significantly inferior to other major guilds, particularly in terms of training mechanics for experts. God's domain was mankind's second world. It was not a game with a short lifespan. A guild's strength was not determined by wins and losses. Instead, it was determined by how long the guild in question could remain in power. In the past, there had been many guilds that had prospered greatly for a period. However, after some time had passed, they still crumbled and eventually faded out of existence entirely. Based on this, one could easily tell the gap between guilds. This was why Shadow had remained a second-rate guild in the past. It was because the guild had only been recently established and did not possess the necessary mechanisms to nurture experts. Although the guild had succeeded in establishing such mechanisms during the middle stages of God's domain, said mechanisms were far inferior to that of first-rate guilds. In the end, the gap between Shadow and the first-rate guilds of God's domain only grew wider as time went on. Hence, Feng wanted to establish such training mechanisms as soon as possible and produce an endless stream of experts for Zero Wing. Only then could Zero Wing become a true powerhouse. This was also one of the reasons why first-rate guilds looked down on Zero Wing. They all shared the same thought. You are only strong right now. What about in a few months? Let's see how you fare in 1 or 2 years. All guilds that had achieved the status of a first-rate guild possessed a history over a decade long. Some had even survived several decades. When Feng arrived before the Overwhelming Trading Firm, he could see a constant stream of players enter and exit the shop. As for the Candlelight Trading Firm, which was only a short distance away, although the shop also had plenty of customers, there were significantly less than the Overwhelming Trading Firm. Overwhelming Trading Firm's items sure are cheap. I can buy another stack of advanced whetstones with the money I saved. That's right. Not only are the items cheap, but I never expected that it would also push out a new product. Unfortunately, the shop didn't have many for sale, and I didn't have the chance to buy one. Are you talking about the magic damage potion? Yeah, that's right. It's that item. I'm an elementalist. If I drink that potion, it can increase my magic damage by 5% for half an hour. It would help significantly when I'm grinding monsters or raiding dungeons. Feng had initially planned to enter the shop to investigate. However, upon hearing the conversation of a few players who had just left the Overwhelming Trading Firm, he could not help but stop and listen. Magic damage potion? Feng was not a stranger to this item. The recipe for the potion only had a chance of dropping from level 20 Hell Mode Team dungeons. However, its production difficulty was very high. At the very least, one needed to be a basic alchemist. Even then, the success rate of crafting one hovered around 20% to 30%. Sure enough, I cannot underestimate Underworld. I just established a shop at Maple City, and already, there is someone capable of producing such a potion. Feng was not particularly surprised at discovering this information. Overwhelming Smile was a massive guild. Its members didn't consist of purely combat players. The guild nurtured a large number of lifestyle players as well, so it was only natural for someone to be capable of producing the magic damage potion. However, this was not good news for the Candlelight Trading Firm. The magic damage potion was not unique to the Overwhelming Trading Firm. Zero Wing had also obtained a few magic damage potion recipes. However, even now, the Candlelight Trading Firm had yet to successfully nurture a single basic alchemist, so they could not produce it. Feng decided not to linger. Immediately, he headed to the teleportation hall and returned to White River City. Upon arriving at White River City, the first thing Sherfeng did was head towards the city hall and upgrade the candlelight trading firm next to the auction house to a 2-star shop. When a shop was promoted to 2-star status, the building itself could also undergo an upgrade. However, a significant sum was required for the reconstruction. Without hesitation, Sherfeng spent 1,000 gold to reconstruct the shop. The reconstruction did not take much time at all. It was done in just a dozen minutes or so. Suddenly, the 3-story tall candlelight trading firm rose to 5 stories. It became an extraordinarily eye-catching display beside the auction house, attracting the attention and discussion of many players. It was common knowledge that shops could only possess a maximum of 3 floors. Throughout the entire God's domain, there had yet to be a single player-owned shop that had more than that. Yet, now the candlelight trading firm's shop had 5. Guild leader, what did you do? Why has the shop suddenly gone from being 3 stories to 5 stories tall? After the reconstruction of the shop completed, Melancholic Smile contacted Sherfeng immediately, unable to help her curiosity. The candlelight trading firm developed very quickly, and it constantly recruited lifestyle players. Despite the candlelight trading firm having 2 high-end shops in White River City, they simply did not have enough space to house over 1,000 lifestyle players. For each of the 3-story tall shops, the first floors were used exclusively for selling products. The second floor housed the various workshops, and the third floor housed the warehouse, offices, and lounges. Hence, not many workshops in each shop were available for the firm's lifestyle players' use. As a result, Melancholic Smile had no choice but to send the lifestyle players to the various lifestyle associations to produce items. Although the matter of space could be resolved this way, it significantly increased the firm's expenditures. Renting the workshops in the lifestyle associations required money. A basic workshop's impact on a player's success rate was insignificant, so Melancholic Smile mostly rented intermediate workshops for the firm's lifestyle players. Meanwhile, renting an intermediate workshop cost 1 silver per hour. If she rented workshops for 100 people, that was 1 gold per hour. If she rented enough workshops for 1,000 people, that was 10 gold per hour. 10 gold coins. That was almost a small guild's total liquid funds. Melancholic Smile even considered suggesting that Sherfeng purchase a few more plots of land and establish more shops. Unfortunately, in order to satisfy the current number of lifestyle players they had in the firm, they would require 2 or 3 plots of land. However, the situation had changed. Now, the candlelight trading firm next to the auction house had been promoted to a 5-story building. Although it seemed that it had only gained 2 more floors, it was equivalent to having 2 more shops worth of workshops. In fact, the space inside the shop had also grown. It was now roughly a little more than twice the original size. With so much space, the candlelight trading firm could save a lot on rental fees. Melancholic Smile only wished that Sherfeng would upgrade all of the candlelight trading firm's shops. That way, the firm would not have to spend any money on renting workshops. Sherfeng could not help but laugh at Melancholic Smile's reaction. In the past, even after God's domain had operated for over a year, countless players were unable to promote their 1-star shops to 2 stars. It was purely due to luck that the candlelight trading firm had obtained the promotion order so quickly. It was practically impossible to obtain another shop promotion order from the Twilight treasure chests. Though, if he could upgrade the Icarus's Heart to epic rank, there might be a small chance for Sherfeng to obtain a second one. Sherfeng then had Melancholic Smile meet him in the meeting room on the 5th floor of the firm with cream cocoa and roasted ironheart. The benefits a 2-star shop offered were not limited to an increase in space. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been so many players desperately trying to upgrade their 1-star shops to 2-star shops in the past, willingly spending tens of thousands of gold to obtain a shop promotion order. Meanwhile, the news of the candlelight trading firm owning a 2-star shop spread quickly. After all of White River City knew of the candlelight trading firm. A majority of the players residing in the city had shopped at the trading firm at least once before. Now that one of the shops had mysteriously grown, it would definitely attract a lot of attention. Young Master Feng, there is some movement over at the candlelight trading firm. They have actually managed to establish a 5-story shop. When I went over to investigate, I found that the first floor has doubled in size. The number of items they can put on display has also significantly increased. A player specifically tasked to investigate the candlelight trading firm reported. 5 stories? Larger than before. Feng Xianyang could not help but sneer. The candlelight trading firm is certainly ambitious. While producing lightstones, they also expanded their shop to prepare for the new sales. What a pity. Truly a pity. So what if they have a larger space? Now that I have stolen the 3 of the advanced forging apprentices capable of producing the lightstones, that shop will only have empty shelves to show off. He still felt the sting from the large amount of money he had spent to poach those 3 advanced forging apprentices. However, the thought of how the candlelight trading firm could no longer produce the lightstones soothed the pain in his heart. Right? How are we developing in Maple City? Feng Xianyang asked the somewhat chubby man beside him. I heard that the candlelight trading firm has set up a shop close to the overwhelming trading firm. This should have significantly impacted the overwhelming trading firm's business. Young Master Feng, please rest assured. Although the candlelight trading firm is impressive, Maple City is our home ground. Moreover, Miss Yulan has succeeded in inviting that great personage to help us. The magic damage potions they have produced have single-handedly driven the overwhelming trading firm's business. Candlelight has no chance against us. It won't be long before the overwhelming trading firm stabilizes its status as Maple City's #1 trading firm. Also, when that great personage's alchemy proficiency advances or when we obtain an item that increases success rate, he will be able to produce that item. At that time, not even the candlelight trading firm in White River City will be a challenge, the chubby man said, giggling. Good. It's as expected of the woman who the higher-ups favor. As long as the overwhelming trading firm conquers White River City, my status will rise along the tides. At that time, my succession of the household will be set in stone. Feng Xianyang's eyes suddenly glowed. He truly never expected that Yulan would successfully recruit that great personage from Underworld. That great personage was only a lifestyle player. However, by relying on his superb talents, he had profited Underworld in many virtual reality games, and gradually throughout the years, he had become a force to be reckoned with in the organization. Even Underworld's upper managers tread carefully when around him. Although Feng Xianyang had thought of trying to invite that great personage before, he simply did not qualify to do so. Meanwhile, the fact that Yulan had recruited that great personage's help showed just how capable she was. It seems that I'll have to rope that woman in the future. Feng Xianyang licked his lips as he pondered. Although he had only been interested in gentle snow in the past, Yulan's temperament, figure, and appearance were not one bit inferior to gentle snow's. In certain aspects, Yulan was even superior to the snow goddess. If he could make Yulan his woman, it would benefit him greatly in the future. His chances of becoming the master of his household would increase. In the meeting room on the 5th floor of the candlelight trading firm, Feng noticed Melancholic smile and the others stand to greet him the moment he entered. Guild leader, seeing as you were in such a hurry to look for us, do you have some sort of surprise for us? Cream Cocoa revealed her anticipation as she gazed at Feng with her large eyes. She knew that Feng would never call for a meeting with them for no reason, and in every meeting, Feng always had something prepared for the 3 of them. Hence, she very much loved meetings. You really are perceptive. Feng laughed faintly. He then said, follow me then. I'll show you guys something. Feng then led the 3 forgers out of the meeting room. Arriving before a room a short distance away, the candlelight trading firm's reconstruction had only completed a short while ago. There were still many areas inside the shop that Melancholic Smile and the others were unfamiliar with. In particular, there were some rooms that Feng had locked. Not even Melancholic Smile was allowed to enter. The room he led the forgers to was one such location. Guild leader, isn't this a workshop? Cream Cocoa asked curiously. You'll understand once you enter. Feng laughed as he slowly opened the door. Once the door opened, the trio behind Feng was stunned by what they saw. A completely different world awaited them beyond the door. When the door opened, a fragrant smell and beautiful scenery greeted each of them. The room even contained a small creek. The most incredible part of the room was the ball of water floating in the middle of the room. That's a simulation device. Melancholic Smile was immediately surprised when she saw that floating ball of water. Originally, simulation devices could only be found in the library of White River City. It was a tool that allowed players to learn or craft their own spells. Melancholic Smile had never imagined that this workshop would also contain one. Simulation device? Cream Cocoa asked, confused. White River City's library also has a water ball. The simulation device there allows players to learn or create spells. However, the simulation device here is slightly different. It is meant to assist lifestyle players with producing items. Through the simulation, you guys can discover the flaws you have when producing an item. At the same time, it can also aid you in creating a completely new item. With this, you won't have to waste a lot of materials and can freely try producing as many items as you want. This is a function that only special workshops possess, Shifeng explained. I've already set this place as a special forging room. You will have a higher success rate than even in the advanced forging rooms with any items you forge in here. The effects are especially obvious when you forge complicated and high-quality items. Hearing Shifeng's explanation, Melancholic Smile and the others were so excited that they were speechless. This surprise was simply too huge. Players who had never produced a high-quality item before had no idea how difficult it was to produce one. It was an extremely delicate job. Not only was the success rate very low, but the slightest mistake would also result in the item's destruction. Naturally, practicing the forging process for a long time would help significantly. However, high-quality materials were extremely rare. They had no opportunity to experiment and familiarize themselves with the forging procedures. They could rely on their experience and hope that, after repeatedly producing the item, they would become proficient with the design and reduce the amount of wasted materials. With this simulation device, however, they could practice as much as they wanted to, constantly modifying and upgrading their techniques. This would be of immeasurable help to them. Moreover, after players became forgers in God's domain, if they wished to become a master forger, they had to create their own items. Otherwise, it would not be possible for one to become a master forger at all. Hence, players normally began to accumulate experience of creating items when they became basic forgers. By the time they became advanced forgers, they would attempt to create new items constantly. However, with this simulation device, they could save a significant amount of time and effort. Of course, this did not come without a price. The simulation device needed energy to run, and magic crystals supplied that energy. Fortunately, it was relatively easy to obtain magic crystals. After all, they had a certain drop rate from dungeons. Guild leader, you're too awesome. Indescribable joy filled Cream Cocoa when she stepped into the room. Although Melancholic Smile and Roasted Ironheart were not as simple-minded and pure as Cream Cocoa, not revealing their thoughts so easily, they still could not help but approach the magic water ball when they entered the room. They loved all of the tools in this room so much that they simply could not bear to part with them. They would not trade this forging room away even if someone offered them a luxury car. The value of this special forging room far surpassed those luxury cars. Moreover, one could not buy a special forging room so easily. In the Forging Association, the advanced forging room was the best one could rent. Special forging rooms were only available in 2-star shops or above. This was also why so many players in the past had dreamed of upgrading their shops to 2-star status. The fragrant aroma inside the special forging room relaxed anyone who came into contact with it. The environment inside the room could also be adjusted to suit the user. Just the impact the forging room provided to one's mental state was significant. Using this room was practically a luxury. Not to mention, the flame and tools in an advanced forging room could not compare to those in this room. Although the flame in the special forging room could not match a Tier 2 mysterious flame, it was very close. However, Shifeng had already switched the flame here to the ice blue devil flame, further increasing the forging success rate. The special forging rooms are extremely limited in number. A 2-star shop only has 5 rooms. Among them, I have reserved 3 for you guys. I've already given you the authority over these rooms, so you will only be able to enter your respective special forging room. As for the remaining 2, I've set one as an alchemy room and the other as a forging room. Melancholic, if you find anyone talented in alchemy or forging, you can let them use these 2 rooms. However, you must first have them sign another contract. The effects that special workshops provide are extraordinary. It improves a player's techniques. It is far more valuable than any mere forging design, Shifeng said sternly. Guild leader, you can rest assured. I won't allow any of those traitorous bastards near these special forging rooms, Melancholic smile assured. While it was difficult to obtain forging designs in God's domain, it was many times more difficult to train a highly skilled lifestyle player. This was precisely the function of these special training rooms, so they would not use them to nurture traitors. Afterward, Shifeng let Melancholic Smile handle the remaining matters regarding the candlelight trading firm and logged out of the game. It was already daytime in the real world, with the sun shining brightly in the sky. I played for so long and never noticed. Shifeng smiled bitterly when he looked at the time, discovering that it was already nearing 1 p.m. However, there was nothing Shifeng could do about that. Not only had he come across such a priceless opportunity to evolve the Icarus's heart, but he had also obtained a shop promotion order. He could not log out of the game even if he wanted to. After Shifeng ate and was about to rest, his quantum watch rang. Hello, Master Shifeng. I have completed the task you requested yesterday. You can have people visit the training area at any time. The female assistant, Liang Jing, reported respectfully through the video call. Ever since the fight at Big Dipper, he had become popular in Jinhai City. Many of Jinhai City's powerful figures hoped to meet with Shifeng. Unfortunately, Shifeng had rejected all of these requests. He had not been trying to be arrogant by doing so. He just did not have the time to spare. His future development was not aimed towards the world of fighting, but towards God's domain. Naturally, he could not waste too much time and effort on physical competition. Besides, these interpersonal relationships mattered little to Shifeng. If not for his victory over a top-tier master like Lei Bao, these people would not attempt to befriend him. If he had not defeated Lei Bao, these people would not even care if he existed. In other words, a person's strength was the key to success. As long as he continued to grow stronger, many more high-profile figures would seek his company. Hence, Shifeng had instructed Liang Jing to handle these affairs for him, and he had to admit that this female assistant was quite capable. Not only had she managed to dismiss all those who wanted to meet him, but she had also done it in a way that satisfied everyone. However, all these were only small matters. What truly amazed Shifeng was her integration of Big Dipper's inner training area and the training system's improvement. Even Shifeng admired Liang Jing's capabilities. She had actually accomplished all of this in such a short time. No wonder Chairman Shao had her as his head assistant. Shifeng read through the information Liang Jing had sent, shocked by what he saw. This was the first time Shifeng had seen such management abilities. She was leaps and bounds above a manager like Blackie. Management talent? Shifeng suddenly thought of another matter. The guild's daily affairs have hampered Aqua's progress of her combat techniques lately. Moreover, I will also need someone to help integrate the candlelight trading firm and Zero Wing. Melancholic Smile has been busy dealing with this so far, not giving her much time to improve her own forging techniques either. At this rate, the two of them will soon be buried in management work. What if I have Liang Jing handle these affairs? Shifeng pondered as he gazed at Liang Jing's image on the screen. If he had someone who could liberate Aqua Rose and Melancholic Smile from their management duties, allowing them to display their original talent fully, it would benefit both Zero Wing and the candlelight trading firm's development. Liang Jing was a very good option for this position. However, Liang Jing was Xiao Yu's subordinate. Meanwhile, both Zero Wing and the candlelight trading firm possessed many secrets. It was an extreme risk to hand their management over to an outsider. There was also the fact that Shifeng had little to no knowledge of this female assistant. While Shifeng focused on Liang Jing, the latter also noticed Shifeng's odd gaze, and she could not help her discomfort. It couldn't be. Shifeng's current status in society was worlds apart from what it had been. Although he did not exude any sort of aura, from Liang Jing's point of view, this silence weighed down on her. Previously, she had belittled Shifeng, Although she had not said anything, she had struggled to accept Xiao Yu's instruction to escort a youthful little brat like Shi Feng to the assembly hall. Hence, she had purposefully treated Shi Feng with a little disrespect. Now, however, Liang Jing regretted her actions. She really shouldn't have treated Shi Feng impertinently back then. After all, someone who could earn Chairman Zhao's respect wouldn't be an ordinary character, even if it were only a young man in his early 20s. He can't be thinking of replacing me, right? Liang Jing worried. There were countless people out there who dreamed of becoming the assistant to a character like Shi Feng. In the VIP room that day, many of Jinhai City's influential figures had hoped to send Shi Feng assistants, taking the chance to deepen their relationship with a popular young man. Meanwhile, she had only received this job due to her advantage of being Xiao Yu's most valued assistant. If Shi Feng dismissed her, only tragedy would await her. She had seen countless wealthy and well-stated princelings who were immeasurably arrogant. These people got rid of anything or anyone that irked them. Meanwhile, a successful young man such as Shi Feng, whose status in society was far superior to even Xiao Yu's, was even more likely to behave in such a way. Watching Shi Feng's solemn gaze, Liang Jing's heartbeat accelerated. Am I going to be fired just like that? Liang Jing inwardly despaired. Suddenly, Shi Feng spoke. Miss Liang Jing, thank you for your trouble. I'll leave to inspect the training grounds you've arranged in a moment. Although Shi Feng might appear to gaze at Liang Jing solemnly, in reality, he was simply pondering how he should go about making Liang Jing one of his people, liberating both Aqua Rose and Melancholic Smile's potentials. He had not paid any attention to Liang Jing herself. However, after considering the matter for some time, he had not come up with a proper solution. Hence, he could only set the matter aside for now. After all, Liang Jing was someone Xiao Yu had sent. If Liang Jing became the manager of Zero Wing and the Candlelight Trading Firm, she would wield the core secrets of both organizations. Hence, Shi Feng needed to be careful with his decision. Although Liang Jing's management capabilities were extraordinary, he first needed to familiarize himself with her personality. He had time to make the decision after he got to know her a bit. Ah! Liang Jing was surprised. Inadvertently, she breathed a sigh of relief. She had fully expected Shi Feng to dismiss her when he opened his mouth to speak. Hurriedly, she said, Master Shi Feng, I'll have a car sent to receive you immediately. Meanwhile, at the Big Dipper Training Center, the situation had undergone a massive transformation. The training center's employees were all in an extraordinarily good mood. Even the guests who frequented the training center were in a fiery mood. The training center had regained its past popularity. By now, everyone had heard the news that the Big Dipper Training Center had finally recruited a top-tier master to serve as an instructor. In this age, where mankind focused on personal fitness, everyone placed great importance on their own physical condition. Only through proper training and the assistance of medicine could one significantly improve their lifespan. In the past, people who had survived past the age of 100 were extremely rare. In today's society, however, many were easily capable of living past 120 years old. In addition, they could retain their youth for a long period. In the past, one would practically lose all semblance of youth past the age of 50. Now, however, even after reaching 70 years old, some still possessed their youthful vigor and appearances as if they were in their 40s. However, they were mostly martial arts masters. Ordinary people had yet to reach that level of health. In the past, Tai Chi grandmasters had lifespans surpassing 150 years. In the ancient world, that had practically been a miracle. Nowadays, with the support of technology, it was not impossible for humans to live that long. Hence, many people wish to strengthen their own bodies. Master Shi Feng, this is the training ground the company has prepared for you. What do you think? Liang Jing pointed towards an exotic and elegant three-story villa. Originally, the company had planned to turn this into a resort gold status members or above. However, when Shi Feng requested a training ground that was free of disturbances, the only place they could think of that fit Shi Feng's requirements was this villa. This villa was equipped with state-of-the-art training equipment, and the building's surroundings were the best Big Dipper Training Center had to offer. There was even a gravity training room in the villa that could fit up to several hundred people at a single time. When Liang Jing heard that the company had assigned this area to Shifeng, she was greatly shocked. This Greenwater Villa was Big Dipper's treasure. Now, the company had actually given Shifeng full authority over this place. Liang Jing had only realized how important Shifeng was to the company after this decision had been made. Not bad. This is an impressive location. Shifeng nodded his head with satisfaction. In reality, he had both visited and lived in the Greenwater Villa before. It was certainly a valuable area. Shifeng had even considered moving the guild's core members here, particularly the upper managers of the workshop. Although the workshop he had bought was quite good, the facilities available there were nothing compared to the Greenwater Villa. Miss Liang Jing, can I trouble you to ask Chairman Xiao to move all 10 virtual gaming cabins we previously agreed upon here? Shifeng asked after giving it some thought. Nurturing experts was easier said than done. Naturally, the more advanced the training and recovery facilities were, the more progress those experts could make. In particular, the gravity training room was immensely helpful to players. Hence, Shifeng planned to move a portion of Zero Wing's core members to the Greenwater Villa. He also intended to move here. By doing so, he could give pointers to others at any time. He could also scour for talents at the Big Dipper Training Center. God's Domain was unlike any other virtual reality game as it placed heavy emphasis on actual combat. The further one progressed in the game, the more realistic and difficult the battles would become. Producing experts would become much easier if he chose to nurture players who were already somewhat skilled in combat. Master Shifeng, please rest assured. I will have the 10 virtual gaming cabins installed in the Greenwater Villa by today. I will have the S-rank nutrient fluids sent over as well, Liang Jing said slowly. The Big Dipper Training Center had already gone all out this time. Both the virtual gaming cabins and the S-rank nutrient fluids were extremely difficult to obtain. However, in order to rope in Shifeng, they spared no expense or effort. Following which, Shifeng notified Blackie and the other upper managers, having them come to Big Dipper's Greenwater Villa. Brother Feng, am I dreaming? We can really live here? Blackie asked with disbelief when he arrived before the Greenwater Villa. For commoners like himself, the Big Dipper Training Center was a place he could not visit even if he wanted to. Only members were allowed here. As for the villa before him, normal members were probably not even allowed here. Yet now, people like them had the chance to live in this villa. They were merely professional gamers. To a massive existence like the Big Dipper Training Center, they were negligible. Even Fire Dance, Violet Cloud, and the 5 demon generals standing beside Blackie were stunned into silence. They were just commoners in real life. They did not dare consider entering such a high-class location. Even the Zero-Wing workshop Shifeng had established had surprised them. They had never known that a gaming workshop could be so luxurious. Now they were even more surprised. They were actually going to live in such a high-class villa. Everyone had yet to learn about Shifeng being a martial arts master, much less about the fight that made him famous overnight. Big Brother Shifeng, I heard that the daily rental here is very expensive, Violet Cloud worriedly commented. That's right. Normally, each person has to pay several thousand credits per day to stay here. However, from today onwards, this will be Zero Wing's training base. Shifeng nodded. It is not as easy to mingle in God's domain as you think it is. Hence, from today onwards, I will work with all of you frequently. However, I will only instruct you on your combat techniques in God's domain. I'll leave your training in the real world to someone else. Someone else? Everyone was surprised. That's right. This is Master Lei Bao. He has only recently joined Zero Wing, and from today onwards, he will handle your daily training. This is a rare opportunity that many will never have no matter how much they wish for it. So you must cherish it. Shifeng introduced the martial arts master. Although he was skilled in God's domain combat, he did not know how to train people in the real world. On the other hand, Lei Bao was a bona fide top-tier master, someone who was only a short distance away from reaching the realm of Grandmaster. When it came to training people in the real world, Lei Bao was far more qualified than he was. When the group heard Shifeng's introduction, they were dumbfounded. Everyone present knew just how precious a martial arts master was. Many professional fighters would do anything just to receive advice from a martial arts master, let alone personal tutorage. Moreover, their instructor was a top-tier master. Never in their dreams would something like this happen. For a second, Blackie and the others even thought that they had heard wrong. However, after spending time in God's domain, everyone's senses had improved considerably. By now, they were already capable of making a rough estimate of another person's strength. Lei Bao also made no attempt to hide his beast-like aura in the slightest. Just basking in his aura made their bodies feel heavier. If not for Shi Feng standing beside Lei Bao, they would have fled immediately as this oppressive feeling was truly unbearable. Although none of them knew Lei Bao's exact strength, none of them doubted that Lei Bao could wipe the floor with all of them in less than 10 seconds. Master Lei Bao, I'll have to trouble you then. Shi Feng could see everyone's surprise and knew how incredulous of a situation was. However, this was all definitely real. Not even famous professional fighters would have access to these benefits. If Blackie and the others could not improve with Lei Bao's help, then he really had no other means of helping them. In the past, under Shadow's arrangement, Shi Feng had sought out many masters to learn from. He had not been as lucky as Blackie and the others. Being stood up by a martial arts master after several weeks of waiting was a normal occurrence to Shi Feng. As for personal tutorage, that was just a dream. No problem. Since we agreed upon this beforehand, I will hold up my end of our bargain. Lei Bao nodded. He then shifted his gaze to Blackie and the others. Faintly smiling, he said, "All of you follow me. I'll have a look at your foundations before planning your training." Under Lei Bao's watchful gaze, everyone felt their hair stand on end. They all had a bad premonition about what was to come. Unfortunately, with Lei Bao's personality, even if they did not want the training, he would not show any mercy. Guild leader. The group sent pitiful looks towards Shi Feng. However, Shi Feng only waved them off. With Lei Bao's training, Shi Feng hoped that they could learn how to control their bodies more efficiently. Once they learned that control, they could display frightening combat power in God's domain. When it came to control over one's body, Lei Bao had reached perfection. That he had reached the standard of tiger roaring showed that Lei Bao knew a unique method to train his physical control. Otherwise, he could never train his body to the degree of merging his internal and external power. Compared to a half-baked martial arts master like Shi Feng, Lei Bao was a powerhouse. While Lei Bao trained Blackie and the others, Shi Feng did not remain idle as he headed towards the Greenwater Villa's gravity training room. Now that Shi Feng's brain activity had significantly improved, if he wished to control the lock on his physical power completely, he needed to possess sufficient strength. Otherwise, his body would crumble, unable to withstand the sudden release in power. Lei Bao, on the other hand, was different. He was a true martial artist, someone who had trained in the arts since he was young. Even if he released the limiter his brain had placed on his body could easily handle the additional power. The gravity training room would help enhance physical toughness immensely. There were also various medicine and healing cabins available for one to recuperate as they needed. Since Shi Feng had access to these facilities, he had to train as much as he could. After Shi Feng had spent half the day training, Liang Jing had finished with her tasks at the Greenwater Villa. Currently, every Zero Wing member had a virtual gaming cabin in their room, coupled with an unlimited supply of A-rank nutrient fluids. However, the most valuable item was still the S-rank nutrient fluids. Each person had received one bottle. With it, everyone could fully replenish their brain's energy. Such expenditure had left even Liang Jing, someone who had seen various aspects of high society before, stunned. Not only was there a top-tier martial arts master serving as an instructor, but everyone had also been provided with a bottle of S-rank nutrient fluids. How was this supposed to be training for professional gamers? Those who did not know better might even think that these youths trained to participate in the national fighting competition. Was such extravagance necessary just to play a game? Shi Feng could very much relate to Liang Jing. The chances of a single guild currently spending so much to nurture their experts were nil. The same could be said even for super guilds. However, that was simply because no one had realized the importance of a top-tier expert yet. Moreover, God's domain had only recently become popular, so its influence over the real world was still very faint. However, with the passing of time, God's domain's popularity would grow, and soon, it would become a part of everyone's daily life, becoming a true second world of mankind. People had the chance to live a different life in God's domain. They could explore all the mysteries this new world had to offer and perform feats that were normally impossible. The wealth one could earn in the game was immeasurable, and various fighting competitions would come to God's domain. These competitions were even more exciting than the fights in the real world. After Shifeng instructed everyone on their combat techniques in-game, he retired to his room and logged in, beginning a new day in God's domain. The moment Shifeng logged in, he began to open Twilight treasure chests. Without hesitation, he activated Divine Providence and sacrificed 100 life force points. Inside the quiet forging room, the 12 Twilight treasure chests on the floor released a dazzling aurora that filled the room. Huh? Can't be, right? It's possible to obtain this, too. Shifeng looked at the golden book in his hand. Shifeng was already relatively happy about being able to obtain several more pieces of Tier 1 set equipment from the 12 treasure chests. However, upon seeing this glowing golden book, his joy became utter shock. The Book of Gold. This was the best possible item a lifestyle guild could obtain from the Twilight treasure chest. This book was not any ordinary item. It was a consumable item that would vanish after use. To an individual lifestyle player, this book's effects were not particularly significant. To a lifestyle guild, however, it surpassed even that of an epic item. Book of Gold. Consumable. Permanently increases the proficiency of a single player's lifestyle skill by 1 rank to a maximum of master rank. Can also be used to increase the proficiency of 100 players' lifestyle skills by 1 rank to a maximum of advanced forger for 2 days. With this item, I can temporarily promote those advanced forging apprentices to basic forgers and promote Cream Cocoa and the others to intermediate forgers, significantly increasing their production speed and success rate. Shifeng could already imagine just how frightening the candlelight trading firm would become with a sudden influx of so many basic forgers. Although there was only a gap of 1 rank between a basic forger and an advanced forging apprentice, it was a massive gap. Using the light stones as an example, while advanced forging apprentices only had a success rate of 20% to 30%, basic forgers had a success rate of 60% or higher. Not to mention, many items required one to be at least a basic forger to craft them. Until now, there were only 3 basic forgers in all of White River City, Melancholic Smile and the other 2. Other cities might not even have 1 basic forger, let alone 3. If the candlelight trading firm had 100 forgers, its impact on the market would be astronomical. Most likely, even if one added together all the forgers throughout Starmoon Kingdom right now, that number would not even reach half of the candlelight trading firms. Melancholic, contact all trustworthy advanced forging apprentices immediately and have them gather in the 5th floor meeting room. Shifeng did not wish to leave the Book of Gold unused. Maple City, overwhelming trading firm, master aspiration. May I know if you are satisfied with the overwhelming trading firm's advanced alchemy room? Yulan asked softly as she watched the white-haired old man standing beside the workbench. Currently, this old man held a purple glass bottle and gently swirled it around. Yulan was extra careful when dealing with this old man, Master Silent Aspiration, treating him with more respect than even Feng Shenyang. Although this white-haired old man was already past 70 years old, even Underworld's upper management had to show this man great respect, much less a young woman like herself. Before Yulan had even been born, this old man had explored virtual reality games for many years. And throughout all these years, he had focused fully on the art of alchemy. In this day and age, nobody in the virtual gaming world's alchemy industry did not know the name Silent Aspiration. Old man Silent Aspiration was already a basic alchemist. Meanwhile, if Shifeng could see the potion this old man was concocting right now, he would find it both shocking and familiar. The potion in the glass bottle was a fire resistance potion. However, it was not just any fire resistance potion. It was a modified variation. In the past, this potion had been known as the Fire Dragon Potion, and it had been extremely famous throughout God's domain. Not only did it provide more fire resistance than a basic fire resistance potion, but its duration was also much longer. Most importantly, the Fire Dragon Potion increased a player's strength by 10 points during its duration. The Fire Dragon Potion's effects could also stack to a maximum of 50 strength and 100 fire resistance. To an ordinary player, 50 strength was a significant increase, not to mention experts. Not bad. I never expected that you, little girl, could actually obtain such a good bottle. This has finally allowed me to complete my newly developed potion. Silent Aspiration smiled at the red liquid inside the purple bottle. Satisfied, he said, "Sure enough, it is as I surmised. Not only will the fire resistance stack, but the strength bonus will also stack. Seeing as the basic version of the potion already possesses such wonderful effects, let's call this the Fire Dragon Potion. Little girl, consider yourself lucky. Master Aspiration, you truly are amazing. You are actually capable of producing such a powerful potion. May I know the success rate for this Fire Dragon Potion?" Yolan's eyes lit up with joy when she saw the Fire Dragon Potion's effects. In order to convince Master Silent Aspiration to come to Maple City and help Overwhelming Smile, she had to go through much difficulty to obtain this set of mysterious iron alchemy equipment. However, compared to the value of this Fire Dragon Potion, a set of mysterious iron alchemy equipment was nothing considerable. Relax. If this old man crafts the potions personally, my success rate is 50%, and though the success rate of other alchemists might be below 30%, the materials I've used to concoct this potion are all common. It won't do much harm to waste some. Silent Aspiration laughed. To develop the Fire Dragon Potion, he had invested a lot of time. Otherwise, he would have long since become an intermediate alchemist by now. Many thanks for Master Aspiration's help. Now that we have the Fire Dragon Potion, as long as we nurture a large number of alchemists, the Candlelight Trading Firm will no longer be a problem, Yulan said confidently. As the creator of the Fire Dragon Potion, Silent Aspiration could distribute its recipe to as many people as he wanted. It would be extremely easy for the Overwhelming Trading Firm to develop a small army of alchemists. Moreover, the Overwhelming Trading Firm would have exclusive rights to sell the Fire Dragon Potion. It was far more precious than any rare forging design or recipe. It was impossible for anyone outside the trading firm to produce it. With this potion, who could possibly challenge the Overwhelming Trading Firm? I've already produced what you requested. Little girl, if you wish to keep me here, you need to remember the secret silver equipment you promised me. Silent Aspiration reminded her. To this old man, nothing was more valuable than refining his alchemy. In particular, the alchemy in God's domain was unbelievable. If possible, he would have immersed himself in research every day. Unfortunately, his equipment was not good enough. Otherwise, he would not have bothered helping Yulan. Master Aspiration, please rest assured. I have already found some clues leading to the set. I believe that it won't be long before we obtain a set of secret silver alchemy equipment for you, Yulan guaranteed. In the meantime, however, I will have to trouble Master Aspiration to produce a few more Fire Dragon Potion recipes. That way, I can earn the money required to buy the alchemy equipment quickly. This is a simple task, Silent Aspiration laughed. As time passed by, the various guilds throughout God's domain no longer competed over dungeons. Instead, they had shifted their focus to competing in trade. This competition only grew fiercer as more time passed. This shift had occurred because everyone had seen just how profitable the Candlelight Trading Firm was. After just 2 short days, many guilds had opened their own shops. Even Ouroboros had opened a shop in Star Moon City, though the shop was nowhere near the central district. However, Gentle Snow had not had much choice. She had seen just how much money the Candlelight Trading Firm raked in every day. By the time Ouroboros collected enough reputation points and coins to purchase a golden land, the Candlelight Trading Firm would have monopolized Star Moon City's trade. So, she made the decision to set up a shop in the city's outer district first. At the very least, the guild could gain a small income of coins this way. Meanwhile, Overwhelming Smile was even more amazing. Not only had the guild set up a shop in Maple City, but it had also opened another shop in White River City, challenging the Candlelight Trading Firm. Young Master Fong, Everything has been prepared. At noon, we should have a sufficient stockpile of the Fire Dragon Potion. At that time, our men will announce the sales of the potion throughout White River City. Even if the overwhelming trading firm is not situated in the golden areas, everyone will still swarm the shop. Moreover, the Candlelight trading firm only has 3 people capable of producing the basic strengthened armor kits. When the time comes, it will fall to the overwhelming trading firm. Excellent. Yulan, you've done splendidly this time. You were actually able to obtain something as valuable as the Fire Dragon Potion. With this potion, the overwhelming trading firm will lure a large number of players. We'll reduce the prices for the other products as well. I want to see just how the Candlelight trading firm plans to compete. Feng Xianyang said gleefully. Underworld had money and manpower. They could easily obtain a large stock of materials. In addition to Silent Aspiration's unlimited supply of Fire Dragon Potion recipes, each additional basic alchemist they nurtured would be one more capable of producing the Fire Dragon Potion. Currently, the overwhelming trading firm already possessed 6 basic alchemists. As more time passed, that number would only increase. On the other hand, the Candlelight trading firm had no way to increase the number of forgers who could craft basic strengthening armor kits, no matter how many basic forgers they hired. Meanwhile, Candlelight's unsatisfied customers would naturally run to the overwhelming trading firm. After all, many level 25 dungeons required players to have fire resistance. One could say that the Fire Dragon Potion was more valuable to players than the basic strengthened armor kits. Moreover, every player only possessed limited funds. As the Fire Dragon Potion was cheaper than the basic strengthened armor kits, when comparing the benefits one could gain from the two, players would prioritize the Fire Dragon Potion. While Feng Xianyang fantasized about monopolizing White River City's trade with the overwhelming trading firm, Shifeng's work was in full swing. To maximize the benefits of the Book of Gold, Shifeng allowed all trustworthy advanced forging apprentices to become basic forgers and had them produce light stones ceaselessly for 2 days. As for Shifeng himself, after becoming a forger, he had unlocked the forging design for the intermediate mana armor kit. Hence, throughout the duration of the Book of Gold, he focused on forging intermediate armor kits without rest. In addition, during this time, Shifeng had secretly recruited Gentle Snow's help to establish a few Candlelight trading firms in several other major cities, particularly the major cities in Star Moon Kingdom's eastern region. However, as Shifeng's money was limited, he had only established basic shops in these cities' outer districts. To establish these shops, Shifeng had invested all of the money he had earned during this time. He even spent the money the guild had earned through guild quests. Guild leader, we have met out intended goal. We can begin operations at any time, Melancholic Smile reported. Although she was somewhat tired, excitement filled her eyes. Begin selling them in the shops, then. Shifeng nodded. During the past 2 days, Shifeng had nearly 100 basic forgers produce light stones constantly. Their stock of light stones was enough to supply multiple cities. In addition, the proficiency gained during this period had allowed many advanced forging apprentices to earn the promotion to basic forgers. With this, they could meet the public's demand even after their current stockpile ran out. Guild leader, how much should we sell them for? Melancholic Smile asked. Previously, she had focused on her work fully, giving no thought as to how much they should sell the light stones for. The materials used to produce the light stones were very common. A 20-piece stack of light stones cost less than 3 silver to craft. Factoring in a basic forger's success rate, which was just slightly above 50%, the total cost would be around 6 silver per stack. Simple. Sell each piece for 1 silver and each stack for 19 silver, Shifeng stated directly. Unlike the basic strengthened armor kits, which were considered luxury items to most ordinary players, light stones were commonly used items. So, its price was also very low. In the past, the starting price for light stones had also been roughly 1 silver per piece. Any higher and players would begin to feel cheated. However, as the number of players who could produce the item increased, the light stone's price would eventually fall to 50 copper per piece and 10 silver per stack. What about the intermediate mana armor kits? Melancholic Smile asked. In reality, Melancholic Smile didn't believe that the light stones were candlelight trading firms' trump card. Rather, she believed that their success lay in the intermediate mana armor kits. Only Sherfong could produce the intermediate armor kit as nobody else had the design. This was the candlelight trading firm's greatest advantage. Others might not realize this, but the reason behind Starstreak Trading Firm's fierce competitive edge was the basic mana armor kit. Even now, the basic mana armor kits were still highly sought after by elite players. Intermediate mana armor kit can be made into either physical or magical intermediate armor kit, bound to character after equipping. Intermediate physical armor kit, defense plus 200, strength plus 10, endurance plus 12, agility plus 10, maximum binding limit per character 3, can only be bound to level 25 equipment or above. Intermediate magical armor kit, defense plus 60, intelligence plus 10, endurance plus 12, vitality plus 10, maximum binding limit per character 3, can only be bound to level 25 equipment or above. If a player equipped 3 intermediate mana armor kits, the total attributes they received would be the equivalent of wearing an additional piece of level 25 dark gold equipment. One could not buy level 25 dark gold equipment through the market even if they had the money. Many people offered prices of 20 gold or more for non-MT dark gold equipment, not to mention dark gold weapons and equipment for MTs. Currently, God's Domain's elite players were around level 25, so they could conveniently use the intermediate mana armor kits. Hence, now was the best time to sell them. However, it was also this reason that made it difficult for Sherfong to set the price for the kits. He could neither sell it too cheap nor too expensive. Moreover, there was also the fact that he wouldn't have a lot of free time to produce the intermediate mana armor kits. "Let's set them a 5 gold for now," Sherfong said after pondering for a long moment. Although the various guilds currently busied themselves with commerce and had already spent a significant sum of money, they should still possess a small amount of gold. To claim the first clears of large-scale team dungeons, they would have no qualms about spending several hundred gold to equip a team fully with intermediate mana armor kits, following which Melancholic Smile began to prepare. Meanwhile, the overwhelming trading firm had also begun selling the Fire Dragon potions. This Fire Dragon potion is awesome, can stack attributes and fire resistance. With this potion, raiding level 25 team dungeons will be a breeze. The only downside is the price. Each bottle actually costs 10 silver. The MT alone will require 5 bottles per run. Everyone else in the team will have to drink at least 1 bottle as well. What can you do about it? The overwhelming trading firm is the only place that sells this potion. However, if we can successfully raid 10 and 20-man hard mode team dungeons, we will more than earn back the cost. Overwhelming Smile's advertising had been very well timed. As the Fire Dragon potions went on sale, people began to promote the potion at the various lively locations throughout White River City. As a result, many teams, who had struggled with the level 25 dungeons that required high fire resistance, grew interested, and they had promptly run towards the overwhelming trading firm to purchase the Fire Dragon potion. Shortly after the Fire Dragon promotion went up for sale, some of the players visiting the candlelight trading firm to purchase daily necessities discovered that something had changed. There were several new counters in the hall on the first floor. Initially, due to the recent increase to candlelight space, the first floor had felt relatively empty. Now, however, it was just right. "What is this?" Curious players quickly flocked around the new counters. "Hello, sir. This is our candlelight trading firm's newest product, the Light Stone. With this item, you won't have to worry about not being able to grind at night," the NPC beauty slowly explained. To ordinary players, nothing was more of a headache than grinding at night. At night, not only was monsters' vision unaffected, but there was also a certain increase to monsters' combat power. On the other hand, players' vision was considerably limited during nighttime, significantly affecting their combat power. However, this was still not the biggest problem. At night, because of the vision problem, it was much easier for monsters to ambush parties. Hence, ordinary players were normally afraid of grinding monsters in the dark. Meanwhile, the Light Stone just happened to brightly illuminate a large area, allowing players to see as if it were daylight. With this item, not only would monsters' strength remain unchanged, but it was also easier for players to avoid ambushes. Since players would be able to see as normal, they could also fight with their usual combat power, so grinding monsters would be as easy as it was during the day. Crap! There's actually such a good item available? How much is it? A player asked. As this is a new product, we are selling each lightstone at the low price of 1 silver coin. You can also buy a stack of 20 at a discounted price of 19 silver coins. The NPC beauty smiled brightly as she spoke. It's so cheap. I want 1 stack. Wait, I want 2 stacks. Suddenly, the players inside the hall began to purchase lightstones madly. Although ordinary players did not make a lot of money, they normally formed parties when grinding in the fields. If they split the cost of 19 silver between each party member, they could easily afford the lightstones. Moreover, each stack of lightstones could last a party up to 2 nights. As long as one casually tallied up the accounts, the majority of the independent players would not miss out on this opportunity. An ordinary party could definitely earn more than 19 silver coins from 2 nights of grinding, not to mention an elite party. Very quickly, news of the lightstones spread. Players who received the news immediately disregarded whatever they were currently doing and hurried to the candlelight trading firm. For a time, the lightstones became far more popular than the fire dragon potion. What? You're saying that the candlelight trading firm is selling lightstones in large quantities? Feng Xianyang was baffled when he heard this latest report from his subordinate. How is that possible? We even have to limit the number of fire dragon potions we sell each day. How could they possibly afford to sell lightstones in large quantities? Where are they finding so many people to produce them? He had spent more than 50 million credits just to poach the 3 people capable of producing the lightstones from the candlelight trading firm, yet now the trading firm was still able to offer so many lightstones. How could he possibly believe such a ludicrous report? Wasn't that item extremely rare and precious? How could there be so many lightstones suddenly popping up? Even if the 3 forgers of candlelight focused on producing lightstones without rest, it would not be possible to produce so many. Young Master Feng, this information has been verified. It is real. Based on our initial estimates, more than 1,500 stacks of lightstones have already sold. Even so, the candlelight trading firm continues to sell them without limit. Now, many of the overwhelming trading firm's customers have already run to the candlelight trading firm to shop. Shit. They scammed me of more than 50 million credits. They will pay for this. At this moment, Feng Xianyang finally came to a realization. The previous 3 advanced forging apprentices had been a trap set by the candlelight trading firm. He had lost over 50 million credits just like that. Moreover, it had all been his own money. Instruct someone purchase lightstones immediately. Buy as many as you can. I don't believe that they have an unlimited supply. Feng Xianyang commanded furiously. Under Feng Xuanyang's command, Yulan, who was currently in Maple City, gave a new command. Reduce their prices further. Miss Yulan, we won't earn much money if we reduce our prices any more than this. A female assistant cautioned. I don't want this either. Yulan shook her head helplessly. The candlelight trading firm's new move is simply too effective. It actually obtained such a valuable product. Both ordinary players and elites require this lightstone. Although our fire dragon potions are also very useful, only elite teams and various guilds can afford to buy them. Meanwhile, our stock of fire dragon potions is very limited. As a competitive edge, it stands no chance against the lightstone at all. If they wanted to lure players to the overwhelming trading firm, their only option was to do so with their common products. Right from this moment onwards, halt all sales of the Fire Dragon Potion in White River City, Yulan said after giving it some more thought. Their supply of Fire Dragon Potions had already been insufficient to meet the demands of Maple City. Now that they had opened a shop in White River City as well, their stock had stretched even thinner, further reducing the overwhelming trading firm's competitive edge. Moreover, there was a city tax imposed for selling the Fire Dragon Potions in White River City. This was also a considerable expenditure. So, now their best option was to maintain the overwhelming trading firm's competition in Maple City above all else. Understood. The female assistant then left the meeting room. Overwhelming trading firm's price reduction on its common goods had indeed attracted more ordinary players. Common items such as whetstones and advanced whetstones, various food and beverages, regeneration potions and mana recovery potions, basic scrolls and more were must-have items when grinding in the fields. Now that the overwhelming trading firm offered a 40% discount on these items, many ordinary players ran to its shops to purchase these items. For a time, the weakened overwhelming trading firm in Maple City suddenly stood on equal footing with the Candlelight trading firm. The Candlelight trading firm had the basic strengthened armor kits and the lightstones. The overwhelming trading firm possessed the Fire Dragon potion and discounts on common goods. This situation overjoyed Maple City's players. While the Candlelight trading firm did not possess too large of an advantage in Maple City, in other cities, however, it was an entirely different story. The trading firm was like the sun at high noon in these cities. Because of the lightstones, a large number of players swarmed the Candlelight trading firm's shops. Most of these players might have initially arrived with the intention of only purchasing the lightstones. However, upon seeing the wide array of products the trading firm offered, they fell prey to temptation and bought other items as well. Suddenly, the Candlelight trading firm's income exploded. Meanwhile, the trading firm's most exaggerated sources of income were still Star Moon City and White River City. As the Candlelight trading firm had set up its shops on these two cities' golden lands, it had instantly become an unshakable player-owned trading firm there. The traffic other player-owned trading firms enjoyed was nothing compared to what the Candlelight trading firm saw. Star Moon City and White River City were Star Moon Kingdom's first and second most populated cities, respectively. Naturally, the income they could offer was astonishing. In a short few hours, the Candlelight trading firm had earned over 1,000 gold. Guild leader, why don't we set up a few more shops in other cities? Melancholic smile suggested when she saw the trading firm's profits. This was only the income from 7 cities. If they set up a shop in every city throughout Star Moon Kingdom, there is no rush. Right now, we are relying on the lightstones produced by almost 100 basic forgers to barely meet the demands of these 7 cities. If we expand any further, it will do more harm than good. We should focus on nurturing a large number of forgers and alchemists, Shifeng said with utter calm. As for the income of over 1,000 gold in just a few hours, Shifeng did not consider it odd in the least. However, players only purchased the lightstones in large quantities at the moment due to their lack of the item. Once they had their own stock, they would only need to purchase them to resupply. Hence, the Candlelight trading firm's income would decrease gradually as more time went by. Regardless, it would still be a frightening amount of money. Guild leader, what about the intermediate mana armor kits? Melancholic smile asked. Previously, Shifeng had told her to hold off on offering the kits for sale, confusing her. Have you not noticed that someone in White River City is buying light stones in absurd quantities? Shifeng laughed. There seems to be someone like that. When I examined the statistics, I discovered that someone had purchased 500 stacks in one go for a total of 95 gold. Afterward, 2 others had purchased 300 stacks and 400 stacks, respectively. Even if these people bought the lightstones for their own guilds, they should not need to buy so many. Melancholic smile nodded. Someone is intentionally trying to clean out our stock of lightstones. If we push out the intermediate mana armor kits right now, what would we do if that person stops buying our lightstones? Since someone is willingly purchasing our lightstones in large quantities, who are we to stop them from giving us their money? Shifeng laughed. The production of lightstones was very fast. If a basic forger crafted them, the process for each stone would typically take around 6 to 8 seconds. After all, the materials only needed a little processing, and the finished product just needed a coating of magic runes. Though the process of adding the magic runes was somewhat troublesome initially, that would not be a problem once the forgers were accustomed to it. After that, the only problem remaining was the success rate. Basic forgers had a 60% success rate for forging the lightstones. If they had good equipment and tools, their success rate could be increased to around 70% or so. In other words, as there were 48 hours in each day in God's domain, a single basic forger could produce roughly 20,000 lightstones per day. If 100 people worked for 2 days continuously, they would have 4 million light stones. Moreover, this was only with the condition that basic forgers produced the light stones. This time, Shifeng had distributed all of the light stone forging designs, allowing many other advanced forging apprentices to learn it as well. Only their production speed was slightly slower. 4 million stones were the equivalent of 200,000 stacks. If they sold each stone at 1 silver and each stack at 19 silver, one would have to spend 38,000 gold to purchase them all. In all of God's domain, Shifeng did not believe that anyone possessed 38,000 gold. And even if someone did, nobody would be so stupid as to spend it all on light stones. They would have long since invested it into buying lands. Currently, Feng Shenyang sat at one of the open-air tables in a high-class restaurant. He held a light stone in his hand, admiring it. This item's effects are truly impressive. If we buy out all the candlelight trading firm stockpile, they will have no choice but to limit the amount they sell. At that time, it will be the overwhelming trading firm's time to shine. Feng Shenyang laughed coldly. It would be just like the basic mana armor kits. Back then, the supply of the basic mana armor kits had been too limited. As a result, the kit's price had risen from 20 silver to 40 silver when other players resold it. Even then, plenty of people still purchased them. As soon as the candlelight trading firm began limiting the amount of light stones it sold, he could turn around and sell the light stones he bought at an increased price. At that time, even if he sold them at 1.5 times the original price, a large number of players would still buy them. He would not have to fear a lack of customers. Young Master Feng, after using all the coins we bought with credits, as well as the coins earned through the overwhelming trading firm, we've purchased over 4,000 stacks of light stones. However, the candlelight trading firm shows no signs of limiting its sales. The slightly chubby middle-aged man reported worriedly, wiping the sweat from his forehead. What are you worried about? Now that we've purchased so many, they can't possibly have much left in their inventory. It won't be long before it is our time to shine. Feng Shenyang comforted the man, utter confidence filling each word. He had already asked the 3 advanced forging apprentices he had previously poached, so he knew that advanced forging apprentices had less than a 30% success rate for producing the light stones. Moreover, each stone required more than a dozen seconds to craft. Even if the candlelight trading firm had over a dozen people forging light stones constantly, it could not accumulate a large stock over a few days. After they had purchased so many stacks, even if the candlelight trading firm was not currently at its limit, it soon would be. Now all he had to do was wait. Inside the candlelight trading firm's serene and quiet special forging room, after spending a long time planning for the trading firm's future, the sound of his communicator ringing suddenly entered Shifeng's ears. He sure is fast. Shifeng's lips curled up when he looked at the name of the caller. The person contacting him this time was none other than Everlasting War, the person who had invited him to participate in the Dark Arena before. Shifeng promptly removed the demon mask's disguise, returning to his appearance as Yifeng. He then accepted the call and said, "Brother Everlasting, long time no see. It seems that your strength has risen significantly once again." He could not see Everlasting War's current level through the screen, but judging from the change in the other party's equipment, he could tell at a glance that Everlasting War had undergone quite an improvement. The last time Shifeng saw the Guardian Knight, Everlasting War was geared in a mix of fine gold and dark gold equipment, with the latter numbering only 3 or 4 pieces. Now, however, the majority of his equipment was giving off the glow effect of dark gold equipment. One could easily imagine how much his combat power had increased. Everything I am wearing right now came from the corporation. As long as Brother Yifeng officially joins the battle team, the corporation will naturally give you their full support as well. Everlasting War laughed. He was delighted with the equipment he was wearing right now. Otherwise, he would not have purposefully revealed their special effects. In reality, his objective in showing off his equipment was to display to Shifeng the strength of the corporation sponsoring their battle team. Such strength was indeed not something the guilds that one could find in the game could compare with. Take level 25 dark gold equipment for example. In the current god's domain, such an item was scarce, and every piece could sell for an astronomical amount. Moreover, even if one could afford it, there was no guarantee that they would have a chance to buy one. Even first-rate guilds only possessed several pieces. On the other hand, the majority of Everlasting War's equipment was level 25 dark gold equipment. The force backing him was evidently powerful. The time and venue for the test have already been set. It will be held 4 days from now in the Beast Empire's capital city, Beast City. At that time, you only need to come to the underground arena of Beast City. I will be waiting for you there, Everlasting War said, his expression suddenly turning serious. I hope that Brother Yi Feng treats this matter seriously. During these 4 days, try to improve your equipment's quality as much as possible. I've heard that the higher-ups of the corporation have also found quite a few experts to participate in the test this time around. Among them, a few even possess powerful backers themselves, and they are mostly apex experts of the virtual gaming world. The competition this time is sure to be very intense. However, as long as you manage to pass it, the treatment you will receive will surely exceed your imagination. Thank you for your reminder. I will make sure to arrive on time, Sherfeng laughed, not bothering to add anything else. As for Everlasting War's advice for him to upgrade his equipment, Sherfeng had previously thought about doing so before. However, how could epic equipment possibly be that easy to obtain? Epic equipment? Sherfeng could not help but ponder. At this point, he had already used up all the excess life force points he had saved up in the Icarus's heart. If he wished to upgrade the necklace to epic rank, he would have to collect the full 5,000 life force points required. However, after using that many life force points to open Twilight treasure chests, he had also obtained quite a harvest. Currently, he had also completed the Tier 1 set equipment for Shield Warriors and Guardian Knights. There were even a few extra set pieces for a second set. He had also completed the Tier 1 set equipment for Assassins, Elementalists, and Clerics. As for Berserkers, Rangers, and Druids, he was still missing 1 set piece for each class. He also obtained 2 extra set pieces for Swordsman. Other than these Tier 1 set equipment, he had also obtained plenty of level 30 fine gold and dark gold equipment. Overall, his harvest was quite bountiful. It's been some time since I last targeted Overwhelming Smiles members. If I go for them again right now, they should not be too on guard against me. Sherfeng licked his lips. There weren't many Twilight treasure chests remaining. If he could upgrade the Icarus's heart to epic rank and obtain another shop promotion order, at that time the Candlelight trading firm would truly become unstoppable. Saying so, Sherfeng immediately went into action. After leaving the special forging room, he immediately headed towards the teleportation hall. Although it was somewhat inconvenient to take action during daytime, with his standards, he would have no problems ambushing a bunch of elite players. Just as Sherfeng arrived at Maple City, Melancholic Smile called him. Guild leader, that group of people has finally stopped buying lightstones in bulk. Do we begin now? Melancholic Smile asked with anticipation. It had been quite some time since the lightstones first went on sale. Now, the Candlelight trading firm's income was gradually decreasing as the enthusiasm of players began to cool down. If they added more fuel to the fire at this moment, they were bound to deal the other player-owned trading firms a significant blow, as well as solidify the Candlelight trading firm's position further. Okay, since we've wrung them dry already, begin selling then. Sherfeng nodded. The reason why he chose not to sell the intermediate mana armor kits until now was his concern that some people would intentionally purchase them in bulk. Then, when the Candlelight trading firm's supply of the kits ran out, these people could take advantage of the situation to deal with the Candlelight trading firm, as well as earn a fortune while they were at it. Hence, Sherfeng planned to utilize the lightstones first, to deplete the funds of these people. Soon, another new counter appeared simultaneously in the first-floor halls of the various Candlelight trading firms. Why was another counter added to the Candlelight trading firm? A berserker, who had come to purchase lightstones, asked curiously. Hello, sir. This here is our Candlelight trading firm's latest product, the Intermediate Mana Armor Kit. This item will greatly increase your attributes. Moreover, you can equip up to 3 kits at a time, the beautiful NPC saleswoman explained. What? This is the Intermediate Mana Armor Kit. The berserker was stunned. The basic mana armor kits had long since become a legend in the city. Currently, each kit sold for 50 silver. Even so, many still wished to buy it. Unfortunately, there just was no supply for the item. Now that the intermediate version of the kits had suddenly appeared, how could this not be surprising? After the Berserker read the item description of the intermediate mana armor kit multiple times, he was finally sure that he was not hallucinating. Such powerful attributes. Just a single intermediate mana armor kit is equal to 3 pieces of the basic version. The Berserker's eyes shone dazzlingly, his drool nearly leaking out of his mouth. The attributes of the intermediate mana armor kit were simply too shocking. As long as one could equip 3 of these kits, it would be equivalent to wearing an additional piece of level 25 dark gold equipment. Currently, despite the high demand for level 25 dark gold equipment, supply for it was practically non-existent. Countless people could not buy one even if they wanted to. If he could equip 3 intermediate mana armor kits right now, it would be equivalent to having an additional piece of level 25 dark gold equipment. Just imagining it exhilarated the Berserker. Battles in God's domain relied on 2 things, the player's techniques and the player's attributes. At this stage of the game, even if one had passable techniques, they would still have to consider the attributes of their equipment before they could try raiding a dungeon. To an ordinary player, even being fully geared in mysterious iron equipment was a dream, not to mention owning a piece of dark gold equipment. The attributes of a single piece of dark gold equipment could easily rival that of multiple pieces of mysterious iron equipment. If an ordinary player could equip 3 intermediate mana armor kits, it would no doubt result in a massive increase in strength. Crap! I was only missing just that bit of attribute to qualify for that 20-man team dungeon last time. If I can equip 3 of these intermediate mana armor kits right now, the team leader will definitely beg me to join them. The Berserker could not help but fantasize. However, when he laid his eyes on the price of the kits, each intermediate mana armor kit actually cost 5 gold. Suddenly, the Berserker was dumbfounded. Although ordinary players could not afford to buy the kit, news about it still spread like lightning. The kits became the headline news on the official forums right away. Shocking emergence of the intermediate mana armor kits. The appearance of the intermediate armor kits immediately caused a commotion. News about the candlelight trading firm spread like a pandemic throughout the entire Star Moon Kingdom. In just a dozen minutes or so, the initially fading hype over the candlelight trading firm surged once more. Players throughout the kingdom were behaving even more wildly than before. The Lightstone was merely common goods. Although it was of significant help to players, it did not provide any direct improvements towards a player's strength. It belonged to the category of support items. However, the intermediate mana armor kit was different. This was an item whose sole purpose was to increase a player's attributes. Moreover, it provided a considerable increase. Upon receiving news regarding this matter, many elite parties and teams that were out in the field immediately dropped what they were doing and rushed back to their respective cities. They made a straight dash to the candlelight trading firm to purchase the intermediate mana armor kits. If they were even a little too slow, other players would no doubt buy out the kits. It would be just like the basic mana armor kit, which had already passed into legend. According to the legend, many players who had managed to purchase the basic mana armor kits when they were initially released had already become experts by now. Some ordinary teams had also become top-tier teams capable of challenging hard mode, and even hell mode team dungeons. However, hell mode was only limited to 10-man dungeons. To the majority of independent players, 20-man team dungeons were simply too difficult to challenge. The requirement of such dungeons on a player's equipment foundation was just too high. The requisite level in combat techniques was also extremely high. Only a small number of guild elite teams could clear such dungeons. Team leader, I've just received news that the intermediate mana armor kits are selling for a fraudulent price of 5 gold per kit. We can't afford them even if we want to buy them. They are indeed expensive. Even so, we still have to buy them. We must obtain them even if we have to borrow money to do so. I have deeply regretted not getting the basic mana armor kits. You should know our performance inside team dungeons as well. We are always short of just that small amount of damage and defense. Unfortunately, no matter what we do, we aren't able to upgrade our equipment any further. In the end, Those teams that had the luck to buy 3 basic mana armor kits managed to brute force their way through the bosses. Right now, a single intermediate mana armor kit could match up to 3 basic mana armor kits. As long as we get our team's MT3 of these kits, we will be able to defeat the bosses of the team dungeon. At that time, won't it be easy to earn back the money we spent? Many independent teams out in the field maps began taking action, using all means to collect money. To elite teams, collecting 5 gold was still relatively easy. However, it would be very difficult if they wished to obtain 15 gold. Even so, they still endured the hardship as they tried to amass 15 gold. After all, the effects of having an additional piece of level 25 dark gold equipment on an MT was quite significant. Normally, 20-man normal mode team dungeons dropped mysterious iron rank. Secret silver equipment only dropped if one possessed heaven-defying luck. Meanwhile, there were only 3 or 4 bosses inside a team dungeon, and each boss dropped just 2 or 3 pieces of equipment. On average, one could get roughly 10 mysterious iron equipment with each dungeon run. After factoring in the money and items obtained from the dungeon monsters, a team earned around 4 gold to 5 gold each time they raided a 20-man normal mode team dungeon. There was also the need to factor in the team's various expenses, loss of EXP, and such, which further reduced the team's profits. Not to mention, the team's 20 members would split this profit. In the end, each member of the team would receive only a meager amount of money. However, the income one could obtain from a hard mode team dungeon was significantly higher. The bosses inside such a dungeon would drop at least 1 secret silver equipment with nearly a 100% certainty. There was even the possibility of bosses dropping 2 or 3 pieces of secret silver equipment at the same time. Even the monsters of the dungeon had a fixed chance of dropping mysterious iron equipment. Another point was that only hard mode team dungeons dropped certain necessary raw materials. After adding up the various types of income, a team would typically earn at least 10 gold from every dungeon run, more than double that of normal mode team dungeons. If a team managed to clear a normal mode team dungeon, they would be able to sate their hunger at most. However, if they succeeded in raiding a hard mode team dungeon, they would be able to dine like kings. Every time inside bars, there was bound to be some amazing teams celebrating their successful raid over a hard mode team dungeon, earning the envy of the surrounding players. Now that everyone received such an opportunity again, the players naturally had to make a desperate effort for it. For a time, players swarmed the candlelight trading firm. However, a majority of the players who came were only here to act as a placeholder for now. That was right, a placeholder. The teams backing these players were currently still in the midst of collecting money. As soon as they gathered enough, they would immediately purchase the intermediate mana armor kits from the trading firm, afraid that the kits would sell out. Although few independent players could afford the intermediate mana armor kits, it was an entirely different story for guilds. Guilds were already willing to invest thousands of gold in a single shop, not to mention spending several hundred gold to equip their core teams with intermediate armor kits. If guilds could fully outfit their core teams with intermediate armor kits, the combat power of these teams would rise to a whole new level. There was no question that it was a worthwhile investment. All the guilds that had received news regarding the intermediate mana armor kits immediately hurried over to the candlelight trading firm. Moreover, these guilds were incredibly ambitious, each and every one of them asking to buy 100 or more kits without hesitation. "What did you say? Why aren't you selling it to me?" a guild representative shouted angrily. "Have a good look. I don't lack the money to pay for them." "Sir, my apologies, but since the supply for the intermediate mana armor kits is too limited, we are only selling it in limited quantities. Ordinary players are allowed to buy at most 1 kit each time. As you are representing a guild, you will only be allowed to buy a maximum of 9 kits. If you are from one of the guilds partnered with the candlelight trading firm, you will be allowed to purchase up to 21 kits at a single time." The beautiful NPC saleswoman smiled faintly, paying no heed to the actions of the angry player before her. "Damn! Give me 9 for now, then." The guild representative was helpless about the situation as the guild he belonged to was not a partner of the candlelight trading firm. He had no choice but to buy 9 kits for now and have the guild send more members to make additional purchases. Only they would have to waste a lot of time using this method. There were just too many players coming to buy the kits, and even lining up was extremely troublesome and time-consuming. Although the candlelight trading firm had only set up shops in a few cities, when players and guilds of other cities heard of the news regarding the intermediate mana armor kits, they had promptly made their way over to cities that housed the candlelight trading firm. Among them, the number of players running over to White River City was the highest. The candlelight trading firms based in White River City had the largest allocation of intermediate mana armor kits. That number was practically the total of all of the branch shops. Hence, many players from the various major cities and guild representatives all came over to White River City. Moreover, this allocation was something Shurfeng had deliberately instructed Melancholic Smile to do. He had done so with the intention of increasing White River City's population. Once everyone realized the uniqueness of White River City, some players would surely consider developing themselves here instead, out of convenience. Meanwhile, this would indirectly increase Zero Wing's strength. At this moment, the guilds that had previously chosen to partner themselves with the candlelight trading firm were celebrating in joy. Previously, most, if not all, of them felt that they had taken a huge loss by partnering with Candlelight. Now, however, they had become the envy of all the other guilds. Being able to purchase 21 kits at a single time had saved them plenty of trouble. Right now, the intermediate mana armor kits were priceless. Currently, people were offering to buy the kits for 8 gold coins, and this price was still rising. Even so, nobody was willing to sell their kits. Moreover, under the oversight of the system, independent players could purchase only one intermediate mana armor kit. Nobody wished to waste this precious opportunity, so they would not readily sell the kits they had obtained. Just as many guilds were fighting to purchase the intermediate mana armor kits, silence filled Overwhelming Smile's guild residence in White River City. Inside the guild residence's meeting room, several veins were bulging on Feng Xuanyang's forehead. He was very nearly at the point of erupting. Boom! 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 Feng Xuanyang violently slammed his fists down on the wooden table, and after a few consecutive blows, even the wooden table shattered. Young Master Feng, you must calm down. Calm down. How do you want me to calm down? Feng Xuanyang's eyes had already turned blood red by now. If possible, he wished he could devour the candlelight trading firm whole, right this instant. In order to purchase the light stones in large quantities, he had invested another 100 million of his own money. Meanwhile, he had done so with the intention of earning back the 50 million he had previously lost. He had even thrown in all the earnings of the overwhelming trading firm into the mix. But all he had accomplished was purchasing a bunch of goods that had a seemingly endless supply. The most infuriating part was that, upon receiving news regarding the candlelight trading firm, his superiors had immediately ordered him to buy 300 intermediate mana armor kits. However, where was he supposed to get so many coins? 300 kits would cost 1,500 gold. Previously, he had indeed possessed this amount of money. Now, however, it was already gone. Young Master Feng, if there really is no other way, then let's sell the light stones we bought cheaply. This way, we can get back most of the money we lost. Sell them cheaply? Feng Xuanyang pondered. He had indeed thought about this method before. However, who would want to buy them? Currently, everyone had their eyes on the intermediate mana armor kits, throwing everything they had into accumulating money. Since the appearance of the intermediate mana armor kits, even the exchange rate for coins had risen significantly. How could anyone possibly bother to buy light stones? Even if someone were to buy his light stones, just how many could he possibly sell? He had a full 10,000 stacks piled up in his hands right now. Forget it. If I have to make a loss, so be it. I have to complete the task the higher-ups gave me. Sell the light stones at a 20% discount. Then, sell as many as you can. Even if we can't sell them all, we can at least make some trouble for the candlelight trading firm. Feng Xuanyang sighed. The management of Underworld was extremely strict. If he did not complete his assignment, the consequences would be very severe. He had only managed to reach this position in the organization after many difficulties. Naturally, he could not fall short after coming this far. These 10,000 stacks of light stones had cost him 1,900 gold, more than half of which came from Underworld and the overwhelming trading firm. Although he would lose a significant sum of money by selling the light stones at a 20% discount, At least he could earn back Underworld's and Overwhelming Smile's shares of the money. He would also have the 1,500 gold required to purchase the 300 intermediate mana armor kits. Sometime later, the Overwhelming trading firm also began selling lightstones. Moreover, due to Underworld's connections, Feng Xinyang managed to quickly get in touch with the various guilds around Star Moon Kingdom. Lightstones were still not available in many cities around the kingdom, which left the demands of many players unsated. So, selling the lightstones at a 20% discount prompted many players to fight to purchase them. Only, for every stack of lightstones sold, Feng Xinyang would feel a painful sting in his heart. Just as the intermediate mana armor kits were selling hotly in White River City, Star Moon City had also gone into a frenzy. Currently, upper managers of the various large guilds based in the capital stood in front of the counter inside the candlelight trading firm, their eyes bloodshot. "I am the vice leader of the Wind God Guild. Call out your boss for me. I have a big business proposal that I wish to discuss with him. I am an elder of the Rainbow Guild. Why aren't you calling your upper management to come to greet me yet?" Various guilds in Star Moon City were thinking of ways to contact the upper management of the candlelight trading firm. Unfortunately, no matter what words they used, the NPCs hired by the candlelight trading firm completely ignored them, leaving them restless. Initially, the various large guilds in Star Moon City were only somewhat surprised when the candlelight trading firm had set up a shop in the city. They never expected that someone could actually afford to buy a plot of land in the golden area of the city and even set up a shop there. Now, however, they could not help but wish they could purchase the entire candlelight trading firm. Using credits, of course. If they had to buy using coins, even if they added up the funds of every guild in the city, they would not be able to afford to buy the trading firm. "Guild leader, I've received information stating that the candlelight trading firm's main branch is in White River City. Although the firm has set up a shop in the capital, its management seems to be based at White River City." A graceful and elegant female elementalist reported to the strong and dignified-looking man beside her. Meanwhile, inside a coffee shop a short distance away from the candlelight trading firm, many male players had promptly shifted their gaze to this tall beauty upon noticing her. In this day and age, with the popularity of nutrition and fitness, one could easily find handsome men and beautiful women. However, it was still extremely difficult if one wished to have a top-tier beauty accompany them inside the game. Not to mention that beauty appeared to be that man's young secretary. "Bro, when do you think we can live like that guy?" A level 24 Guardian Knight muttered enviously. "What nonsense are you spouting?" The level 25 Ranger beside the Guardian Knight scoffed. "Do you know who that man is? Isn't he just a little rich? What's there to be proud of? If I had that kind of money, beauties would surely throw themselves at me. I could also look for a group of little secretaries to play God's domain with me." The Guardian Knight replied with disdain. "Look at yourself. It's no wonder you've been in this pitiful state all your life." The level 25 Ranger slowly explained. "Let me tell you, that man is not just some useless Prince Charming. He is someone who has achieved success due to his own efforts. Moreover, he's only 34 years old. I am also certain that you have heard of his name before. What's he called?" The Guardian Knight asked curiously. "He's the Star Alliance's guild leader, Galaxy Past." The Ranger laughed. He then looked towards the woman standing beside Galaxy Past, adding, "That beauty is also no ordinary person. She is Purple Eye. She was ranked 931st in the latest God's Domain ranking list. Although her rank is lower than Red Feather's, her strength is even superior to his. Do you think you can hire such a beautiful expert as your secretary just because you have money?" The Guardian Knight fell silent, no longer daring to speak another word. Star Alliance was currently one of the two top guilds in Star Moon City. However, as Ouroboros recently had a change in leadership and was facing problems with internal strife, Star Alliance had more or less become Star Moon City's #1 guild. He would simply be seeking his own death if he dared to fool around with Galaxy Past's little secretary inside Star Moon City. He might even end up returning to level 0 in the very next day. "Guild leader, do you think they are talking about you?" Purple Eye laughed. "How could it possibly be me? They are clearly talking about the great beauty at my side." Galaxy Past laughed. Alright, ignore them. We have more important matters to address. Now that the intermediate mana armor kit has appeared, nobody in Starmoon Kingdom can afford to sit still and do nothing. It seems that we'll have to make a trip to White River City. Starmoon Kingdom's eastern region has always been secretly controlled by that mysterious organization named Underworld. We have always minded our own business. If we head over to their territory right now, I'm afraid that it would bring about negative effects. Purple Eye warned. I don't care. If we let Underworld monopolize the intermediate mana armor kits, what will we do about our development then? A cold glint flashed across Galaxy Past's eyes as he said, in reality, Underworld has long since been an eyesore. Unfortunately, the organization's strength is altogether too massive and extensive. It has spread its influence across multiple kingdoms, and even into the Black Dragon Empire. So, before this, I would only avoid looking for trouble with Underworld if possible. However, if Underworld thinks it can monopolize the intermediate mana armor kits, they can think again. The impact of the intermediate mana armor kits was too massive. Just being able to have every member of their core team receive the attributes of an extra piece of level 25 dark gold equipment was already very frightening. Moreover, these kits would not drop upon death. If they could equip even their guild's elite members with these kits, their guild would practically be invincible. Meanwhile, inside Ouroboros's guild residence, Snow, are you really going to go? Zhao Yueru asked, her brows knitted together. We've just managed to stabilize the situation over here recently. If you head over to White River City, it would be troublesome if someone tries something in Starmoon City while you are away. Yueru, you should know that I don't wish to leave at such a time either. However, I must make a trip there personally for this matter. Gentle Snow shook her head. I'll leave this place to you for now. I'll try to return as quickly as possible. At the same time, the upper managers of the various large guilds in Starmoon City had also begun bringing along their men to White River City. While Shi Feng hunted and harvested members of Overwhelming Smile, White River City had become the focal point of Starmoon Kingdom. Many upper managers from first-rate and second-rate guilds had arrived in White River City. What's going on? Why are so many guilds in White River City? I've never seen many of them before. I heard that they've come to partner with the Candlelight trading firm. There are even guilds from the surrounding kingdoms, including the Black Dragon Empire, who have shown up, let alone Starmoon Kingdom's guilds. Weren't others saying how Empire players were much stronger than Kingdom players? That doesn't seem to be the case to me. In the end, haven't they still come over to our White River City for some advantage? They've only come here because of the Candlelight trading firm. Look at the other kingdoms. Which one of them possesses a shop that sells intermediate mana armor kits? Right now, nobody has any level 25 dark gold equipment for sale at all. Meanwhile, the intermediate mana armor kits are even more powerful than level 25 dark gold equipment, and the Candlelight trading firm can produce it in large quantities. Having it and not can make a huge difference to dungeon raiding progress and PvP fights. Naturally, these guilds realize how important such an item is. The players filling White River City streets and alleyways discussed the large number of guilds gathering in White River City, and a sense of pride bloomed in their hearts. No one would have thought that a lifestyle guild could possess so much influence. Damn! Why have so many people come here? At this moment, Feng Xianyang watched the growing number of guild representatives enter the Candlelight trading firm, wrathful flames burning in his eyes. To collect the required 1,500 gold, he had gone through a lot of trouble to sell the light stones. He also had to add in a large sum of his own credits. Meanwhile, it was obvious that the reason many guilds had come here today was none other than to purchase the intermediate mana armor kits. The Candlelight trading firm did not offer a large supply of intermediate mana armor kits. It had been a huge challenge for him to buy 300 kits for himself. Now that more competitors had appeared, his chances of fulfilling that quota had shrunk further. Among the guilds that had arrived, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion from the Black Dragon Empire was the most powerful. It was the first-rate guild that was the closest to becoming a super guild. Unfortunately, the pavilion was younger than those true super guilds, having been established later. Otherwise, it would have joined the super guild's ranks by now. Meanwhile, the force and financial prowess backing the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was no less than that of an organization like Underworld. Currently, the pavilion was the Black Dragon Empire's #1 guild. Other first-rate guilds stood no chance against it. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had sent one of its 2 pavilion masters, the Dragon Pavilion Master, as its representative. In the guild, the Dragon Pavilion Master's status was only below that of the Great Pavilion Master. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's management style was different from other guilds. Normally, a guild's management personnel consisted of the guild leader, vice leaders, elders, and so on. On the other hand, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion could be split into 2 pavilions, the Dragon Pavilion and the Phoenix Pavilion. Each pavilion was the equivalent of a single guild, and both pavilions developed themselves independent of each other. Meanwhile, a pavilion master governed each pavilion. One could say that the pavilion masters were the equivalents of the guild leader of a guild. Moreover, the influence each pavilion wielded equaled that of a top-tier first-rate guild. With both pavilions merged, one could just imagine how powerful the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was. The Great Pavilion Master managed the coordination between the 2 pavilions. This Great Pavilion Master was extremely mysterious and secretive. Even until now, there had yet to be anyone who knew the Great Pavilion Master's identity. However, the fact that this person was capable of managing 2 first-rate guilds at the same time showed how capable they were. "Young Master Feng, we should be celebrating," the slightly chubby man beside Feng Xianyang said, smiling. "Celebratory alcohol? What are you trying to say?" Feng Xianyang frowned, saying, "With so many competitors here right now, how will I possibly be able to buy 300 intermediate mana armor kits? Young Master Feng, hasn't our initial goal been to defeat the Candlelight Trading Firm and establish our own trade empire in White River City?" Celebratory alcohol slowly explained, "If only little fish and shrimp visit the firm, it would indeed be a good thing for the Candlelight Trading Firm. However, those who have arrived are all tigers and leopards. This is not good news for the trading firm. Think about it. The people that have shown up are either here to purchase the Candlelight Trading Firm or seek a partnership. However, who doesn't want to monopolize the intermediate mana armor kits for themselves? It is especially true for the people from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. In order to become a true super guild, the pavilion has ignored all costs and recruited a large number of experts. They even managed to recruit 5 of last year's top 10 newcomers to the virtual gaming world, not to mention experts who have already been famous for many years. Currently, the intermediate mana armor kit is the perfect item for the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion to advance itself. Naturally, the guild will not let go of this chance to obtain the kit for itself. The other guilds should feel the same. However, young Master Feng, you have personally seen the personality of the Candlelight Trading Firm's manager. Even Miss Yulan was helpless against her. One can just imagine what kind of response these newly arrived guilds will receive. At that time, things will definitely end on a sour note, and the Candlelight Trading Firm will make enemies of the various guilds. At that time, not only will we have the opportunity to complete the task given by the higher-ups, but we can also take the opportunity to deal with the Candlelight Trading Firm. When celebratory alcohol finished speaking, realization dawned upon Feng Xianyang. "You're right. We'll have a good show to watch this time." Feng Xianyang began laughing madly. On the surface, although this seemed like a grand gathering, in reality, it was a festival of murder. If the Candlelight Trading Firm offended the guilds that had arrived, these guilds would hold nothing back to suppress the Candlelight Trading Firm. If Underworld added fuel to the fire, who would dare to supply the Candlelight Trading Firm? Who would dare sell their materials to the Candlelight Trading Firm? Any guild or workshop that did would lose any hope of succeeding in God's domain. Even if the Candlelight Trading Firm were only a lifestyle guild and could not be dealt with like a combat guild, it could not survive without materials, forging designs, recipes, and other such items. Sooner or later, the items that were highly sought after now would become obsolete. At that time, the Candlelight Trading Firm would be finished. Big Sis melancholic. There are so many guilds in the first floor's hall today that I nearly lost count. There are over 100 guilds who registered to meet with us to discuss business. Among them, there are over a dozen first-rate guilds. It also seems that they have come with bad intentions. What should we do? one of Melancholic Smile's female assistants asked nervously. No ordinary player would ever have dreamed such a scene. Starmoon Kingdom only had several first-rate guilds. Now, not only had every one of these first-rate guilds arrived, but there were even first-rate and second-rate guilds from other kingdoms and empires as well. I understand. Have the NPCs welcome them for now. I'll try to think of a solution in the meantime. Melancholic Smile also struggled with the situation. She had never expected that the intermediate mana armor kits would have such a huge influence. They had attracted a pack of hungry wolves and beasts to their doorstep. If she had known something like this would happen, she never would have suggested that Shurfeng sell the intermediate mana armor kits. Even if they wanted to sell them, they should have only done so after the Candlelight trading firm had secured its position in Starmoon Kingdom. Now, however, they were surrounded by enemies on all sides. Although Melancholic Smile really wished to solve this problem by herself, she could not come up with any ideas. This situation was different than the previous one she had handled with the guilds. If she approached this forcefully, she would offend the major powers of several kingdoms and an empire. To put it simply, she would be seeking her own death. Helpless, Melancholic Smile had no choice but to contact Shurfeng. She was truly out of options, and she could only hope that Shurfeng had something up his sleeve. The Barren Ridge was a wasteland located in the Maple City region. The land was parched and cracked. Not even a blade of grass could grow here. Yellow sand choked the wind as it was lifted into the air all year long. Yet, at this moment, many players could be seen grinding and leveling in this desolate area. The Barren Ridge was a level 25 to level 32 leveling map. Although it was a wasteland, various kinds of stone beasts lived there. Stone beasts were elemental creatures made of excellent stone materials. There was a 20% chance to obtain advanced stones when killing these monsters, and they even had a small chance of dropping rare ores. Nowadays, the forging industry was very popular, and many lifestyle players who disliked combat would learn forging. Hence, all sorts of forging materials were in high demand right now. Even if the Barren Ridge did not contain treasure chests or advanced quests, many players still preferred to grind for stones and ores here while leveling up. The various large guilds had monopolized the high-resource maps surrounding every city, leaving no room or access to ordinary players. If an ordinary player were discovered trespassing into a guild-run zone, the guild members would either chase them away or kill them on the spot. Knowing this, ordinary players naturally avoided these high-resource maps. Instead, they could only explore ordinary maps such as the Barren Ridge. However, after Shurfeng's last visit to the Dragon Ridge, Overwhelming Smiles members avoided the zone at all costs. Instead, they had come to the Barren Ridge to grind and level up. This resulted in ordinary players flooding the Dragon Ridge, and Maple City's ordinary players came to admire the name Black Flame. One man was capable of forcing an entire guild to concede. Black Flame's strength was inconceivable. Laughing Heaven, Overwhelming Smiles' guild leader, wanted nothing more than to hack Shurfeng into thousands of tiny pieces. Unfortunately, even Laughing Heaven's hands were tied. Based on War Wolf's report, Shurfeng's base attributes were simply too high. He was far beyond experts like them. If they wanted a fighting chance against him, they needed to upgrade their equipment and base attributes first. Before that happened, however, they could only try their best to keep hidden. Of course, there were other methods they could use, such as hunting Shurfeng in large teams. However, a team of several hundred players would not be enough. A single large-scale destruction spell would be more than enough to annihilate most of the team. At the very least, they needed to mobilize armies of over 1,000 players. Unfortunately, Shurfeng's whereabouts were unknown. It was practically impossible to trap him with thousands of players. So, they had no choice but to endure until they possessed a strategic-level expert capable of rivaling Black Flame. Damn! Just how long do we have to grind here? A level 24 summoner from Overwhelming Smile grumbled. Since when have Overwhelming Smile members ever suffered such a loss before? We are actually forced to this godforsaken place. Isn't he just one expert? I don't believe that we can't take him out if several hundred of us gang up on him. Shoo! Be quiet. What if your big mouth really summons that person? The level 25 elementalist serving as the team's leader warned the summoner softly, frowning as he carefully observed his surroundings. You were lucky that you weren't out that night. If you experienced that volcanic power, you would know that even a team of hundreds of players would be no different than ants. Moreover, not even the shield warriors and guardian knights with high HP and defense survived a single hit from that expert. Many among the team nodded their agreement to the elementalist's words. Although it was currently daytime, they could still recall the madness of that night as if it had happened yesterday. Team leader, aren't you over-exaggerating? Although our current equipment isn't top tier, even someone fully geared with level 25 dark gold equipment should not be able to kill our team's guardian knights and shield warriors in one hit, right? The summoner replied, refusing to believe his team leader's claim. Moments after this summoner finished speaking, a black figure suddenly descended from the sky. Don't believe it? Why don't you experience it yourself, then? The person who had flown down from the sky was none other than Feng himself. The barren ridge was ridiculously large, and overwhelming Smiles members had scattered across the map. For efficiency's sake, Feng had no choice but to activate Wind Rider to hunt these people. When Feng noticed this 100-man team from overwhelming Smile, he had immediately flown towards them. The instant Feng descended, he switched the aura of wind to the aura of fire and launched a firestorm from above, covering a radius of 30 yards. Flames filled the sky, burning everything in its vicinity to ash and dust. Even the level 27 stone beasts, which possessed high magic resistance and 5,000 HP, died with the first wave of damage, not to mention players whose HPs were below 5,000 and had zero magic resistance. In the blink of an eye, less than 30 players remained of overwhelming Smiles' 100-man team. Their two spread out. After landing, Feng frowned slightly when he noticed that many had escaped his firestorm. However, the massive AoE had dumbfounded overwhelming Smiles members. Crap! It's the Great Demon King. Split up and run. Contact the guild leader and notify everyone else immediately. The Elementalist team leader responded quickly as he shouted in the team chat. Team leader, what should we be afraid of? He's just one person. Watch me take care of him. Although the summoner was also stunned by Feng's firestorm, he quickly began chanting an incantation and summoned a flame beast, ordering it to attack the newcomer. The flame beast was a fire-type elemental creature possessing extremely high flame damage. Moreover, it also had a very powerful skill. Self-detonate. When activated, the flame beast would self-destruct and cause 300% damage to all enemies within a radius of 10 yards. It was a considerably powerful AoE skill. However, upon activating self-detonate, the flame beast could not be summoned again for another 4 hours. So, self-detonate was not a skill that could be used to grind monsters. Die! The summoner controlled the flame beast to dash towards Feng. However, when the flame beast was only 10 yards away from Feng, a streak of black light penetrated the elemental's body. The flame beast began to dissipate instantly. Impossible! Terror gripped the summon upon losing control over his flame beast. The flame beast was the strongest summoned creature he could currently call forth, and it had an HP of 10,000. Yet, before it could even get close to Feng, it was already killed. Even the summoner had not seen how his flame beast had died. To end the battle quickly, Feng activated Defensive Blade and Purgatory's power, increasing his attack range and damage. To Feng, the flame beast's 10,000 HP and attack range of 10 yards was nothing. By the time the summoner had reacted, he had discovered that he could not move his body. Someone stood right in front of him, and although this person hid his appearance behind a black cloak, his imposing aura and horrifically cold killing intent shattered any thoughts of resistance the summoner had. The summoner was truly and thoroughly terrified. Is this even a human? He finally understood why his team leader had sounded so unsettled. Just mentioning the name Black Flame was a huge taboo. In the blink of an eye, Feng's figure disappeared. Am I hallucinating? Before the summoner could say anything, his vision began to gray. Suddenly, his body fell to the ground. When did he even attack me? In a short moment, overwhelming Smiles' 100-man team had been annihilated. I've wasted too much time. They should have already contacted their guildmates by now. It will probably be more difficult to find other members now. Feng sighed as he looked at the loot scattered across the ground. He still had a long way to go to collect 5,000 life force points. Just as Feng finished gathering the drops and was about to search for the next batch of life force points, he received a call from Melancholic Smile. White River City, inside the Candlelight Trading Firm's first-floor reception hall. Currently, the upper managers from various guilds occupied the large reception hall. Among the guilds present, the weakest were second-rate guilds, while the strongest guild was close to becoming a super guild. Some of these guilds were allies, while others were enemies. Hence, the reception hall's atmosphere was extraordinarily intense. Even the NPC beauty receiving these people felt uncomfortable. I didn't think Guild Leader Snow would show up as well. It is indeed a rare sight, Galaxy Pass said, laughing as he glanced at Gentle Snow sitting a short distance away. I heard that you have a mountain of work to do back at Ouroboros and that Chao Chenghua is trying to split up the guild. Chao Chenghua has many of his supporters stationed in Star Moon City. Guild Leader Snow, is it really a good idea for you to be here right now? There is no reason for Guild Leader Galaxy to worry. Ouroboros is getting by quite well right now. Otherwise, why would I come here? Gentle Snow did not reveal a trace of weakness as she replied. On the contrary, aren't you, Guild Leader Galaxy, having a bad time right now? I've heard that Star Alliance's branch in the Lion Kingdom has suffered a major loss, losing over 10,000 people in a single guild war. In the end, you even allowed others to profit. First-rate guilds would usually develop themselves in several major regions. Naturally, the Star Alliance was no exception. The Lion Kingdom was west of the Star Moon Kingdom. Though the kingdom only occupied half as much area as the Star Moon Kingdom, the kingdom's player population was still significant. 2 first-rate guilds and multiple second-rate guilds constantly fought over the Lion Kingdom. The Star Alliance was one of the 2 first-rate guilds. However, in order to fight over a treasure, many of the guilds in the Lion Kingdom had gone all out. In the end, the Star Alliance had suffered heavy losses. To make matters worse, the other first-rate guild had snatched the treasure. Despite Gentle Snow striking a sore spot, Galaxy Pass did not grow angry. Instead, he laughed and said, as expected of Guild Leader Snow, you really are well informed. You truly do possess some of your brother's aura from when he controlled Ouroboros. Unfortunately, the Ouroboros of today is not the Ouroboros of the past. Purple Eye, the beautiful female elementalist sitting beside Galaxy Pass, on the other hand, radiated an intense killing intent as she glared at Gentle Snow. You want to make a move? Gentle Snow laughed. Suddenly, a frightening aura surged forth. Smiling at Purple Eye, she said, I heard that the Star Alliance possesses 5 great experts, and they are Galaxy Pass, Red Feather, Flourishing Willow, Flying Jade, and Purple Eye. Among them, Flying Jade is the most mysterious, and Purple Eye is the strongest. I really want to know if this rumor is true. Let's put it to the test, then. Purple Eye provoked, showing no intention of backing off. For a time, it felt as if the temperature in the reception hall had fallen by a few degrees. Ouroboros and the Star Alliance were known enemies. Both guilds had competed against each other for over a dozen years, and at this point, their rivalry would not stop until one of them was wiped out of existence. Hence, the standoff between the 2 guilds did not seem out of place to anyone watching. The many guild representatives promptly moved to the side, hoping to watch the fight between the 2 beauties. Meanwhile, sitting at the forefront of the reception hall, a robust man resembling Zhang Fei suddenly turned to the handsome and dashing youth seated beside him, respectfully saying, Pavilion Master, this subordinate will go and remind them of where they are lest they ruin Pavilion Master's good mood. Saying so, this robust man strode towards Gentle Snow and Purple Eye. Suddenly, however, a single hand halted his advance. Forget it. Doing nothing but waiting here is quite boring. Watching them fight will be a nice change of pace, the dashing youth said, smiling faintly. Understood. The robust man returned to his seat. Everyone present had seen the handsome youth's actions, and though that high and mighty attitude of his displeased the other guild representatives, nobody felt that the youth's attitude was inappropriate. This handsome youth was one of the 2 pavilion masters of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. The pavilion had possessed the strength of a super guild for a long time now. It lacked a stage to display its might. Meanwhile, in the eyes of super guilds, first-rate guilds were nothing but children. It was only natural that the handsome youth thought little of the others. Just as Gentle Snow and Purple Eye were about to face off, a loud shout suddenly echoed through the hall. "Everyone, stay your hands." A clear, crisp voice swept through the crowd. When everyone turned to look at the owner of this voice, they discovered another great beauty. Unlike Gentle Snow and Purple Eye, this beauty did not possess a frightening aura. However, although she seemed somewhat ordinary, every guild representative took her seriously. This beauty was the Candlelight Trading Firm's manager, Melancholic Smile. "This is the Candlelight Trading Firm, not the arena. All forms of fighting are prohibited here. If someone wishes to challenge the rules of the Candlelight Trading Firm, then I will have no choice but to send you on your way." Melancholic Smile scolded. Nobody doubted Melancholic Smile's power. Inside a private shop, the manager was invincible. The manager of the shop could teleport someone out with a single thought and bar that person from entering the building ever again. Sure enough, she is indeed formidable. It is no wonder why she can ignore even Underworld. Galaxy Past could not help but focus on Melancholic Smile. The upper managers of the other guilds were similarly surprised. They had not expected Melancholic Smile to be so fearless. Every player here was an overlord in their own right. Their status and identities were extraordinary. It was especially true for the first-rate guilds present. Yet, Melancholic Smile had not left any room for argument. Her mighty attitude was exactly as the information they received stated, so much so that she appeared even more overwhelming than before. At Melancholic Smile's appearance, Gentle Snow and Purple Eye glanced at each other before turning away. Everyone had come here today to do business. Nothing good would come from provoking the Candlelight Trading Firm. Peace returned to the reception hall, and everyone began to observe Melancholic Smile. Although she did not emit any sort of aura, there were not many people who had the courage to reproach two first-rate guilds. After all, the Candlelight Trading Firm was but a single lifestyle guild. Without any combat power of its own, it would have no choice but to purchase its materials from combat guilds. One could say that the trading firm's survival relied on combat guilds. Moreover, as the game progressed, the trading firm would require more precious materials. At that time, the firm's reliance on combat guilds would grow stronger. Hence, it was not a good idea for the firm to offend powerful combat guilds. At this moment, the Dragon Pavilion Master seated at the forefront of the hall opened his mouth and said, "Miss Melancholic, since you have arrived, shouldn't it be about time to begin our discussion?" Everyone nodded their agreement to the Dragon Pavilion Master's words. They had waited for quite some time now, and they had only waited for so long out of respect for the Candlelight Trading Firm's prestige. Now that its manager had arrived, it was only natural that they began discussing business. Certainly. However, a manager like myself does not have the power to make the decisions you are all looking for. Melancholic Smile shook her head. "What are you trying to say?" Various representatives asked, curious. "Are you saying that you're not going to do business with us?" What a joke. They had come from so far and had spent a significant sum on teleportation fees. Now that they were told that there was nothing to discuss, was the Candlelight Trading Firm just toying with them? Suddenly, the temperature in the reception hall dropped sharply. Not a single person present was someone that should be easily offended. Not only were they powerful experts, but the influence they commanded was also frightening. Standing by the side, Melancholic Smile's assistant felt her legs grow weak, her complexion paling. To an ordinary player like herself, this pressure was immense. Fortunately for the female assistant, everyone focused not on her, but on Melancholic Smile instead. However, even Melancholic Smile did not feel too well right now. This was her first time experiencing such an immense pressure, so much so that even her hand trembled slightly. She found it astonishing. This was merely a virtual reality game, yet she could still feel such intensity. She nearly lost her breath. "I am only the manager of the Candlelight Trading Firm. Only my boss can make decisions regarding the business you wish to discuss. If you are really interested in working with us, Then you'll be able to meet my boss if you wait for a little while longer. After Melancholic Smile finished speaking, she turned and left the reception hall. For a time, silence overtook the reception hall. Although they had long since guessed that Melancholic Smile was not the candlelight trading firm's proprietor, hearing her statement had surprised them. Since Melancholic Smile had been able to establish such a powerful trading firm, the force backing her would naturally be extraordinary. Moreover, nobody present had yet to uncover the tiniest bit of information about this hidden backer. One could just imagine this mysterious backer's power. Just as everyone inside the reception hall pondered the identity of the candlelight trading firm's true boss, Feng finally arrived in White River City. Overwhelming Smile's reaction this time was really fast. I just ambushed one group, and it immediately became difficult to find any players. Feng had originally intended to collect more life force points after Melancholic Smile had contacted him. However, he never expected Overwhelming Smile to have such decisive precautions. In the end, he had to give up on his endeavor. It was indeed possible for a single top-tier expert to delay the development of an entire guild. However, it was not possible for a person to single-handedly annihilate a large guild, particularly a cautious guild. Otherwise, many guilds would have long since fallen into ruin. After returning to White River City, Feng noticed that both the number and quality of players had increased significantly. I wonder what has happened to Zero Wing's recruitment? Feng then called up the guild system. Feng had busied himself with the candlelight trading firm. He had paid no attention to Zero Wing. He had left the guild's management to Aqua Rose and Blackie. If the two of them had not encountered any major issues, they normally would not contact him. So, Feng was not all that worried that anything had happened to the guild while he had been away. Currently, Zero Wing was White River City's publicly acknowledged #1 guild. It stood at the very forefront in every aspect. Although Zero Wing continued to wage war on Overwhelming Smile, and plenty of battles still occurred between both guilds every day, with the candlelight trading firm's financial support, this kind of expenditure was practically negligible. On the contrary, the ongoing war had stimulated guild members' motivation, allowing them to improve their combat techniques continuously. They had even made a huge profit through killing their enemies, killing two birds with one stone. Upon opening the guild's system panel, Feng suddenly noticed that the guild's population had greatly increased. Previously, the member count had balanced around 40,000. Now, however, there were already more than 50,000 players in Zero Wing. Moreover, this number continued to rise. Throughout this time, Zero Wing had never changed its recruitment standards. On the contrary, the minimum requirements had been raised further in order to increase the quality of the new players. However, instead of seeing a decline in the number of players joining the guild, the opposite had happened. 50,000 people? Feng pondered the situation. During the initial stages of God's domain, a guild with 50,000 members could definitely be considered a large guild. Normally, such guilds would split its members and develop themselves in multiple cities. Even for a major city like White River City, having 50,000 members at a time was about the limit. As for why there was a limit, it was because there was a limit to the number of high-resource areas available. Once the player population reached a certain level, the high-resource areas would reach full capacity. Any increase in the player population would result in the decrease in their development speed. Hence, large guilds would usually assign their members to various cities, allowing their members to develop quickly. Zero Wing already had 50,000 members. Moreover, the players Zero Wing recruited all had strong techniques. Even if they had not reached the standards of an elite player, they were not too far. Overall, Zero Wing was stronger than second-rate guilds and only slightly inferior to first-rate guilds. Not even first-rate guilds could match Zero Wing's top combatants. Naturally, Zero Wing required more resources to strengthen itself. It seems that I have to begin development in other cities earlier than expected. Feng had never expected for Zero Wing to develop so quickly. His initial plan to expand Zero Wing to other cities would not have begun for another month. He had also expected for Zero Wing's member count to reach 50,000 only 2 or 3 weeks after that. Now, however, he had to initiate his plan ahead of time. For now, however, I need to deal with the candlelight trading firm's problem. Feng then contacted Aqua Rose. Guild leader, do you need something? I'm quite busy at the moment, Aqua Rose asked pleasantly, smiling. She had been extremely busy while Feng had been away. Fire Dance and the others had focused on their special training, so all important matters regarding the guild had been left to her to handle. However, thanks to Feng's massive daily shipments of top-tier equipment, particularly level 30 fine gold and dark gold equipment, and the flood of enthusiastic players who wanted to join Zero Wing, she was quite happy with her work. Currently, Aqua Rose dared to pat her chest and guarantee that no elite members of other guilds in Starmoon Kingdom were better equipped than Zero Wing's members. As for Zero Wing's core members, the equipment they wore consisted of a mix of level 25 fine gold and dark gold equipment, with dark gold equipment being the majority. If other guilds discovered this, their eyes would pop out of their sockets. Someone's here to make trouble. What do you think we should do? Feng laughed. Who's the blind fool? They actually dare to cause trouble in White River City. Aqua Rose was initially surprised. However, very quickly, she laughed and said, Where are they? This lady will annihilate them this instant. Although Aqua Rose was very busy, her level had not lagged behind the other core members whatsoever. It was the same for her equipment. Currently, she was level 27 and fully equipped with dark gold equipment. The staff she wielded was also a staff exclusive to elementalists that Feng had obtained from the Twilight treasure chests. Although the staff's attributes were inferior to Blackie's epic ranked staff, her weapons attributes were very well suited for elementalists. In PvP battles, it was in no way inferior to an epic ranked staff. The Candlelight Trading Firm. When Feng uttered those 4 words, a realization instantly struck Aqua Rose. Guild leader, are we really going to do this? Aqua Rose could not help but ask. Currently, all players in White River City knew of the gathering of the many upper managers of first-rate and second-rate guilds at the Candlelight Trading Firm. Presently, however, no one had discovered just who stood behind the Candlelight Trading Firm. Only a few core members of Zero Wing knew. After all, it wasn't just guilds that were capable of setting up a shop. Individuals could do so as well. Many of the shops set up in minor cities were mostly set up by workshops that focused on lifestyle classes. Not to mention, Feng had also set up the Candlelight Trading Firm under the name of the Horizon Alliance, making it nearly impossible to trace back to Zero Wing. Everybody will learn the truth sooner or later. This is just a little sooner than we had planned. Feng had never bothered hiding the fact that he had established the Horizon Alliance. It was far more convenient to manage a shop through a lifestyle guild. After all, combat guilds and lifestyle guilds had completely different specializations, and the specialization of lifestyle guilds made them more suitable to develop shops. In the past, after discovering this matter, many large guilds had promptly established a lifestyle guild to manage their shops. Feng had only established a lifestyle guild ahead of time. Guild leader, leave it to me. Aqua Rose also grew excited. Inside the Candlelight Trading Firm's reception hall, due to Melancholic Smile's statement, everyone inside the hall had begun to make their guesses of who might be the Candlelight Trading Firm's owner. However, even if the boss behind the scenes was impressive, what could he possibly do against so many large guilds? As everyone occupied themselves with their discussions, time slowly ticked by. This Candlelight Trading Firm sure knows how to treat its guests. They've already made us wait for such a long time. Do they really think we are easily bullied? A representative of a second-rate guild complained. Everyone was greatly displeased with the situation. Who were they? They were the overlords of God's domain. Moreover, they had brought both money and sincerity with them. Yet, the Candlelight Trading Firm actually dared make emperors like them wait so long. Whoever was behind the firm must truly be tired of living. Meanwhile, seated in a corner of the hall, Feng Xianyang watched the souring situation with a smile. The Candlelight Trading Firm might have been able to get away with angering the various small guilds of White River City, but if it angered all of these large guilds, who would dare supply the firm? Without materials, the Candlelight Trading Firm would not produce a single product. However, Feng Xuanyang's smile had not lasted long as the doors to the reception hall suddenly slammed open. In the next moment, a large group of players, roughly 100, marched into the hall. These players all radiated imposing auras. Not a single one looked ordinary, and they were all level 26 or above. Judging from the dazzling glow effect on their equipment, the most inferior equipment they had was fine gold ranked, with the majority of their equipment consisting of dark gold rank. On their chests, every player wore a 6-winged silver emblem. This was none other than Zero Wings Guild emblem. Sorry I made you all wait for me. Shi Feng suddenly crossed the reception hall's threshold, smiling. Sweeping a glance over everyone present, he laughed and said, "I'm the owner of the candlelight trading firm, Black Flame." Zero Wings' arrival had silenced the reception hall. At this moment, practically every guild representative in the hall focused on Shi Feng. Why does it have to be him? So that's the case. It is no wonder the candlelight trading firm set up its headquarters in White River City. Everyone suddenly came to a realization. However, at the same time, the upper managers of the various large guilds reevaluated their impression of Zero Wing. The majority of the people present had not understood Zero Wing's true strength. They had only read some reports about the guild. Before arriving in White River City, each guild had investigated the various guilds residing in White River City. The reports had contained a lot of information about Zero Wing. Moreover, after the guild's intelligence agents' detailed investigation of the number 1 guild in White River City, they had quite the high evaluation of Zero Wing. Practically every agent had evaluated Zero Wing as a guild that was above a second-rate guild, but below a first-rate guild. Meanwhile, Zero Wing's guild leader, Black Flame, was even Star Moon Kingdom's number 1 expert. Up till today, Black Flame had yet to suffer a single defeat. Even Overwhelming Smile, the guild secretly supported by Underworld, could only hold the position of number 2 in White River City. When everyone had received these reports, they had simply laughed it off and placed no particular importance on Zero Wing. Now, however, the upper managers of the various large guilds even considered firing those intelligence agents of theirs. Just what had they investigated? How can Zero Wing be so powerful? Galaxy Past's expression became grim when he saw the members of Zero Wing. Guild leader, the woman standing beside Black Flame, isn't she Aqua Rose? An indescribable bitterness welled up in Purple Eye's heart when she saw Aqua Rose. They were old acquaintances. In the past, Aqua Rose had once invited her to join Twilight Echo. However, she had rejected the offer. She had been greatly shocked to find out that Aqua Rose had left Twilight Echo. Twilight Echo was an even stronger guild than the Star Alliance. However, Aqua Rose had left it without hesitation. Moreover, she had even joined a newly established and unknown guild after the fact. When Purple Eye had received this news, she even thought she had heard wrong. She had also felt it was somewhat unfortunate. A capable gamer such as Aqua Rose had taken such a foolish route. Now, however, it would seem that Aqua Rose's decision had not been the wrong one at all. A guild with a single expert was not particularly frightening. However, it was a different story if said guild possessed a large group of experts. Moreover, looking at the nearly 100 people who had entered the hall, each one of them wore equipment that could rival the best equipment the Star Alliance had to offer, so much so that the best-geared members of the Star Alliance were even inferior to some of Zero Wing's core members. Furthermore, the Star Alliance could only scrape together, at most, enough equipment to gear a team of 20 players. It was absolutely impossible for them to equip a 100-man team. One could just imagine how powerful Zero Wing's background was. Moreover, Aqua Rose's current equipment actually consisted of only dark gold equipment. As for the dark red staff in her hand, Purple I could not even begin to imagine its rank. However, judging from the amount of pressure it emitted, it was most likely above dark gold rank. Now that Zero Wing had displayed its strength, even Gentle Snow, who was very familiar with Zero Wing, was surprised, not to mention the Star Alliance, which was also a Star Moon Kingdom guild. Regarding this revelation, Gentle Snow could only reveal a bitter smile. She did not know whether she should rejoice or lament right now. Previously, when Shi Feng had offered to annex Ouroboros, she had thought that he was being wildly arrogant. However, looking at this dazzling and imposing 100-man team, there might not be a second guild in all of Star Moon Kingdom capable of building up such a team. With the 2 first-rate guilds of Star Moon Kingdom reacting in such a way, There was no need to mention the guilds that had come from a foreign country. Pavilion Master. This Zero Wing seems quite amazing. It has actually obtained so much dark gold equipment. Every one of these players also seem extraordinary, with a few even radiating dangerous auras. A blue-haired girl with bright eyes and slender eyebrows sitting beside the Dragon Pavilion Master exclaimed, giggling. Contrary to her words, her actions made it seem as if she did not take Zero Wing seriously at all. As expected of the number 1 guild of White River City, it really does possess an impressive number of experts. The equipment it possesses is even more surprising. Only, it is a pity that such good equipment is actually being wasted on these people. The handsome youth stated, his gaze revealing a hint of greed. He could not help but admit that the equipment worn by Zero Wing's members was indeed amazing. Even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion did not have so much top-tier equipment, much less first-rate guilds. If he could snatch all of it away, at that time, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion would definitely become a bona fide super guild. It might even become even more powerful than a few current super guilds. Pavilion Master, should I secretly rob them all? The robust man named Blood Dragon asked softly. Let's discuss it first. The handsome youth waved his hand. Faintly smiling, he said, whether it is the Candlelight Trading Firm's intermediate mana armor kits or Zero Wings equipment, it seems that my trip to White River City has not been wasted. If I deal with this matter properly, the great Pavilion Master will definitely be pleased. Pavilion Master is truly wise. At that time, I want to see just how the Phoenix Pavilion plans to contend with our Dragon Pavilion. Blood Dragon laughed. Even after silence had gripped the reception hall for some time, Feng had not hurried to dive straight into business. Instead, he waved his hand and signaled Melancholic Smile. At this moment, Melancholic Smile opened her mouth and said, ladies and gentlemen, if you are here to purchase intermediate mana armor kits, please follow me. As our stock is limited, the Candlelight Trading Firm intends to hold a small-scale auction exclusively for you. Saying so, Melancholic Smile led the way out of the reception hall. In response, however, the guild representatives only turned to look at each other, showing no signs of leaving their seats. Who among them was not here to purchase the Candlelight Trading Firm, hoping to earn a massive profit through the transaction? How could they possibly come all the way here just to purchase a few measly intermediate mana armor kits? Particularly, the Dragon Pavilion Master from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion looked utterly uninterested in the intermediate mana armor kits. With the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion taking the lead, everyone would naturally follow. However, among these people, one person stood up from their seat and followed Melancholic Smile. Has Gentle Snow gone insane? Galaxy Past watched Gentle Snow's departing figure. There were so many guilds putting pressure on Zero Wing right now. Even if Zero Wing were strong, it would have no choice but to tread carefully when faced with so many large guilds. Offending so many large guilds at once would be tantamount to suicide. Anyone who had a brain would definitely choose to stay. After all, they could take advantage of the situation to rake in even more profit for themselves, and that was not something a few measly intermediate mana armor kits could hope to compare with. Yet, Gentle Snow had actually chosen to leave. Don't tell me that no one else here is interested in the intermediate mana armor kits? Feng asked as he glanced at the seated guests. At this moment, Feng Shenyang stood. Righteously, he said, Guild Leader Black Flame, many of us here have journeyed from far away. We have already shown the Candlelight Trading Firm sufficient respect. If you turn us away empty-handed, our reputations will suffer. That's right, Guild Leader Black Flame. Let's prosper together. Wouldn't it be better if we invest into and develop the Candlelight Trading Firm together? That way, everybody can profit. Many among the crowd began advising Feng as they laughed merrily. Among those present, aside from the upper managers of a few first-rate guilds, everyone promptly voiced their agreement. Are all of you of the same opinion? Feng calmly asked. You could say that. The Dragon Pavilion Master, Nine Dragons Emperor, suddenly said. However, aside from my interest in the intermediate mana armor kits, I am also very interested in the equipment you all wear. Why don't you state a price? I'll buy all of it. Although Nine Dragons Emperor wore a lukewarm smile, His tone indicated that he would not take no for an answer. Suddenly, the entire venue fell silent. Many of the guild representatives sucked in a breath of cold air. Initially, they had thought that the conditions they had proposed were sufficient. They had never expected that this Dragon Pavilion master would be even greedier than they were. He actually wanted to devour both the Candlelight trading firm and Zero Wing. Although Nine Dragons Emperor's words were quite arrogant, all of the various guild representatives present knew that this handsome youth before them had certainly earned his arrogance. The fact that the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was hailed as a super first-rate guild, which was the closest existence to a super guild, was not without reason. Great strength had built that reputation. In today's era, virtual reality had long since integrated into everyone's life. Practically everyone would come into contact with virtual reality games in some form. Meanwhile, there were countless virtual gaming guilds. Any guild that the public officially recognized became a third-rate guild. Even though third-rate guilds were nowhere near the top of the gaming industry, they still stood out among the countless guilds in the virtual gaming world. Not only did a third-rate guild possess a certain degree of financial support, but it also possessed a large number of members. Normally, third-rate guilds had also earned some form of achievement in some virtual reality games. Standing above third-rate guilds were second-rate guilds. Not only did second-rate guilds possess abundant capital, but they also possessed quite a number of experts. These experts were normally those who held some fame in the virtual gaming world. As for a second-rate guild's member count, there was no need to even mention that. Normally, a second-rate guild would develop itself in multiple cities simultaneously. As for first-rate guilds, they were normally guilds that had been crowned as overlords in at least a dozen large-scale virtual reality games. Such guilds generally had over a decade of history, having overcome countless painstaking trials. First-rate guilds had perfected expert training programs and a large network of contacts. Most importantly, these guilds had recruited a large number of experts over the years. Practically all up-and-coming experts of the virtual gaming world would be split between these first-rate guilds. With more experts joining the guild every passing year, there would always be a large number of experts present to support, to battle for, and to bring endless glory to the guild. They were existences far above second-rate guilds. As for super guilds, they were the titans of the virtual gaming world. There were even many virtual reality games that these super guilds had produced personally. They also had their own research teams that were set up to study and improve a person's gaming skills. Super guilds had no shortage of ordinary experts. Aside from recruiting some experts who possessed extraordinary talents, they would usually nurture their own army of experts. As for the various major competitions held in the virtual gaming world, these super guilds organized practically all of them. Meanwhile, the majority of the top-tier experts that had emerged from these competitions every year were usually experts that these super guilds had nurtured. Take Purple Eye and Aqua Rose for example. Both had been nurtured by the same super guild. After undergoing the sharpening of various major competitions and emerging victorious, both had become Rookies of the Year. They had then separated from the super guild they had belonged to develop themselves separately. In fact, this wasn't just limited to the two of them. Many well-known experts in the virtual gaming world had originated from super guilds. This was the amazing part about super guilds. With this aspect alone, super guilds were already leaps and bounds above first-rate guilds. Take the financial prowess backing super guilds for example. All super guilds already stood at the peak of the virtual gaming industry. In a society where virtual reality was so well developed, the economic value of the virtual industry constantly rose. Whether it regarded financial prowess or influence, super guilds were not one bit inferior to international corporations. There were some super guilds that were even stronger. Although the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was not a super guild, in reality it was not far from becoming one. Only the pavilion was somewhat young. However, that was only true when compared to actual super guilds. When compared to other first-rate guilds, the pavilion's history was a lot longer than many first-rate guilds in the virtual gaming world. "This should be fun," Galaxy Pass said as he looked at Shurfeng standing near the door, a meaningful grin appearing on his face. "Guild leader, you still have the heart to make jokes? If the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion really buys out the Candlelight trading firm, Wouldn't we have come here for nothing? Purple, I asked as she frowned at Galaxy Past. She had come from a super guild, so she knew full well just how powerful a super guild's background could be. Although Black Flame was very strong, his strength only mattered in Star Moon Kingdom. If he were in a super guild, he would be considered average. As for the other experts of Zero Wing, a super guild had armies of such individuals. Not to mention, super guilds also possessed plenty of old monsters. Those players were no longer considered human. Only, these old monsters would not normally appear in the public eye, so not many people knew of them. A single flick from a super guild could easily annihilate Zero Wing. If it came down to a fight, Zero Wing wouldn't even be powerful enough to resist. In reality, even an amazing first-rate guild would stand no chance against a super guild, much less Zero Wing. At most, it could only provide a momentary struggle. This was also one of the reasons why there was only a small number of super guilds, despite there being a large number of first-rate guilds in the virtual gaming world. The only reason why super guilds did not go out of their way to compete with first-rate guilds, only contending with opponents of the same level, was because they did not like bullying the weak. It was the same concept as for how an adult would not participate in a fight between children. Doing so would only harm to their reputation. It seems that Gentle Snow's decision was correct. If I had known something like this would happen, I would have gone along to purchase some intermediate mana armor kits. Galaxy Pass sighed ruefully. Once the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion purchased the Candlelight trading firm, it definitely would not sell the intermediate mana armor kits. Rather, it would use those kits to strengthen itself and challenge those super guilds. If he wanted to buy the intermediate mana armor kits, now was his only chance to do so. Meanwhile, sitting in the corner of the reception hall, Feng Xinyang was thoroughly dumbfounded. The situation left him utterly speechless. The higher-ups of Underworld had instructed him to purchase 300 intermediate mana armor kits. If the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion bought the Candlelight trading firm, how was he supposed to buy the kits? Melancholic Smile entered the reception hall on the second floor with Gentle Snow behind her. The location Melancholic Smile had led Gentle Snow to was still inside the reception hall. Only, it was situated on the building's second floor. Could be considered a VIP room of sorts. And while the occupants of the first floor could not see the occupants on the second floor, the reverse did not hold true. Not only could one see everything that went on inside the reception hall on the first floor, but one could also hear the first floor's ongoings clearly. "Why have you brought me here?" Gentle Snow asked, surprised. "Miss Snow, please wait a moment," Melancholic Smile said. "Guild leader knows that you want a large number of intermediate mana armor kits. However, the supply for the kits is truly too scarce. As the demand for it is very high, he plans to hold an auction for the kits. Meanwhile, the auction will be held right here. As soon as he sends away the guild representatives below, the auction will begin." "Send them away?" Gentle Snow could not help but glance at the Nine Dragons Emperor. She had seen the Nine Dragons Emperor many times before, so she knew this man's temper. He was the very definition of the word hypocrite. If both sides were on equal footing, then there wouldn't be a problem with discussing business. However, if the other side's strength were inferior to his, only a painful slaughter awaited them. Nine Dragons Emperor was also willing to do whatever it took to achieve his goals, and that included unscrupulous means. Hence, very few people were willing to deal with him. However, it was also this personality that had allowed him to reach the position of Pavilion Master. In a super first-rate guild, it was not easy for one to reach the position of Pavilion Master. Knowing a few tricks was far from enough. One also needed strength and ability. Otherwise, one would not be able to secure their position even if they did manage to obtain it. The fact that Nine Dragons Emperor had held his position firmly for so many years spoke volumes about his strength. Hopefully, he wouldn't do anything stupid, Gentle Snow said somewhat worriedly as she glanced at Shifeng. Inside the reception hall on the first floor, silence filled the venue. Everyone had focused on Shifeng, waiting for his reply despite having already guessed what the outcome would be. "You want to buy the Candlelight trading firm and Zero Wing?" Shifeng laughed. Smiling at the Nine Dragons Emperor calmly, he said, "Sure, but I want 60% of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's shares." Immediately after Feng finished speaking, silence overtook the venue. Every guild representative in the hall was stupefied. Black Flame has gone insane. They all stared at Feng with dropped jaws. Who was the Nine Dragons Emperor? He was the pavilion master of the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion. He stood at the very top of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. With a single word, he could easily bring an end to the existence of any second-rate guild in the virtual gaming world. Moreover, the Nine Dragons Emperor was famed for being vicious and merciless. There was once a vice leader of an ordinary first-rate guild who had competed against the Nine Dragons Emperor in an auction for an item. Enraged, Nine Dragons had sent a notice to the first-rate guild and demanded that the vice leader in question grovel and apologize to him, as well as return the item in question. Otherwise, he would take action against this first-rate guild. How could an ordinary first-rate guild possibly hope to contend with the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion? Furthermore, the first-rate guild in question had many competitors. Nine Dragons had only needed to give the word, and many other first-rate guilds would have joined hands to take out the offending guild. Having no other option, the first-rate guild sent for the vice leader in question to apologize and offer the item. In the end, however, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion still annihilated the first-rate guild, forcing the guild to migrate to a different virtual reality game. Currently, although Feng had not outright stated that he refused to sell, the price he demanded was the same as slapping the Nine Dragons Emperor in the face. Although Nine Dragons was one of the two pavilion masters of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, he only possessed less than 10%. The majority of the pavilion's shares remained in the Great Pavilion Master's hands. Feng's demand of 60% of the pavilion's shares was no different than demanding ownership of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and a position above even the Nine Dragons Emperors. This Black Flame is exactly as the rumors made him out to be. He is simply fearless. Galaxy Past could not help but voice his admiration. Throughout God's domain, other than those super guilds and a few guilds with extremely powerful corporations backing them, there were no guilds that dared provoke the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Even the upper echelons of super guilds would consider their options carefully before humiliating this pavilion master. Although a virtual reality game was only a game, where there were people there was bound to be conflict. The Nine Dragons Emperor was the face of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Even if Feng refused to give in to Nine Dragons' coercion, he should have handled the situation with a more delicate hand. Yet, Feng had thrown all pretenses out the window and made a mockery of the Nine Dragons Emperor. Even if it were just for his reputation's sake, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion would now go all out to destroy him. Hence, Galaxy Past truly admired Feng's courage. He should have shown some restraint and refrained from such an impulsive comeback. If he could have endured the humiliation he has suffered today in order to retaliate another day, he would have gained more of my respect. However, with him acting like a boorish fellow, Zero Wing is truly finished this time. Purple I said as she glanced at Feng. She then turned to look at Aqua Rose, silently lamenting as she said, "It seems that Aqua Rose has still made the wrong decision. In the end, a small guild will only ever be a small guild. Though it might triumph temporarily, it could not make it last." Meanwhile, in the second-floor reception room, "Your guild leader has gone insane. That's the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Moreover, that's the Nine Dragons Emperor he is provoking. Just what is going through your guild leader's head? Even if Nine Dragons doesn't take offense. If word spreads, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion will definitely try to annihilate Zero Wing with everything it has to restore its reputation," Gentle Snow exclaimed as she stared at Melancholic Smile. Based on what she understood of Feng, the man was not ignorant. On the contrary, he was quite shrewd with great foresight. Yet now, he had actually offended the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. She had no idea why Feng had done such a thing. Even I don't know what he is trying to do. Melancholic Smile shook her head. She then said, "However, after hearing the guild leader's words, I can't help but feel proud. Why are they allowed to bully us, while we are not allowed to resist?" Gentle Snow failed to think of a response. Although he was not in the wrong, there was a price to pay for those words. Similarly, the precondition for resisting was to have sufficient strength. Although Zero Wing was relatively powerful, it was still far from a titanic existence like the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Challenging the pavilion at his point was simply suicide. Meanwhile, back in the first-floor reception hall, even the Nine Dragons Emperor himself was stunned. He had never expected Shi Feng to be so foolish. Even the heavens would laugh at such folly. However, Nine Dragons could not find it in himself to laugh. Instead, his expression shifted slightly as a cold, killing intent flashed in his eyes. However, this killing intent quickly disappeared. In the next moment, a bright, dazzling smile appeared on the Nine Dragons Emperor's face. Since Guild Leader Black Flame has no intentions of selling, I won't overstay my welcome. Goodbye. The Nine Dragons Emperor smiled. He then left the reception hall with his subordinates. Everyone else in the reception hall turned to look at each other. What had just happened? That's it? Wasn't he supposed to warn Zero Wing and teach them a lesson? Purple, let's leave as well then. At this moment, Galaxy Past smiled faintly as he prepared to leave the building. Guild leader, are we not going to negotiate with Zero Wing? Are we just leaving? Purple, I asked curiously. It had taken quite some effort to embark on this trip. After all, Galaxy Past was the guild leader of the Star Alliance. If he left White River City without obtaining even the tiniest harvest, he would become a laughingstock. It will be meaningless. If even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion has been treated in such a way, do you think Black Flame will agree to sell the Candlelight trading firm to us? Galaxy Past shook his head. He then explained, also, a war is going to begin in White River City. So don't you think we should return quickly? War. Purple, I suddenly came to a realization. Although Nine Dragons Emperor had left the building peacefully and had not made any vicious remarks, in reality, killing intent filled his heart. It would have been foolish of him to reveal his thoughts inside the Candlelight trading firm. Inside this shop, Black Flame's words were law. Anyone who dared spout profanities inside the building would only be sentenced to death. Only a brain-dead fool would risk that just to sate his pride. Most likely, the Nine Dragons Emperor would notify his subordinates, instructing them to annihilate Zero Wing the moment he returned to the Black Dragon Empire. He would not give Black Flame the chance to react. Ha ha ha! Black Flame. So even you will have such a day? Feng Shenyang grinned like a drunk fool. At this point, there was no doubt that the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion would obliterate Zero Wing. However, based on the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's prestige, it would abhor remaining in a small location like White River City. Once Zero Wing was annihilated, Overwhelming Smile would automatically become the #1 guild of White River City without even needing him to expend any effort. Afterward, the various guild representatives promptly left the Candlelight trading firm. Not a single guild chose to stay behind. At this moment, Aqua Rose turned to Shi Feng, wearing a grim expression as she said, Guild leader, now that you have provoked the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, the pavilion will not let us off the hook. The pavilion's background is also not something first-rate guilds like the Star Alliance and Ouroboros could hope to compare with. They have countless experts in their midst. They also have plenty of great experts who are famous in the virtual gaming world. If they dispatch a large number of experts to ambush our guildmates, the resulting death count will far surpass that of our war with Overwhelming Smile. Even Underworld was already capable of dispatching over 200 battle-experienced experts, not to mention the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. The pavilion most likely had plenty of top-tier experts as well. It was simply not an existence that Zero Wing could contend with. Within the region of White River City, even a dragon has to bow before Zero Wing. You should prepare. There will be fun to be had soon. Shi Feng laughed. He then left the first-floor reception hall and headed to the VIP room on the second floor. Naturally, Shi Feng had his own reasons for slapping the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's face. The first reason, it had felt awesome. He was an expert who had set foot into the flowing water realm. He was even geared with a complete Tier 1 set equipment and fragmented legendary and epic ranked rings. He even wielded a magic weapon. So, how could he possibly concede to a pavilion master of a super first-rate guild? In the past, even a real super guild had to cower in fear when facing the Midnight Tea Party, a 20-man independent team. Currently, He was in possession of weapons and equipment that were far superior to anyone else's. He also had several large-scale destruction spells. Not to mention, White River City was his home ground. Why wouldn't he challenge a super first-rate guild? As for the second reason, it was to forge the guild. If one wanted to improve on their skills, they only needed to do one thing: fight. Experts were not nurtured through dungeon raids, but through live battles against other players. Overwhelming Smile was no longer a challenge, so they had to choose a stronger opponent to pit themselves against. In any case, Zero Wing did not lack money. They could afford to fight the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Aqua Rose revealed a bitter smile as she watched Shifeng's departing figure. However, when she considered the situation from a different perspective, Shifeng's decision was not necessarily a bad thing. In the past, other than super guilds, there really weren't any guilds that had dared provoke the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Now that Zero Wing had made a fuss, even if they were defeated, it would be a glorious defeat. Moreover, suffering defeat in God's domain did not equal annihilation. God's domain was not as simple as other virtual reality games. Thoroughly annihilating a guild was easier said than done. It was similar to Zero Wing's efforts to chase Overwhelming Smile out of White River City. Despite having massacred Overwhelming Smile's members, not only did the guild still reside in White River City, but it was also getting by quite well. Only, the guild was forced to maintain a low profile, and its development had slowed significantly. Although the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had a lot of experts, and its financial prowess was enormous, it would not be able to extinguish Zero Wing in White River City easily. Not to mention, Zero Wing also had the Candlelight trading firm supplying it with coins. Alright, let's head back and prepare. White River City won't be so peaceful from now on. Saying so, Aqua Rose left the Candlelight trading firm with Zero Wing's core members. Meanwhile, inside the VIP room on the second floor, Shifeng had already begun to discuss business with Gentle Snow. Guild leader Black Flame, this move of yours is truly incomprehensible, Gentle Snow said, confusion plastered on her snow-white face. She could not help but ask, Guild leader Black Flame, you should know that there are a total of 7 first-rate guilds competing over the Black Dragon Empire. Although 2 of them are not based in the Empire, they have invested a significant sum into the branch's development. Yet, despite there being so many first-rate guilds in the Empire, only the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion has a branch guild set up in the Imperial capital. None of the other first-rate guilds have set up their branch guilds there yet. Do you know why? The Imperial capital isn't a nice place to live. Shifeng laughed. Gentle Snow rolled her eyes. He was clearly pretending to be stupid. Helpless, she explained. That is because the branch leader there is Blood Dragon, one of 9 Dragons Emperor's most formidable generals. Blood Dragon is a violent man, and he loves battles more than anything. He also has a group of experts under him called the Blood Legion. If any guilds refuse to submit to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and dare to reside in the Imperial capital, then this Blood Legion will come forward. The Blood Legion will secretly target these guilds, going as far as to ambush the upper echelons even while still within the city limits. None of these first-rate guilds wish to drop all pretense of cordiality with the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and allow others to take advantage of the situation. Hence, they had no better option but to withdraw from the Imperial capital and develop in other cities. If the Pavilion sends the Blood Legion to White River City, it won't be a good thing for Zero Wing. Shifeng simply revealed a faint smile in response to Gentle Snow's words. Naturally, he knew all of this information. Moreover, his understanding of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was even more thorough than Gentle Snow's. The Blood Legion's fame was not one bit exaggerated. The Blood Legion was also known as the Assassination Legion, comprised of a group of assassins that the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion had carefully nurtured. Anyone who opposed the Heavenly Dragon Legion would oftentimes find themselves killed back to level 0 the following day. The result would not change even if one hid inside a city. It was not an easy feat to kill players inside a city. It was especially so for a major city. Even if one managed to kill a player, the city guards would still kill them and deliver a severe punishment. In mild cases, this punishment would be a jail sentence of several days. In severe cases, it was highly possible that the guards would first execute the player multiple times, then jail them for a dozen days or so, and finally chase them out of and bar entry to the city. If this player dared show their face in the city, the guards would execute them on the spot. Unless that player did not mind losing a few levels and being locked up for a few weeks, or they no longer wished to reside in the city any longer, they normally would not take action inside an NPC city. During the initial stages of God's domain, the various large guilds already wished they could split in two to hasten their development. One could just imagine how much of a loss it would be for a guild to have its experts locked up for days or weeks. Every guild treated its experts like treasures. Losing an expert for a single day could cause immense damage to a guild, not to mention a jail sentence of a few days. However, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion paid these consequences no mind. They had plenty of experts to go around. This was the pavilion's strength. Forget it. I've already told you about the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Since you made me wait so long, may I know how many intermediate mana armor kits guild leader Black Flame intends to sell to me? Sure Feng's unperturbed attitude left Gentle Snow utterly speechless. At this moment, however, her own situation did not look too well, either, so she could not be of any help even if she wanted to. Miss Snow, how many do you want? Sure Feng simply laughed off Gentle Snow's worries, not bothering to offer her any explanation. However, he knew that Gentle Snow sincerely wanted to help him. He also understood that she was currently powerless to help him. Hearing Sure Feng's question, Gentle Snow pondered for a moment before asking softly, "Do you have enough to gear a 50-man team?" Everybody knew how precious the intermediate mana armor kits were. Even partnered guilds were only allowed to purchase 21 kits at a time. That amount was only sufficient to gear 9 players at most. Beyond that, it was extremely difficult to obtain any more kits, as all those who had managed to purchase them refused to part with them. It was impossible for any guild other than Zero Wing to obtain a sufficient number of intermediate mana armor kits to gear a 50-man team fully. Okay. But the Candlelight Trading Firm requires a large amount of rare materials. In the future, I will require Ouroboros to sell the majority of the materials it obtains to the Candlelight Trading Firm, Sure Feng said. Currently, Zero Wing was still capable of meeting the Candlelight Trading Firm's demand. However, as the firm developed, the materials it required would increase. At that time, Zero Wing alone would not be enough to satisfy the demand of the Candlelight Trading Firm. However, if a first-rate guild like Ouroboros supplied the firm, there would no longer be any problems. Once I return, I'll instruct my subordinates to send you the materials. Gentle Snow nodded in agreement. In any case, she was tight on money right now. If she could convert some of the guild's materials into coins, it would help her greatly. After Sure Feng and Gentle Snow concluded their trade, the matter of Zero Wing's guild leader, Black Flame, provoking the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had already spread throughout God's domain. As a super first-rate guild, any minor matter relating to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion would receive the attention of the various large guilds in the virtual gaming world, not to mention a major incident such as a guild openly insulting them. For a time, everyone began to pay attention to the Star Moon Kingdom, to Zero Wing, and to Black Flame. Crap! Black Flame must have gone insane. He actually dared to slap the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion in the face. Does he not want to play God's domain anymore? What do you know? Black Flame is super amazing. He is a titled expert on the God's domain ranking list. He has his own pride, naturally. So how could he possibly hand over the Candlelight Trading Firm he had built by himself? I wonder what the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion will do? Isn't it obvious? If Dragon Phoenix Pavilion does not flatten a guild like Zero Wing, will it still qualify to be called a super first-rate guild? News and talk of the conflict between the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Zero Wing filled God's domain's forums. As for super guilds, they, too, had fun watching from the sidelines. Currently, while all of God's domain was in an uproar, the atmosphere inside one of White River City's high-class restaurants was extremely awkward. Pavilion Master, leave this matter to this subordinate. I will give Black Flame more than what he bargained for, the robust blood dragon requested respectfully. I never expected to encounter such a blind fool in this far-off city. Now, every player in God's domain knows of this incident. The Great Pavilion Master has even sent me a message personally, telling me to deal with this matter as visibly as possible and show those super guilds that the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion is no longer just a super first-rate guild. Rather, it is a super guild that stands on equal footing. 9 Dragons Emperor said, a bone-chilling glint flashing in his eyes. Curling up his lips, he said, "Since the great Pavilion Master has issued the command, we cannot take this matter lightly. Notify the War Dragon Legion and have them meet us here immediately. I want to destroy Zero Wing's guild residence personally." The War Dragon Legion? Blood Dragon could not help but suck in a breath of cold air when he heard this name. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was divided into 2 pavilions, the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion and the Phoenix Pavilion. Both pavilions had their own strongest legions. The Heavenly Dragon Pavilion's strongest force was the War Dragon Legion. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion nurtured its own experts internally. Among these experts, only the best of the best were allowed into the War Dragon Legion. One could say that the War Dragon Legion was the strongest legion specially established to contend with super guilds. Blood Dragon had also come from the War Dragon Legion. Who wouldn't be shocked by the 9 Dragons Emperor summoning the War Dragon Legion? Pavilion Master, aren't we just dealing with a small guild? Is there really a need for such a commotion? Chaos Dancer, the beautiful woman seated beside 9 Dragons Emperor, advised. In fact, we can rely on the Blood Legion to get rid of Zero Wing. If we expose the strength of the War Dragon Legion right now, won't we waste a trump card that we could use against those super guilds in the future? It doesn't matter. Since joining God's domain, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion has yet to achieve anything significant. Now that everyone is watching the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, it is a good opportunity for an excellent performance, 9 Dragons Emperor said, smiling playfully. Moreover, Zero Wing's reputation is not insignificant. If we can finish off Zero Wing swiftly, it will serve as a shock to some of those weaklings and let everyone know that the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion is no longer a super first-rate guild, but a true super guild. Understood. This subordinate will notify the War Dragon Legion immediately. Chaos Dance then began contacting the War Dragon Legion. Time passed little by little. While the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion prepared to deal with Zero Wing, other guilds did not idle and do nothing. Every one of them gathered their members in White River City. For a time, experts swarmed White River City. Despite it obviously being daytime, the number of players filling the streets surpassed even nighttime. Among all these players, aside from those that large guilds had sent, there were plenty of ordinary players who had hurried over from other cities. Players throughout God's domain knew about the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's intentions to take out Zero Wing. Although this was clearly a one-sided battle, many players still wanted to witness the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's strength. Hence, many ordinary players had hurried to White River City to watch the show. However, it was also this reason that boosted the candlelight trading firm's business. Among the items sold by the firm, light stones were the most popular. The candlelight trading firm's income had practically recovered to its peak, earning nearly 1,000 gold in 1 hour. As a result, Melancholic Smile and the others at the candlelight trading firm focused fully on their work. Old 5, I heard that Black Flame defeated you and Old 6 even after you two cooperated. This incident has not impressed the higher-ups, and they've started to look down on our 7 ghosts. When the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion deals with Zero Wing, we need to deal with this matter properly. A thin, middle-aged man with bronze skin said seriously. Brother 3, rest assured, I will not damage our reputation, 5th ghost said, killing intent flashing in his eyes. Previously, even though he had worked with 6th ghost, Black Flame still defeated them. Moreover, they had even lost all of their equipment upon dying and had been barred from entering the game for 2 whole days. By now, they had both become laughingstocks in Underworld. This time, in order to restore the 7 ghosts' reputation, they needed to avenge themselves properly and complete the tasks the higher-ups had given them. All is well as long as you know it. Our task is very simple this time. Assist young Master Fong in obtaining 300 intermediate mana armor kits. It will be even better if we can obtain even more equipment and kits. However, since the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion is spearheading this matter, it is best if we keep a low profile. So, first, let's focus on getting the 300 intermediate mana armor kits, the thin man 3rd ghost said. This time, to ensure we complete our task, I have even called Old 4 and Old 7 to help us. With the 5 of us, we should be able to take down Black Flame easily. The only thing we have to worry about is the pavilion itself. It is best if we form a proper plan. On this point, Brother Third Ghost, please rest assured. Based on my investigations, the Blood Dragon subordinates, the Blood Legion, will not be involved this time. The Nine Dragons Emperor has called in the War Dragon Legion instead. Every member of the War Dragon Legion is proud and arrogant, and they usually look down on everyone else. They should not pay any attention to us should we move against Zero Wing, Feng Xinyang explained, smiling faintly. As insurance, I have even had a large group of elites come over from Maple City. With such a powerful force, Black Flame will have no hope of survival. Having the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion deal with Zero Wing is already overkill. Adding us into the mix, Black Flame will die with a 100% certainty. Even if he is even more powerful than we suspect, he will have to consider his options carefully. At that time, he will willingly hand over the 300 intermediate mana armor kits. Fifth Ghost laughed coldly. If he refuses, then I'll give him a taste of what it feels like to wish for death. All of White River City's various large guilds, including Overwhelming Smile, considered and prepared to strike against Zero Wing while it was down, taking the opportunity to benefit from the guild's downfall. Meanwhile, in a high-class bar a short distance from Zero Wing's guild residence, many upper managers of guilds had gathered. The entire 3-story building was packed full of players. Among them, first-rate guilds fully occupied all of the private rooms on the 3rd floor. From these rooms, one could clearly see every movement around Zero Wing's guild residence. Guild leader, don't you think that Zero Wing is acting strangely? Even now, they are still so carefree. They have not taken any precautionary measures at all. Is this Black Flame pretending to be a fool? Or is he actually one? Purple Eye frowned as she watched Zero Wing's guild residence through the window. There's nothing surprising about this. Black Flame simply does not understand the Nine Dragons Emperor's character. Look at the people inside the bar, for example. Aren't most of them members of first-rate guilds? Meanwhile, a newly established guild like Zero Wing and a newcomer to the virtual gaming world like Black Flame don't know Nine Dragons' style of conduct. Thus, he continues with his carefree manner, Galaxy Pass said, laughing. Downing a mouthful of flame beer, he continued, The Nine Dragons Emperor is someone who conducts himself with a lofty tone and does not play his cards according to common sense. This time, he has even secretly mobilized the War Dragon Legion to deal with Zero Wing, making a fuss over a minor incident. Naturally, the only reason why he would mobilize such a powerful legion is to destroy Zero Wing's guild residence. A guild residence is different from a private shop. While inside the shop, the manager is invincible. However, it is a different story for a guild residence. It is slightly troublesome to deal with the residence's hired guards, and there are also the city guards who patrol the streets. With current players' levels and equipment, it is still impossible to resist the patrolling guards. Hence, no sane guild would attempt to attack another guild's residence. However, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion is no trivial existence. One cannot measure by the strength of an ordinary guild. Moreover, the Nine Dragons Emperor is no fool. I keep getting the feeling that he has some sort of trick up his sleeve. Otherwise, he would not have sent the War Dragon Legion, a trump card that he had prepared for facing super guilds. What we need to do now is wait for the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion to make its move. Once they take action and Zero Wing falls, we can begin our operation as well. Purple Eye nodded silently. This time, the Star Alliance had sent quite a number of elites and experts. They were not afraid that Zero Wing would not fall today. Instead, it was only a matter of how much profit they could gain. However, the various large guilds, including the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, was ignorant of one point. Shifeng was a reincarnator. Moreover, he had also been the guild leader of a second-rate guild in the past. In order to survive in God's domain's harsh conditions, he had endured relentless pain and suffering. As far as understanding massive existences like the Nine Dragons Emperor, the Nine Dragons Emperor most likely did not have a better understanding than Shifeng. Inside the meeting room in Zero Wing's guild residence, Zero Wing's core members filled the large meeting room. Everyone could feel the tension in the air. War was imminent. Although Zero Wing had succeeded in suppressing Overwhelming Smile in White River City, their current enemy, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, was a lot stronger than Overwhelming Smile. The two guilds were on entirely different levels. Every player present fully understood how severe of a situation they were in. They also knew that it was highly unlikely that they would overcome this hurdle. Seated on the guild leader's throne, Shurfeng suddenly asked, "You must think that I am a fool, right?" However, the only answer he received was silence. Not a single person answered his question. Everyone only stared at their guild leader, who was shrouded in mystery, quietly. "I know the answer even without you saying a word," Shurfeng laughed. Casual and relaxed, he said, "Everyone must think that I have gone insane, that I overestimate myself by challenging a super first-rate guild like the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Until now, aside from super guilds, not a single guild dares to make an enemy of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Do you know why? The reason is very simple. They are simply too strong. They are strong enough that other guilds despair at the thought of them as an enemy. I believe that you should know all that at this time. Many guilds have already begun to prepare to take advantage of our misfortune. Every one of them is closely eyeing us like prey. There is not a single guild out there that thinks we might come out of this on top. They all believe that we will lose without a doubt and that our names will soon be wiped from God's domain. Do you know why? I'll tell you why. Since the very beginning, whether it is the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion or the various other first-rate guilds, none of these people have seen us as equals. Since the very beginning, they have thought of us as weak. So, they have come to bully us, to drink our blood and eat our flesh, to destroy us. However, I will warn them now. They will be disappointed. Since there has never been a guild courageous enough to challenge the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, then today we will be the first to make history. We will show everyone that Zero Wing is not a guild they can afford to provoke. If they wish to plunder our corpses, they'll have to seek permission from the swords in our hands first. The battle is to the strong. Today, let us teach the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion a lesson. The moment Shurfeng finished his speech, everyone suddenly felt their blood boil. None of them had ever thought that such a day would come. Throughout the virtual gaming world, other than super guilds, there had never been a guild daring enough to provoke and challenge the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. However, Zero Wing dared. Moreover, Zero Wing's guild leader himself led this challenge. Isn't it just a super first-rate guild? I've long since grown tired of looking at their faces. Today, I'll use them to release some stress. Kola laughed excitedly. Ha ha ha. Guild leader, I've been waiting for you to say that. I'm bored of battling Overwhelming Smile constantly. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion has arrived at just the right time. It just so happens that I can use them to test my recent improvement. Blackie licked his lips, revealing an eager grin. Guild leader, tell us how we should deal with the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. I want to be the first one to have a go at them. Flying Shadow said excitedly. This is seriously insane. Aqua Rose shook her head helplessly. In the next moment, however, she smiled and said, "But I like it." For a time, every Zero Wing member of the meeting room talked and laughed with each other, the heavy atmosphere from before vanishing. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was indeed strong. However, they were not a bunch of weak and powerless noobs either. Since the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion dared to oppress them using force, they would show the pavilion that it had chosen a wrong opponent. They would let the pavilion know that the opponent it was about to face was not a weak little cub, but rather, it was a ferocious beast with sharp fangs and claws. If I am not mistaken, it is highly possible that the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion will strike once the sun sets. Fire Dance, how are the preparations going on your side? Shurfeng asked as he turned to the sharp and mesmerizing Fire Dance. Based on Shurfeng's understanding of Nine Dragons Emperor, there was an 80% chance that he intended to destroy Zero Wing's guild residence. If a guild residence were destroyed, it could not be repaired within 10 days' time. Moreover, if a guild residence were destroyed, all members of the corresponding guild within the city would receive a penalty. Not only would all members lose a level, but their EXP gain would also be halved for the following 10 days. The guild's popularity would drop by 50,000 points as well. Moreover, after the destroyed guild residence was reconstructed, the quality of the guild quests the guild would receive would be significantly affected. The best time to destroy a guild residence was at night. Players' greatest foe when trying to destroy an enemy guild residence was not other players, but the patrolling NPC city guards. These city guards were no trivial matter. They were all level 150 NPCs. To players, they were nightmares. These NPCs only needed one hit to finish off the current players of God's domain. However, the number of patrolling city guards would change depending on the time of day. During the day, these NPCs always patrolled in groups of 20. By the time night arrived, however, that number would decrease to 10. If a guild attacked an enemy guild residence at night, it could notably lessen its losses. That way, the guild would have more combat power to spare for destroying the enemy guild residence. Meanwhile, since Sher Feng dared to provoke the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, he had naturally prepared. If one wished to destroy a guild residence, aside from the city guards, there were also the hired guards inside the guild residence to contend with. Although the hired guards were not as powerful as the level 150 city guards, they were still genuine level 50 NPCs. Meanwhile, depending on the employed NPC's strength, the asking price of said NPC would vary. Tier 0 guards cost 5 silver per day, whereas Tier 1 guards cost 30 silver per day. When hiring these guards, one had to prepay 10 days of their services. Sher Feng was a Viscount, and all this time, he had been hiring a mix of 50 Tier 1 and Tier 0 guards to defend Zero Wings Guild residence. However, seeing as the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion led this assault, he had not hesitated to replace all of his guards with Tier 1 NPCs. In any case, what he had was money. In addition, since early on, Sher Feng had told everyone in the guild to focus on raising their reputation. Hence, at this moment in time, there were also many people within the guild who had high reputation. For example, Fire Dance, Aqua Rose, Blackie, and several other core members of Zero Wing did not lack reputation points, although they had yet to become Viscounts like Sher Feng. They were barons, and every one of them was capable of hiring 10 level 50 Tier 1 NPCs. In total, they had over 200 Tier 1 NPCs employed right now. This was a very powerful force. It's done. They all are hiding and lying in wait. Fire Dance nodded, a playful smile appearing on her face. Time slowly ticked by. While everyone waited for the start of the battle, night arrived in God's domain. Currently, players clogged the streets neighboring Zero Wings Guild residence. Pavilion Master, all 1,000 men from the War Dragon Legion are in position. A valiant and extraordinary-looking youth reported to Nine Dragons Emperor. The War Dragon Legion was the strongest force in the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion's arsenal. As of today, it had never been used to deal with any guild less than a super guild. The Legion consisted of 1,000 players, and every one of these players wore level 25 fine gold equipment. A few even had level 25 dark gold equipment. These Legionnaires' levels also ranged from level 27 to level 28. These players were definitely at the peak of God's domain in terms of levels. Every member also radiated a sharp and penetrating aura. Although the War Dragon Legion consisted of 1,000 members, they felt like an army of tens of thousands that was capable of mass destruction. Meanwhile, among these players, the man reporting to Nine Dragons Emperor was even more extraordinary. He was the War Dragon Legion's commander, Martial Dragon. He was a level 28 Berserker, and the majority of his equipment consisted of level 25 dark gold equipment. The great sword he wielded was also of indiscernible quality. However, judging by the blade's capability of even tearing apart air, one could tell that it was an exceptional item with a single glance. Aside from the War Dragon Legion's 1,000 players, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had also dispatched close to 10,000 elite players. These elite players were all level 25 and above. It was a truly shocking sight. Only a first-rate guild would be capable of dispatching so many elite players. Were it not for the transportation fees, this number would have most likely been several times higher. Many players involuntarily trembled when they saw the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's war formation from afar. This was the power of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Regarding both financial prowess and manpower, ordinary first-rate guilds simply could not compare to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Ha ha ha! Zero Wing is truly finished this time. Sitting in a third-floor private room of a high-class bar, Feng Xianyang felt indescribable joy well up in his heart when he saw the pavilion's army. It's as expected of Martial Dragon, the commander of the War Dragon Legion. I can feel that terrifying aura of his even from such a distance. Fear filled Fifth Ghost's heart when he looked at the valiant Martial Dragon. Martial Dragon is a true mutant. He is not human at all. Even our boss has said so. Otherwise, he would not be capable of becoming the War Dragon Legion's commander. If we encounter him, it is best that we avoid provoking him. Third Ghost reminded his brothers in arms. Meanwhile, standing on the street, Nine Dragons' Emperor swept a glance over the army before him. In the next moment, he waved his hand and pointed at Zero Wing's guild residence. Very calmly, he said, "Go! Leave none alive." Under Nine Dragons' Emperor's command, the members of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion charged towards Zero Wing's guild residence. The pavilion's army's attack was organized. A majority of the pavilion's elite players were positioned in the front of the army, whereas the War Dragon Legion occupied the middle, and the remaining elite players took up the rear. These players were further separated into groups. However, unlike guild wars that usually involved thousands of players, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had grouped its members into parties of 6. Each party consisted of MTs, healers, and ranged and melee damage dealers, the standard compositions of a dungeon party. Although this militaristic configuration was not suited for a large battlefield, it was perfect for battles in narrow terrains such as a city. The army could react to all sorts of problems in a timely manner. It has finally begun. Purple. Did you order those assassins under you to record this battle? Galaxy Past, who sat comfortably in a third-floor private room of the high-class bar, asked. Smiling, he stated, "This is a good opportunity to collect data on the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, particularly the experts from the War Dragon Legion. Every member of the Legion is worth noting. It might come in handy in the future." This high-class bar offered an excellent vantage point. He could see practically everything that occurred around Zero Wing's residence. However, Galaxy Past was still not satisfied with this. He had positioned assassins under his command in several other buildings in order to record the battle from the closest distance possible. Just how strong was the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion? Particularly, how was the pavilion's strength after joining God's domain? Other than a few upper managers of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, nobody knew the answer to these questions. Now that the pavilion launched an assault on Zero Wing's residence, it was clear to see that their strength was nothing to scoff at. Otherwise, every large guild would have already attacked guild residences that they found to be an eyesore instead of letting those guilds with little strength live this long. Just the patrolling guards were enough trouble. The hired guards were no trivial matter either. They all were level 50 NPCs. To current players, these level 50 NPCs were still too powerful to handle. However, the truly troublesome issue was the players of the guild itself. Zero Wing had definitely taken some precautionary measures. It was normal for around 20 to 30,000 players to defend the guild residence at all times. Even if the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had deployed the War Dragon Legion, Zero Wing's guild residence would not be so easily destroyed. The pavilion would have to reveal some of its true capabilities, and this was precisely what Galaxy Past, and all of the other large guilds watching, wanted to witness. As God's domain was still in its early stages, there had yet to be any major conflicts between the various first-rate guilds, super guilds, and the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. However, that would not necessarily remain the case in the future. It was better to prepare ahead of time. Hence, the Star Alliance wasn't the only guild to send a large group of assassins to record the battle. Many other guilds had also dispatched their assassins, all of them hoping to uncover even the smallest detail about the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's background. Meanwhile, inside Zero Wing's residence, the guild's members had long since prepared for the upcoming war. Every one of them stood, waiting, inside the guild residence. Guild leader, they've arrived. Initial estimates put their number somewhere over 10,000, with the weakest among them being elite players. Their equipment is also a match for our elite members, Aqua Rose reported. Everyone's heart skipped a beat upon hearing Aqua Rose's report. Although Zero Wing had 50,000 members, they only had around 14,500 elites. Yet, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had casually mustered a force of 10,000 elite players. This was simply too frightening. Sure enough, the pavilion is both rich and powerful. Shifeng laughed. This situation did not surprise him. After all, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was a super first-rate guild. Even though White River City was not the pavilion's home ground, it would still be child's play for it to obliterate a second-rate guild. Move out, then. Coordinate your attacks with the NPCs. Core members, your main goal is to fend off the pavilion's War Dragon Legion. As for the enemy elites, they are just cannon fodder. Don't worry about them. Yes, sir. Everyone from Zero Wing unsheathed their weapons as a single unit, preparing to meet the oncoming threat. This time, Shifeng did not bother to send for many members to defend the guild residence. The defending players consisted only of Zero Wing's elite and core members with a total just over 14,000 players. It was not because Shifeng did not want more people defending the residence. Only having more people was not necessarily a good thing. A normal member of the guild would only find their death by joining this battle. Moreover, the battlefield was very cramped. There was simply no way to display the advantage of numbers here. On the contrary, having too many members in the battle would only obstruct the elite members. As the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's army was about to charge through the residence's entrance, the ranged classes of Zero Wing got ready to launch their spells and arrows. If an outsider barged into the residence without explicit permission, guild members were allowed to kill said outsider without needing to fear any repercussions. The city guards would not take action against the guild members. On the contrary, if an outsider attacked people inside the residence, the city guards would rush towards the residence to apprehend them. As elemental mana began to gather above Zero Wing's residence and patrolling city guards began to charge over, Nine Dragons Emperor suddenly shouted, "Activate the scrolls!" Suddenly, several MTs at the forefront of the army revealed black magic scrolls that they had kept hidden for quite some time now. The MTs immediately unfurled the scrolls and activated them. In the next moment, the elemental mana filling the space above Zero Wing's residence started going berserk. Curse scroll. Shifeng was genuinely surprised when he saw the magic scrolls in his enemy's hands. Magic scrolls fit into various categories. However, the rarest had to be ones that carried curses. This was a type of forbidden spell. All curses possessed an astonishing might, and it was not easy to turn it into a magic scroll. Hence, it was extremely difficult to obtain even one curse scroll. Yet, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had actually managed to reveal for such scrolls. It was simply inconceivable. At this moment, however, even Nine Dragons Emperor's face twitched slightly. For curse scrolls, he had only managed to obtain these 4 scrolls after gathering the entirety of the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion's power. Now that he was using all of them in one go, and on a small, nameless guild no less, even he felt the sting of the loss. 4 curse scrolls. Consider this your burial, Zero Wing. Nine Dragons Emperor smiled faintly at the dark clouds gathering in the sky. Suddenly, black rain began to fall. As if these black raindrops had lives of their own, they attached themselves to all players caught within the spell's vicinity. Dark God's Descent. Shifeng paled instantly. Although he wanted to defend against this spell, Dark God's Descent was unblockable. Even if he had magic immunity, it wouldn't change a thing. Dark God's Descent was a silencing curse. With 4 of these curse scrolls being used simultaneously, the forbidden spell's effective radius and duration increased significantly. It was definitely an efficient weapon for team battles. At this moment, a Dark God status imperceptibly appeared in everyone's status window, the duration lasting for 1 full hour. In other words, within the next hour, any players within the curse's effective radius were unable to use any of their spells. They could not even use the tools they had inside their bags. To put it simply, players could only participate in melee combat. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had obviously prepared these curses as a countermeasure for large-scale destruction spells and NPCs. Blood Dragon. Lead some elites to pin down the patrolling guards and let Martial Dragon handle the rest. Nine Dragons Emperor ordered. He then turned to look at Chaos Dancer, saying, "Let's go. We'll watch the show from upstairs." After receiving the command, Blood Dragon led the elite players, who were positioned at the rear line and remained unaffected by the Dark God, and charged towards the 10-level 150 patrolling guards. At the same time, Martial Dragon shouted, "Kill! Annihilate Zero Wing! Leave not a single player alive!" The War Dragon Legion suddenly charged into Zero Wing's residence. As for the other elite players, they were tasked to delay the residence's NPC guards. When silenced, an expert strength stepped into the spotlight. When the War Dragon Legion's 1,000 members charged into Zero Wing's 10,000-plus elite members, they were like wolves among a flock of sheep. Immediately, the members of the War Dragon Legion started a slaughter. At this point, Zero Wing possessed more than 400 Tier 1 players. It had more Tier 1 players than every guild in White River City combined. Naturally, all those capable of becoming Tier 1 classes at this stage of the game employed powerful techniques. Even if they were not yet experts, they were not far from that hurdle. Zero Wing's members were also famed for having amazing equipment. Even if their techniques were lacking, they could make up the gap with their equipment. In front of absolute strength, all manner of tricks were useless. Even so, Zero Wing possessed far fewer experts than the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Not to mention, the members of the War Dragon Legion were experts who had undergone careful screening. Do you think we're that easily bullied? All guards to the lines, Sure Fong commanded. Suddenly, an additional 200 Tier 1 NPCs emerged from the guild hall. Moreover, these Tier 1 NPCs were all melee classes. The originally imposing Dragon Phoenix Pavilion members were immediately shocked by the appearance of the 200-level 50 Tier 1 NPCs. Nine Dragons Emperor, who watched the battle from afar, also wore a grim expression. Didn't the reports say that they only had around 50-plus NPCs? Nine Dragons Emperor turned to the intelligence agent beside him. Snapping, he yelled, "Just what have you all been doing? You failed to report on 200 Tier 1 NPCs. Tell me, what is going on here?" A single level 50 Tier 1 NPC was very difficult to deal with. Each one required a team of elite members to pin down. Now that there was an additional 200, this would greatly affect his plans. Suddenly, cold sweat appeared on the forehead of the reconnaissance unit's leader. He was so frightened he could not utter a single word. Originally, he had tried to think of an excuse to save himself. However, he knew full well what kind of personality the Nine Dragons Emperor had. The more he tried to justify himself, the graver the consequences would be. Forget it. You won't have to do your job anymore. Someone will replace you in the future. Nine Dragons Emperor waved his hand, having his subordinates escort the recon leader out of the building and dismissing him from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Chaos. Instruct the Blood Legion to send help. With the Blood Legion's strength, they should be able to hold back 200 NPCs. At this moment, Nine Dragons couldn't care less about how Zero Wing had managed to obtain all of these NPCs. He had no choice but to involve the originally inactive Blood Legion in the battle. Understood. This subordinate will lead them over now. Chaos Dancer nodded and smiled. A short moment later, the 1,000-strong Blood Legion, which had been on standby, charged into Zero Wing's guild residence. Meanwhile, the various large guilds watching the battle from afar were also shocked by the sudden change. Sure enough, Zero Wing is quite capable. With so many Tier 1 NPCs, even the Blood Legion will not be able to hold them off for long. After all, each level 50 Tier 1 NPC is the equivalent of a level 50 Special Elite. Galaxy Pass sighed. If any other first-rate guild stood in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's place right now, they would have no chance against Zero Wing. Particularly, that large-scale silencing spell the Pavilion had used before the battle began significantly restricted the NPC's combat power, and had even sealed Zero Wing's large-scale destruction spells. Zero Wing had lost all their advantages with just this single move. Meanwhile, inside Zero Wing's residence, a melee battle had broken out. The scene in the residence looked just like a battlefield from ancient times. Currently, the magical classes, who boasted the highest power, could only fight using their staffs. The magical classes in God's domain were different from other virtual reality games. They were not completely incapable of participating in melee combat, but they were not specialized in it. They possessed very few skills that could be used in a melee battle. In addition, their classes mainly focused on intelligence and vitality, making them even more inferior in melee combat. At this moment, however, nobody could care less. Even the healers of either side fought each other, not to mention the other magical classes. Compared to the one-on-one fights between the magical classes, the battles between the physical classes were intense. Currently, none of them could use any skills or tools and had to rely solely on their combat techniques. It was especially true for the War Dragon Legion. A majority of the War Dragon Legion members consisted of physical classes, and everyone was an expert among experts. Normally, they were capable of soloing a special elite of the same level, and some were even capable of putting up a good fight against a chieftain of the same level. Elite players could become elites in the first place not solely because of their levels being above average. It was more due to the fact that they could solo an elite monster of the same level. Hence, they were called elite players. Meanwhile, in the eyes of God's domain's ordinary players, experts were individuals capable of soloing a special elite of the same level. As for top-tier experts, in the eyes of ordinary players, they were individuals who could contend with a chieftain of the same level. Chieftains were normally bosses in party dungeons. Every member of the War Dragon Legion, at the barest minimum, was capable of confronting a chieftain of the same level by themselves. Some were even capable of killing a chieftain of the same level. Having these experts deal with 4 or 5 elite players simultaneously was a trivial matter. They might even be able to defeat 4 or 5 elite players without losing a single HP. It was just like how a chieftain could easily defeat 4 or 5 elite monsters. In the blink of an eye, the 1,000 members of the War Dragon Legion had already killed close to 3,000 Zero-Wing members without suffering even a single fatality. If not for many of the War Dragon Legion's members and the Blood Legion holding back the Tier 1 NPC guards, Zero-Wing's death count would have been much higher by now. However, compared to the War Dragon Legion's captain, Martial Dragon, these ordinary members of the War Dragon Legion were nothing. Martial Dragon was like a silver storm. Everywhere he passed, a rain of blood would follow. When half a dozen elite members of Zero-Wing dashed up to Martial Dragon, they were instantly struck by Martial Dragon's bone-chilling and immeasurably heavy aura, their complexions turning pale and movements becoming extraordinarily sluggish. Immediately after, multiple red streaks of light weaved across their bodies, sending them flying into the air. In the next moment, blood poured out like a fountain from multiple wounds. When these elites returned to the ground, a piece of equipment dropped beside them. Their bodies were no longer capable of movement. The War Dragon Legion is truly frightening. There are many among them who are even stronger than I am. That Martial Dragon is especially impressive. If I fought him, I'm not confident that I could even block a handful of moves before he defeated me. It is no wonder why people are saying that the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's strength is the closest to a super guild. This Martial Dragon can indeed put up a fight against those old fellows. Galaxy Past stated incredulously. Super guilds had not become such because of their massive financial prowess or their large army of experts. The true reason was those inhuman experts that stood at the very top of the virtual gaming world. Martial Dragon had precisely the potential to become such an expert. I heard that Martial Dragon is a talent that only appears once every 10 years in the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion. It seems that this was not an exaggeration. Purple I watched Martial Dragon's figure that resembled a god of war, awe and anticipation, as well as some hints of jealousy, filling her eyes. To experts like herself, it was an instinct to revere the strong. At the same time, she also wished to challenge those powerhouses who stood at the summit. Martial Dragon was someone who had already obtained the right to challenge such individuals, so how could she not be jealous? Purple I even considered exchanging a few moves with Martial Dragon right this instant. Even though she knew she was no match for the man, the exchange would still benefit her immensely. If an expert wished to improve themselves quickly, they could not just rely on self-research and experimenting. They needed to fight various other experts, using the experience to learn and improve their own shortcomings. Only then could they improve quickly. While Purple I focused on Martial Dragon's every move, hoping to learn something through his actions, she suddenly noticed Martial Dragon's gaze shift to another location. his eyes revealing both traces of shock and excitement. Turning to look where Martial Dragon had shifted his attention to, Purple Eye similarly found herself shocked. Who is that person? Purple Eye's small mouth widened as if she had just seen a ghost. She had just watched 3 War Dragon Legion members die instantly. That's right. All 3 of them were killed in the blink of an eye. Moreover, they were the experts of the War Dragon Legion, not some noobs that could be found on the streets. Against multiple of such experts, not even Purple Eye was confident that she could emerge victorious. Yet that person had succeeded. Moreover, she had done so with ease. After a moment of shock, Purple Eye was finally able to get a clear view of that player. Possessing an alluring appearance, she wore form-fitting black leather armor that fully displayed the graceful and mesmerizing curves of her body. She also wielded 2 blood-red short swords that emitted dazzling flames. At this moment, it was as if she stood at the center of Zero Wing's residence. That is Fire Dance? Purple Eye dared not even believe her own eyes right now. Purple Eye repeatedly rubbed her eyes and did a double take at the alluring figure. In the end, she was 100% sure she had not seen wrong. Why is this so different from what was reported? Purple Eye had read many reports on Zero Wing. The Star Alliance had gathered on every noteworthy expert in Zero Wing. There were also videos of every one of these noteworthy experts. Fire Dance was one of the few most noteworthy experts in Zero Wing. Hence, Purple Eye had a very good understanding of Fire Dance's strength. However, the data on Fire Dance had only noted her as a top-tier expert and that she was only barely able to contend with a chieftain of the same level. Hence, Purple Eye had not placed any importance on Fire Dance at all. Only Aqua Rose could be considered a worthy foe for her. Fire Dance had not even ranked on her list. Now, however, Fire Dance had easily defeated 3 top-tier experts. How could this strength not shock Purple Eye? It was especially true for that blade-like aura surrounding Fire Dance. Even while watching from such a distance, she could feel a sense of great danger with that aura. It felt as if Fire Dance could appear right before her at any time and launch an attack. With such a dazzling and dangerous aura, it was difficult for Fire Dance not to attract attention. Not to mention, there were many experts present on the battlefield, and every one of them possessed the sensitivity of a mouse. These experts detected the source of the danger instantly. 4 of the War Dragon Legion members closest to Fire Dance charged towards Fire Dance simultaneously. As if they had planned this, they coordinated their actions perfectly, launching an attack from all sides. Facing the encirclement of the 4 legionnaires, Fire Dance's figure swayed slightly. In the next moment, only an afterimage remained in her place, denying the legionnaires their chance to strike. Immediately, she dashed towards the closest level 27 assassin, the 2 flame-red short swords in her hands transforming into multiple blades of light that struck like vipers. As a member of the War Dragon Legion, the assassin was no ordinary player. When faced with this sudden attack, instead of retreating, he advanced. The assassin quickly saw through the trajectory of Fire Dance's short swords. Brandishing his own daggers, he deflected her attacks. One after another, after deflecting the swords of light, the assassin kicked at Fire Dance. "You're still too green," the assassin sneered. Attacks were not limited to the player's weapons. A player could use their body to attack as well. However, most players had adopted the mindset that one could only launch melee attacks with their weapons, nothing else. Hence, they would normally focus their attention on an enemy's weapons and hands. This unexpected kick right now would cost Fire Dance her life. At this moment, however, a berserker, who was a short distance away from the assassin, shouted, "Little Six, behind you!" Thanks to the warning, the assassin called Little Six suddenly noticed that he had only kicked an afterimage. Behind! Little Six suddenly felt his back grow cold. His many years of combat experience and acute senses alerted him that someone was behind him. Immediately, he tried to bend his body forward in an attempt to dodge the incoming attack. However, Fire Dance did not use her short swords to attack at all. Instead, the instant she circled to the assassin's back, her slender leg kicked the assassin's thigh. Caught unprepared, the strike sent the assassin spinning into the air. Immediately after, Fire Dance swiped her blade across the assassin's throat. Overall, her actions were simple and direct with no wasted movement whatsoever. At this moment, she looked just like a veteran killer. By the time the 3 other War Dragon Legion members caught up to Fire Dance, this assassin had become a disembodied soul under Fire Dance's swords. Although the entire process seemed slow, in reality, everything had happened in the blink of an eye. In the time it took Fire Dance to steal the assassin's life, the Legionnaires had only crossed a distance of 10 yards. When the 3 Legionnaires arrived before the female player, they slid to a halt, their eyes locked onto Fire Dance's seductive body. At this moment, they no longer dared to approach this charming, yet deadly assassin casually. Purple, why haven't I heard anything about this Fire Dance? She can actually slaughter 3 War Dragon Legion members so easily. Even now, facing 4 Legionnaires simultaneously, she dealt with one of them swiftly. Could she be a new talent that some super guild has recently nurtured? Galaxy Past asked, unable to help his shock. As the guild leader of a first-rate guild, he was very well informed regarding the virtual gaming world. Even so, from the information he had received, there was no news about a character named Fire Dance. However, his knowledge of Super Guild's activities was limited. As Purple Eye was someone who had come from a Super Guild, she should have a better understanding of Super Guilds. Moreover, judging from how Fire Dance had defeated the members of the War Dragon Legion so efficiently, she definitely wasn't someone new to gaming. Normally, only experts nurtured by Super Guilds possessed such outstanding skills. Guild leader, although I, too, think that she might be a new talent from some Super Guild, from what I have seen of her techniques, I can say with certainty that no Super Guild has nurtured her. Her every move looks more like she is fighting a real battle. Her attacks do not resemble combat techniques used in a virtual reality game. Purple Eye said, a bitter smile on her face. That makes sense. Galaxy Past nodded, a hint of jealousy surfacing in his heart. Why was he jealous? It was because Fire Dance wasn't the only person performing exceptionally on this battlefield. There was also the Guardian Knight Cola, the Assassin Flying Shadow, and many other members of Zero Wing. The combat power each of them displayed was extraordinary. Only, Fire Dance shone brightest of them all. Zero Wing could not even be considered a second-rate guild, yet it possessed so many experts. Hence, how could he not grow jealous? So what if Zero Wing has a lot of experts? So what if you can pick a fight with first-rate guilds? Now that you've offended the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, today will be your last. Watching the battle from afar, while Feng Xinyang was envious, he also celebrated Zero Wing's misfortune. Inside Zero Wing's residence, although Fire Dance and the other core members of Zero Wing were wantonly slaughtering the members of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, at the end of the day, its enemy was still the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. As the strongest legion in the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion, the War Dragon Legion would not be taken down by just a few experts. Immediately, a large number of experts began to circle Zero Wing's few top-tier experts. However, Fire Dance's situation was slightly unique from the others. Only one person came forth to deal with her. This person's appearance immediately attracted many people's attention. He was none other than the War Dragon Legion's commander, Martial Dragon, the man that stood at the apex of the War Dragon Legion. You're very skilled. Join the War Dragon Legion. I guarantee that you will immediately become one of its party leaders. After some training, you can even become the vice commander, Martial Dragon proposed as his gaze took in Fire Dance's figure. The members of the War Dragon Legion were stunned. They had never thought that Martial Dragon's evaluation of Fire Dance would be so high as to offer her the position of vice commander. The highest position in the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion belonged to the Pavilion Master, and following that was the commander of the War Dragon Legion. As for the vice commander, that person would definitely be the third most influential person within the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion. There were countless experts within the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion hoping to climb the ladder to become the vice commander. And now, that position was already at Fire Dance's fingertips. You sure are insincere. I am the commander of Zero Wing's core team. Why should I head over to your side to become a measly little vice commander? Fire Dance revealed a playful smile. She was not interested in the position of vice commander in the slightest. It seems you still do not know what significance the position of vice commander holds, nor do you know the significance of the position of commander. Then, I'll show you just what the commander of the War Dragon Legion is. Martial Dragon was not at all angered by Fire Dance's refusal. Unsheathing his blood-red greatsword, step after step, he slowly walked towards Fire Dance. With every step that Martial Dragon took, the aura surrounding his body grew stronger. The instant Martial Dragon reached 10 yards away from Fire Dance, the latter almost retreated several steps instinctually, increasing the distance between them. At this moment, Fire Dance's expression had become extraordinarily grim, as if she were greeting a great enemy. "Oh, sure enough, I wasn't mistaken. You were able to see it," Martial Dragon laughed, becoming more satisfied with Fire Dance. "How about it? This should be sufficient to convince you to join the War Dragon Legion, right?" Martial Dragon asked once again. This time, instead of replying, Fire Dance quietly stared Martial Dragon. Just what kind of monster is this person? Why did I feel that death was right before me when he was still 10 yards away? After undergoing special training for a time, Fire Dance's strength had undergone a qualitative improvement. Lei Bao's training had especially helped her improve her control over her own body. Her senses had become far more sensitive as well. Meanwhile, as Fire Dance stared Martial Dragon, she felt as if she stood before a towering mountain, particularly when Martial Dragon was only 10 yards away from her. It felt like that towering mountain had instantly appeared above her and physically pressed down on her. At that very instant, she felt as if her life was no longer under her control. This feeling was different from the pressure she normally felt when facing a powerful enemy. It felt as if everything within a 10-yard radius of Martial Dragon was completely under the Berserker's control. Fire Dance could not believe it. She could not figure out just how Martial Dragon had achieved such a feat. Martial Dragon was clearly a Berserker. Aside from a few specific skills, a Berserker's normal attack range was limited to 5 or 6 yards. Moreover, the Dark God's descent had silenced everyone, and none of them could use any skills. Yet, Martial Dragon had an attack range of 10 yards and could even inflict a feeling of impending doom. Even Fire Dance began to wonder if she was hallucinating due to her fatigue from her recent training. However, ever since she had started playing God's Domain, her senses had not led her astray, so how could she possibly be mistaken now? Hence, Fire Dance immediately retreated from Martial Dragon. However, dragging on this fight was not a solution. After giving it some thought, Fire Dance gritted her teeth as she prepared to test herself against Martial Dragon. In the next moment, Fire Dance transformed into a black shadow as she dashed towards Martial Dragon. In terms of attributes, Fire Dance was confident that she was superior to Martial Dragon for no reason other than the Tier 1 set equipment for assassins, the Dark Melody set equipment that Shurfeng had given her. After equipping this set, not only had her attributes received a massive boost, but she was also able to display her combat power more efficiently. In front of absolute strength, all manner of trickery was useless. Regarding techniques, Fire Dance and the others had already improved significantly due to Lei Bao and Shurfeng's training. They could be considered super first-rate experts. In actual combat, they were definitely superior to the ordinary members of the War Dragon Legion. They might not be able to solo a chieftain of the same level, but they could hold their ground against one for a relatively long time. After factoring in the Tier 1 set equipment and their top-tier Dark Gold weapons, they could easily solo a chieftain of the same level. They could even challenge a lord. After all, a Tier 1 set equipment was only inferior to an epic set equipment. The attribute increase it provided was no small matter. Furthermore, every one of them had equipped 3 intermediate mana armor kits. In terms of attributes, they completely overwhelmed the War Dragon Legion's ordinary members. Even against the commander of the War Dragon Legion, Martial Dragon, this was the case. The instant Fire Dance reached the 10-yard range, she turned her feet slightly, and suddenly, she split into 2 identical figures. It was practically impossible to tell which woman was real. The 2 figures then proceeded to attack Martial Dragon separately. Any ordinary player would be caught off guard and fail to react if their enemy suddenly doubled. Even an expert would hesitate. In addition, Fire Dance was very skilled. There were almost no excess movements in her attack. With lightning speed, the two true fire blades in Fire Dance's hands flew towards Martial Dragon's vital point and blind spot. The various large guilds watching the fight from afar were momentarily stupefied. Fire Dance's speed and ferocity were unstoppable. Their eyes could not even keep up with her. Even an expert would be finished. However, the instant before the true fire blades struck Martial Dragon, a red streak flashed, deflecting both of Fire Dance's attacks. At the same time, the resulting impact forced Fire Dance into a retreat. Is he even a berserker? How can he draw his sword so fast? Fire Dance was forced to retreat 3 steps before she stabilized her body. At this moment, however, both of her hands were numb. Berserkers were famed for their strength, so Fire Dance did not find it surprising that Martial Dragon's counterattack had repulsed her. However, she was an assassin, a class that was famed for its speed. She had clearly struck first, yet Martial Dragon still managed to block her attacks. This Fire Dance is not bad at all. Unfortunately, the gap between her and Martial Dragon is immense. It is so wide that even she hasn't realized its extent. Watching the fight from afar, Nine Dragons' Emperor revealed a faint smile. Pavilion Master, how could you possibly compare that little girl to Martial Dragon? It is impressive that this little girl possesses such skill at such a young age. If she joins the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, her future will be limitless. In a few years, she might even become a second Martial Dragon. The old man serving Nine Dragons' Emperor similarly smiled. Martial Dragon was one of the strongest combatants that the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion had to offer. He was also a rare talent that only appeared once a decade. The virtual gaming world changed by the day, and every year the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion would recruit a large number of players with potential. Meanwhile, the fact that Martial Dragon was known as a genius that only appeared once every 10 years in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion showed just how much talent he possessed. How could a little girl, who had never been nurtured by a super guild, possibly compete with such an individual? Before, although it seemed as though Martial Dragon's block had been extremely fast, in reality that was not the case. It was only because Fire Dance had failed to notice Martial Dragon taking half a step backward. And it was precisely this distance that had given Martial Dragon's greatsword sufficient time to catch up to Fire Dance's short swords. The subtlety this half-step contained was the difference between Fire Dance and Martial Dragon. Before Fire Dance could recall how Martial Dragon had managed to counterattack, Martial Dragon suddenly moved. The instant he moved, Fire Dance focused all of her attention on the berserker's body. Martial Dragon's movements were very fast and polished. However, this speed was slower than Fire Dance's reactions. In an instant, Fire Dance predicted the berserker's attack route and prepared to counterattack. Since my strength is not a match for him, I'll use speed to face him. Through the previous exchange, Fire Dance had discovered her advantages and disadvantages against this opponent. Assassins possessed extremely high agility. Hence, regarding movement speed, they were leaps and bounds above berserkers. With that in mind, Fire Dance planned to fight a moving battle with Martial Dragon. Fire Dance instantly dodged the attack from Martial Dragon's greatsword. She then sidestepped and sent a strike at the berserker's neck. Evade. Counterattack. It was a simple attack pattern. However, Fire Dance had completed both steps almost simultaneously. Just as Fire Dance considered following up her counterattack with another attack, her complexion suddenly paled as she felt that something was off. When her counterattack landed, she had not felt her blade slice flesh. Unfortunately, it was too late to react. Martial Dragon, who stood proudly before Fire Dance, had raised his blood-red greatsword and swung it down. A red blade of light flashed towards Fire Dance. The immense wind pressure generated by Martial Dragon's greatsword rolled up a cloud of dust along with a splatter of fresh blood. In the next moment, Fire Dance flew back, her HP rapidly falling. Fortunately, Fire Dance had a Tier 1 set equipment and 3 intermediate mana armor kits. In total, she had over 6,000 HP even with her high defense. Although Martial Dragon possessed frightening strength, he could not kill Fire Dance with one hit. He could only reduce her HP by half. Such powerful equipment. Martial Dragon was somewhat surprised when he saw Fire Dance still standing. However, he quickly discerned the reason why he was unable to kill the assassin with a single hit. Equipment capable of allowing an assassin to survive one of his strikes definitely possessed powerful attributes. At this moment, even Martial Dragon envied Fire Dance. Even Nine Dragons Emperor, who watched the battle from afar, glared at Fire Dance enviously. It really is a wonder how you people from Zero Wing managed to obtain such exaggerated equipment. However, although your equipment is excellent, it will only prolong your suffering. Saying so, Martial Dragon advanced once more, swinging his greatsword towards Fire Dance, who had only barely recovered from her fall. Just as the red blade of light was about to strike the assassin, who? Martial Dragon's hands suddenly froze as his gaze quickly swept through his surroundings. An expert who has awakened a domain is actually bullying a young woman who has yet to even enter the refinement realm. Aren't you ashamed? Although this new voice was not loud, Martial Dragon's sharp gaze immediately locked onto its origin. In the direction Martial Dragon was looking at, a plain-looking man in armor slowly emerged the warring crowd. Despite so many players focusing on killing each other, nobody had bothered to attack this man. It was as if none of these people had noticed him. Everyone was still focused on dealing with their own opponents. Only when this man's black sword pierced through the backs of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's elites did these elites notice the man's existence. By then, however, it was too late. Since the war had begun, nobody had noticed that this ordinary-looking man had killed many War Dragon Legionnaires and Dragon Phoenix Pavilion elites. He was practically a god of silent death. One hit Azura. Surprise and excitement filled Martial Dragon's eyes as they landed on Sherfong. Sure enough, your reputation is well-deserved. You really do possess some ability. A technique that could allow one to move unnoticed was no trivial matter. The concept might sound very simple, but when it came to its realization, not many could achieve it. This required a combination of special breathing techniques and footwork. Not to mention, Sherfong even wielded this technique with such ease. Despite having met many experts in the past, Martial Dragon had never encountered one capable of such a technique. One could say that such a technique was extremely convenient in a group battle. Since this technique could allow a player to avoid attention, then it could naturally be used in reverse as well, forcing others to focus on oneself. Martial Dragon had originally intended to finish off Fire Dance with his last attack. However, due to that sudden surge of killing intent from Sherfong, Martial Dragon felt as if someone had suddenly appeared behind him. Martial Dragon had no choice but to halt his attack in order to respond to the new enemy, allowing Fire Dance to escape with her life as a result. Fire Dance, go deal with someone else. Leave him to me. Sherfong sent Fire Dance a private message. Guild leader, be careful. Fire Dance nodded. Although Fire Dance was reluctant, she turned and moved to deal with other enemies. Martial Dragon glanced at Fire Dance's departing figure, not bothering to chase after the assassin. Instead, he focused his attention on the slowly approaching Sherfong. What's going on with Martial Dragon? Fire Dance was within his grasp. Why didn't he finish her off before moving on to deal with Black Flame? Feng Xianyang, who watched the fight from afar, shouted with frustration and confusion. His hatred for Zero Wing ran deep, and he wanted nothing more than to kill Zero Wing's upper managers hundreds of times. If not for Zero Wing, he would not have encountered so many problems. He would have long since become the hidden overlord of Star Moon Kingdom's eastern region rather than ending up in his current dire state. He even had to obey the 7 ghosts. Young Master Feng, Martial Dragon is not at fault here. It isn't because Martial Dragon didn't wish to finish her off, but because he couldn't, Third Ghost said, laughing bitterly. He then explained, Fire Dance is much faster than Martial Dragon. If she focuses on running away, even Martial Dragon cannot catch her. Not to mention, Black Flame has currently locked onto Martial Dragon. If he attempts to chase after Fire Dance, he will reveal a gap in his defense, giving Black Flame an opportunity to attack. Black Flame's combat power is astounding. He is far above Fire Dance. Moreover, that technique that makes others ignore his presence is also the perfect technique for assassinations. If Martial Dragon focused on Fire Dance, it is very likely that he would feel the bite of Black Flame's sword. How could Martial Dragon possibly dare to focus on Fire Dance? Then, are you saying that there is a possibility that Black Flame will defeat Martial Dragon? Resentment boiled up in Feng Xinyang as he listened to Third Ghost's words. In the beginning, Black Flame had been a nobody, insignificant, while he was a member of Underworld. Black Flame had spoiled his good fortune many times. Yet, the more he fought Black Flame, the more he discovered how helpless he was against the man. At this point, he could do practically nothing against Black Flame. Chuckling, Third Ghost confidently said, "Martial Dragon is very powerful. I only said that Black Flame had a chance against Martial Dragon while he was distracted. However, if Martial Dragon focuses on his opponent, Black Flame has almost no chance of emerging victorious." "What do you mean?" Feng Xinyang asked curiously. "This is something I heard from Boss First Ghost, but it seems that Martial Dragon has already awakened his domain. In a direct confrontation, it is simply impossible to defeat Martial Dragon. Even if we, the 7 ghosts, work together, it is unlikely that we could defeat Martial Dragon in a head-on clash." When Third Ghost uttered the word domain, reverence appeared on his face. Domain. Within a certain range, the wielder of the domain could achieve absolute control. One could even count the number of raindrops that fell in their domain. Only by training one's 5 senses to their extreme limits could one reach such a realm of control. Domains were practically a myth. Normally, only the geniuses among geniuses had the possibility of grasping such a technique. One could say that domains were the dreams that countless experts sought. While Third Ghost explained the situation, Martial Dragon and Shifeng gradually approached each other. 30 yards, 20 yards, 15 yards. One after another, the upper managers of the various large guilds witnessing this war shifted their gaze towards these 2 players. One was Star Moon Kingdom's #1 expert, Black Flame, while the other was the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion's top fighter, Martial Dragon. Both were peerless experts that could deter an army by themselves, so how could they possibly miss out on a battle between the 2? "Guild leader, who do you think will win?" Purple Eye asked. Although she was a top-tier expert herself, she had no idea what the outcome of this battle would be, as she had never witnessed either of the 2 fight with their full power. "I suspect Martial Dragon will win. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion is a super first-rate guild. Moreover, you should have seen the strength Martial Dragon displayed a moment ago. That's a domain." Envy and admiration filled Galaxy Past's gaze as he looked at Martial Dragon. Rumor has it that Martial Dragon qualifies to compete with those old monsters, and it would seem that those rumors are true. I wonder when I will be able to set foot on that stage as well. Purple Eye nodded in agreement. In reality, she really hoped that Black Flame would emerge victorious. After all, there had yet to be a single first-rate guild daring enough to provoke the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, yet Black Flame had done just that. One could not help but admire the man. Now, he even faced off against a combat genius like Martial Dragon. Unfortunately, Black Flame had yet to reach that stage. Moreover, the difference in the number of experts between Zero Wing and the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was simply too huge. There was no room for Zero Wing to resist. When there was only a distance of 10 yards, Shifeng suddenly stopped. "Why aren't you advancing?" Martial Dragon stood proudly, his gaze fixed on Shifeng. With a disdainful look, he asked, "Or do you intend to run away?" Shifeng remained silent, paying no heed to Martial Dragon's provocation. "Since you aren't going to come to me, I'll go to you." Martial Dragon brandished his great sword and dashed towards Shifeng like a fierce tiger, his body carrying an overwhelming momentum that pressed down on Shifeng. Yet, Shifeng remained motionless as he welcomed Martial Dragon's attack. Martial Dragon took no time at all to cross the distance of 10 yards. Arriving before Shifeng, Martial Dragon swung his blood-red greatsword, the weapon transforming into a streak of red light as it slashed towards its target. Martial Dragon's attack was both simple and crude. At this time, Shifeng, who had made no effort whatsoever to dodge the oncoming attack, finally moved. the abyssal blade in his hand transforming into a streak of light as it met Martial Dragon's greatsword. Boom! When the two swords clashed, a crisp, low-pitched sound echoed throughout the Zero-Wing residence. The pure exchange of blows between the two powerhouses caused even the pavement to crack and shatter beneath their feet. Martial Dragon was abruptly forced to retreat by 5 steps, the numbness in his arms spreading to his scalp. Martial Dragon then shifted his gaze to Shi Feng, and what he saw left him stupefied. Shi Feng stood steady in his original position like an immovable mountain. The difference in their strengths was obvious. Black Flame pushed Martial Dragon back. Silence. Every Dragon Phoenix Pavilion member within Zero Wing's residence was dumbfounded. Meanwhile, the players watching from afar were similarly rendered speechless, their minds repeatedly playing that scene from before. Although neither side had used any profound techniques and had only exchanged a straightforward blow, it was precisely this simplicity that allowed everyone to see the difference between the two very clearly. Shi Feng's attributes were absolutely mind-blowing. Shit! Just what kind of equipment is Black Flame wearing? Feng Xuanyang's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets at this scene. Martial Dragon was a level 28 berserker. Moreover, the majority of his equipment was level 25 dark gold equipment. The weapon he wielded was even one of indiscernible quality, but judging from its appearance, it should certainly be above dark gold rank. This equipment composition could definitely be among the very best in God's domain. Even if Black Flame were fully geared in dark gold equipment, he would not be that much stronger than Martial Dragon. Moreover, Black Flame was only a swordsman, a very well-balanced class in terms of attributes. Normally, a swordsman's strength would be inferior to a berserker's, and his agility would be inferior to an assassin's. Yet now, Black Flame had actually managed to force back an apex berserker like Martial Dragon with a single hit. Just how outstanding was Black Flame's equipment to pull off such a feat? At this moment, Nine Dragons Emperor, who was leisurely watching the battle from afar, had an expression of immense joy on his face, his eyes fully focused on Shi Feng, as if he had just seen a peerless beauty. Although Nine Dragons Emperor was indeed surprised at seeing Martial Dragon forced into a retreat, he was much more delighted at discovering the peerless equipment that made such a feat possible. Uncle Chun, order the ones below to obtain Black Flame's equipment. Nine Dragons Emperor instructed the old man beside him, his eyes shining brightly. Understood. The old man addressed as Uncle Chun immediately made a bow and left his position. A short moment later, the old man arrived with quick steps at the balcony of the private room, then abruptly shouted, "War Dragon Legion, listen up! Plunder every piece of equipment on Black Flame's body and leave nothing behind." Although the old man was quite aged, his voice was extraordinarily loud when he shouted. Practically everyone in the neighborhood had heard him. Is the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion stupid? Didn't they see how Black Flame repulsed Martial Dragon in a single hit? Who could possibly kill him and plunder his equipment? Also, even if they plan on plundering someone's equipment, there shouldn't be a need to announce it publicly like that, right? Some ordinary players spectating from the sidelines ridiculed. When the members of Zero Wing heard the old man's words, they nearly spat out blood in anger. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was completely looking down on them. For a time, Zero Wing's members fought with even greater ferocity. Although the spectating ordinary players made fun of Nine Dragons Emperor's foolishness, none of the upper managers of other first-rate guilds were laughing. They knew full well just how powerful the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was. Despite the currently brief duration of the battle, the death toll was already extremely frightening. The battlefield, which initially had nearly 30,000 players, now had less than 20,000 players remaining. The majority of the survivors also belonged to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Even the War Dragon Legion had over 800 members still alive. Overall, the pavilion's losses were light. In contrast, Zero Wing's side, things were just terrible on this side. Many elite members had died, and only 200 or so Tier 1 players remained. Zero Wing had lost nearly half of its main combat power. If not for the Tier 1 NPCs, Zero Wing's situation would be much uglier. The gap between the two guilds was evident at a single glance. They simply could not be compared to each other. Black Flame repulsing Martial Dragon? What was there to celebrate? These people really think Black Flame has a chance of winning. Third Ghost sneered as he looked at the distant spectating ordinary players. That was the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion Zero Wing was going up against a super first-rate guild in the virtual gaming world. Moreover, the pavilion had even sent out its War Dragon Legion this time around. Zero Wing had no chance of victory at all. Moreover, Martial Dragon was a peerless expert who had grasped a domain. Although Black Flame had the advantage in attributes, the gap was not so great that it was impassable. Any expert would be able to discern this point very clearly. Hence, Nine Dragons Emperor did not take Black Flame seriously at all and was fully intent on obtaining the swordsman's equipment. Inside Zero Wing's residence, Martial Dragon and Shurfeng had already exchanged moves dozens of times. Every time Shurfeng attacked, he forced Martial Dragon into a retreat, chipping at Martial Dragon's HP with each exchange. At this moment, Martial Dragon's HP was down to around 90%. However, Shurfeng was not particularly happy about this situation. Neither was he angry about Nine Dragons Emperor's plan to plunder all his equipment. He only felt helpless. Although Shurfeng succeeded in suppressing Martial Dragon with his attributes, the Berserker was, after all, an expert who had grasped a domain. Since Martial Dragon knew that he could not win using brute force, he had gone with a softer approach to neutralize Shurfeng's attacks. Negating Shurfeng's power was practically impossible for ordinary experts. After all, Shurfeng was an expert who had already set foot in the flowing water realm. If one wanted to negate Shurfeng's power, they required inhuman levels of precision and confidence. The fact that Martial Dragon could achieve such a feat was all due to his domain. Of course, while Shurfeng was helpless against Martial Dragon right now, the same could be said for the Berserker. After all, Shurfeng could see through his attack trajectories. Whenever Martial Dragon tried attacking Shurfeng, the latter would always take the appropriate defensive measures and force the exchange into a frontal clash between weapons. In a frontal clash, the side with lower strength would naturally receive damage and lose HP. Hence, Martial Dragon could only buy time. However, Martial Dragon was in no rush. Zero Wing was vulnerable. Fire Dance alone could not turn the situation around. This was not an arena. There was no need for players to fight one-on-one. If 3 to 5 legionnaires were insufficient, they could simply increase that number. Even if Fire Dance had powerful attributes, the War Dragon Legion could just treat her as a powerful boss and slowly grind her to death. You are the first person who has lasted this long against me. Unfortunately, this match won't go on for much longer, Martial Dragon said ruefully as he glanced at his surroundings. The number of Zero Wing members still alive was rapidly decreasing. After another 10 minutes or so, this war would come to an end. This outcome was all due to the difference in the number and quality of experts. Even with so many NPCs filling the gap, they were still far from enough. Indeed, this battle will not last much longer. Shurfeng's heart ached over this situation as well. The losses Zero Wing had suffered in this war was simply too massive. Yet, instead of revealing a dispirited expression, Shurfeng smiled, saying, "However, the victor in this war will still be us, Zero Wing. Do you not see the situation your guild is in right now?" Martial Dragon could not help but laugh when he heard Shurfeng's words. However, shortly after Martial Dragon had spoken, the Berserker's expression suddenly turned grave. An ambush. Martial Dragon suddenly felt a killing intent that was even more intense than when Shurfeng had revealed himself. Martial Dragon promptly tried to put some distance between Shurfeng and himself. However, Shurfeng did not allow Martial Dragon to do so, sticking closely to the Berserker at all times. In terms of speed, Martial Dragon was simply no match for Shurfeng. Just as Martial Dragon faced Shurfeng's barrage of attacks, the shadow of a figure suddenly appeared behind Martial Dragon. Scram! Martial Dragon had already been on his guard against this figure. Tightening his grip on his greatsword, he swung the weapon towards his back with all his might, the weapon itself transforming into a streak of red light. Under normal circumstances, this sudden attack definitely would have caught the player, who had appeared behind Martial Dragon, by surprise. Dang! However, this red blade of light was easily blocked. "You are—" Martial Dragon finally managed to get a clear look at the ambusher and was stunned. This man had gray hair and a tall, robust body that was significantly larger than an ordinary person's. Also, this man was not a player but an NPC. Although this NPC was only level 40, lower than those level 50 Tier 1 guards, the pressure Martial Dragon felt from him was even stronger than what he'd felt from a High Lord. However, Martial Dragon had no time to ponder the identity of this NPC, because the moment this NPC swung his sword, over a dozen wind blades flew at Martial Dragon from all sides. Only Shurfeng knew what this skill was. Tier 2 sword skill, Wind Roar. This skill could not be blocked and could only be dodged. But Martial Dragon no longer had time to dodge right now. In the blink of an eye, multiple wind blades devoured Martial Dragon, his 6,000 plus HP instantly bottoming out with not a single point remaining. The ambusher was none other than Shurfeng's personal guard, Kite. Only at this moment Kite had already recovered his original strength. No longer was he a Tier 1 swordsman but a Tier 2 swordmaster instead. He actually died, just like that. That's Martial Dragon. How could someone possibly kill him with one hit? When did that frightening NPC appear? For a time, the upper managers of the various guilds spectating the battle were stupefied. "Commander!" Martial Dragon's abrupt death stopped the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion members' rising momentum cold. As the commander of the War Dragon Legion, Martial Dragon had never died. Not even once. Ever since he entered God's domain. Not even Hell Mode Team Dungeons could end his life. The elites of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and the members of the War Dragon Legion all admired Martial Dragon greatly, using him as their role model. One could say that Martial Dragon was the symbol of the War Dragon Legion, as well as the Legion's backbone. Now that their backbone suddenly disappeared, even the members of the War Dragon Legion were dumbfounded. They had never once thought that Martial Dragon would die. As if adding insult to injury, he was a casualty in a war of annihilation against a small guild. That damnable Black Flame. He actually has another hidden trump card. A chilling light flashed across Nine Dragons' Emperor's eyes as he glared at Shurfeng. However, even if you have the help of a level 40 Tier 2 NPC, you will all still perish today. Uncle Chun. Head into the battlefield with Blood Dragon. Do not let Black Flame get away at all costs. The same goes for that Tier 2 NPC. Martial Dragon was renowned throughout the entire virtual gaming world. He was practically synonymous with the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and was also the proof of the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion's strength. Yet now, Martial Dragon had actually been killed in a war with a minor guild like Zero Wing. If news of this matter were to spread, the damage to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's reputation would be severe. At this moment, the only way to redeem the pavilion's reputation was to thoroughly consign Zero Wing to history and have everyone know what the consequences were for angering the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Presently, Zero Wing had only a small number of members left alive. On the other hand, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion suffered only minimal losses among its main experts. Although a Tier 2 NPC was mighty, fortunately it was just a level 40 NPC, roughly equivalent to a level 40 Lord. With the number of experts in the War Dragon Legion, they could easily defeat a level 40 Lord. Understood. The old man addressed as Uncle Chun bowed and departed. From an outsider's point of view, this Uncle Chun was only a butler of Nine Dragons' Emperor. However, every upper manager in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion knew that this old man with a head full of white hair was not just Nine Dragons' Emperor's butler. He was the third person to command the War Dragon Legion, Dust Dragon. However, this detail was something in the annals of history. Currently, most people had long since forgotten that this elderly man named Uncle Chun was the almighty Dust Dragon of the past. When the War Dragon Legion received the command, they immediately went into a frenzy. They no longer bothered targeting the elites of Zero Wing. Instead, hundreds of them encircled Shurfeng and Kite. Every one of these hundreds of experts was level 27 or above, and they all wore top-tier equipment. Moreover, at this level, most players had at least some equipment with the Ignore Levels attribute. In other words, members of the War Dragon Legion would not have to worry about level suppression when fighting Kite, a level 40 NPC. Normally, the War Dragon Legion members could trounce a level 40 field lord with just a single 20-man team. Meanwhile, hundreds of them were present right now. Blood Dragon, a branch leader of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, and Dust Dragon, a former commander of the War Dragon Legion, were even leading the Legionnaires personally. Even if the enemy was a level 40 High Lord, they could still defeat it. Ha ha ha! Black Flame is doomed for sure this time. Rather than dealing a blow to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's momentum, he has instead angered the pavilion even more. Feng Shenyang could not help but chortle when he saw this scene. Not only is he surrounded by so many top-tier experts, but he also can't use any of his skills. If we 7 ghosts were in such a situation, we would still face annihilation even if all of us worked together. Third ghost commented. Everyone had originally been fearful of Martial Dragon already. Now that they saw the scene, they finally realized just how powerful the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's true strength is simply too powerful. It really isn't something we first-rate guilds can hope to contend with. It seems that I'll have to make some changes to our future development plans. Galaxy Past felt helpless as he looked at the tightly packed members of the War Dragon Legion. Top-tier experts were individuals that large guilds would only rarely encounter. Yet, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion actually managed to dispatch 1,000 of them. With such power, who could possibly oppose the pavilion? Galaxy Past had even visualized the Star Alliance being in Zero Wing's place right now. In the end, he concluded that the Star Alliance would not fare any better than Zero Wing. In other words, not to mention the Phoenix Pavilion of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, just the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion alone was enough to annihilate the Star Alliance. The gap between a first-rate guild and a super first-rate guild was simply hopeless. Guild leader, look, Black Flame has begun taking action. Purple Eye, who was standing beside Galaxy Past, recalled him to the battle at hand. Zero Wing's destruction was inevitable. The only thing worth watching now was seeing how many experts of the War Dragon Legion Black Flame would manage to kill. As for escaping, that was practically impossible. As the guild leader, if Black Flame abandoned his own guild residence to escape, he would only turn himself into a laughingstock. His only option now was to fight till the bitter end. Either he survived by forcing his enemies to retreat, or he perished along with his guild residents. There was no third option. Without hesitation, Feng, along with Kite, dashed directly towards the oncoming army of experts. They did not bother taking a roundabout route to conduct guerrilla warfare. Has this Black Flame lost his mind? Galaxy Past watched Feng's movement patterns with utter bewilderment. When the enemy had the advantage in numbers, one would normally apply hit-and-run tactics to avoid letting their enemies completely surround them. Applying such guerrilla tactics would yield tremendous results, especially when one's combat power was significantly superior to the enemy's. However, Feng had actually taken the initiative to charge into the enemy's encirclement. He was simply trying to get himself killed. Since you wish to die, let me grant you that wish. Blood Dragon revealed a sinister sneer. Back when the curse scrolls were used, he had been outside the effective radius of Dark God's descent. Hence, when Blood Dragon was only 30 yards away from Feng, he immediately activated charge. He then raised his sword, activating Heavy Chop as he swung the weapon at Feng. Meanwhile, Dust Dragon, who was a short distance away, had similarly used charge. He had timed his skill perfectly so that he would arrive just a moment later than Blood Dragon, preventing Feng from blocking both of their attacks. In God's domain, although a person might seem old, their bodies in the game remained strong. Hence, there was not much of a difference between Dust Dragon's current combat power and his combat power back when he was still in his prime. On the contrary, his combat experience far surpassed the ordinary person's. He was like a living fossil of the virtual gaming world. He had long since reached the realm of perfection in the control and usage of techniques. Looking to die? Feng could not help but smile when he looked at the two people swiftly approaching him. Kite was no ordinary NPC. He was a Dark Gold ranked personal guard, and he could easily beat up a player of the same level and tier. When Kite was still a Tier 1 swordsman, he was already capable of contending against a High Lord of the same level. Contending against higher levels might be a different story, but with his strength back to that of a Tier 2 Swordmaster, he could even go toe-to-toe with a level 40 Great Lord now. What did a level 40 Great Lord hint at? The final boss of a level 20, 100-man Hell Mode team dungeon was only a level 20 Great Lord. But there had yet to be a single person daring enough to go challenge such a monster even until now. Out in the fields, a level 40 Great Lord would annihilate a 1,000-man team of level 40 players, not to mention a 100-man team. Meanwhile, the War Dragon Legion consisted of only several hundred players. Moreover, none of them was even close to reaching level 40 yet. They also did not possess any level 40 top-tier equipment. Yet, they still dared to come charging over. Their recklessness left Shi Feng speechless. If he truly had to describe them, he would say that they were remarkably courageous. The moment Blood Dragon and Dust Dragon came rushing over, Kite moved in front of Shi Feng. The Sword Master then swung his sword down at the two aggressors. Instantly, dozens of wind blades struck both Blood Dragon and Dust Dragon from all sides. In the blink of an eye, both berserkers were lying on the ground, already dead. What kind of NPC is this? Nine Dragons Emperor shot up from his seat the instant he saw Blood Dragon and Dust Dragon instant killed. An expression of shock plastered over his face. Nobody had a better understanding than he did of Blood Dragon's and Dust Dragon's strengths. Although the two of them were not a match for Martial Dragon, no one was likely to be a match for them when the two of them were working together. Even a level 40 High Lord would not be able to kill both of them in a single strike. The only possibility was that this NPC was too powerful. So powerful that players simply had no way of resisting him. Kite, kill them all. Leave none alive. Shi Feng no longer held back. He immediately commanded Kite to begin his slaughter. In the past, Kite was titled the Windbreaker. In the entire God's domain, very few personal guards possessed a title. The title itself, though, was only a title. It did not provide any bonus attributes or contribute to the improvement of the personal guard's combat power. However, having a title signified that an NPC was not an ordinary class but a hidden class. Some hidden classes were weak while some were strong. Windbreaker definitely ranked within the peak classes. In addition, as a personal guard, Kite himself also possessed frightening growth potential. Hence, Kite had become practically invincible when going up against an enemy of the same level and tier in the past. Back in the days, the lifestyle player that owned Kite had relied on this personal guard to become an existence that nobody in God's domain could ignore. Even super guilds did not wish to offend this lifestyle player casually. What about now? Back then, even a lifestyle player had managed to nurture Kite into a Tier 5 Sword Saint capable of overwhelming any Tier 5 player or NPC. Meanwhile, in this life, Shi Feng was the one nurturing Kite. Not only could Shi Feng provide greater financial support, but Kite's current growth potential was also higher than what he had in the past. Now, dealing with players of a lower level and tier was practically child's play to Kite. After Kite received Shi Feng's command, he transformed into a fierce gale that swept across the members of the War Dragon Legion. The Shield Warriors and Guardian Knights of the War Dragon Legion hurriedly dashed to the forefront, attempting to block Kite's assault. Unfortunately for them, Kite was just too fast. With a simple leap, he arrived behind the Shield Warriors and Guardian Knights. He then used a Tier 2 skill, Wind Ferret, sending all players within 30 yards flying up into the air. In the next moment, Kite began brandishing his swords, shooting hundreds of wind blades outwards like a lotus flower that pierced the bodies of the players suspended in midair. Even though these players were Shield Warriors and Guardian Knights, their HPs still fell by the thousands. In the blink of an eye, their 6,000 or 7,000 HPs bottomed out, though a fortunate few managed to survive Kite's barrage of attacks. However, as they were too high up in the air, when they landed on the ground, the fall took away their last strand of HP. In just a moment, the War Dragon Legion had lost dozens of members. Seeing this scene where players fell to the ground like dumplings, one after another, everyone was utterly stupefied. Nobody had imagined that a Tier 2 NPC could actually be this mighty. Moreover, aside from him being strong, even Kite's combat techniques were more powerful than those of many experts. The Windbreaker is indeed amazing. It is no wonder he was able to deal with so many Tier 5 players as if they were little children in the past. Only Tier 6 God-ranked players were able to suppress him. Shurfeng was delighted with Kite's performance. When it came to techniques, there were indeed players that could surpass Kite. Unfortunately, the precondition for this victory was that said player was similar to Martial Dragon, a peerless expert who had achieved 100% control over his own body. However, even in the entire God's domain, such experts were as rare as a phoenix's feather. Moreover, even if a player was superior to Kite in terms of combat techniques, as an NPC, Kite could completely overwhelm any player when it came to attributes. In front of absolute strength, all manner of trickery was useless. In the end, the amount of strength a player could display through their techniques was limited. It was just like how Shurfeng, despite his techniques being inferior to Martial Dragon's, was able to suppress the Berserker by relying on his attributes. Only, in Kite's case, the NPC could trounce Martial Dragon, because Kite's attributes were leaps and bounds above even Shurfeng's. Such great strength was already beyond Martial Dragon's ability to withstand. Hence, Kite was able to kill Martial Dragon easily while Shurfeng could not. In just a moment, Zero Wing had made a complete comeback from their previously disadvantaged situation. To the War Dragon Legion, which had a member count of only 1,000, having more than 100 of its experts killed was a significant loss. Most importantly, its casualties continued to increase. Despite Nine Dragons Emperor's attempts to pin down Kite by sending more elite players and experts, all his efforts were in vain. With Kite's speed, strength, and techniques, any player that had yet to attain their Tier 2 class would not even have the qualifications to delay him. Otherwise, the many first-rate guilds and super guilds in the past would not have feared him so much. Seeing how Kite was casually slaughtering the members of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, the spectating upper managers of the various large guilds were dumbfounded. With such an NPC guarding their guild residence, no guild is capable of threatening Zero Wing, Galaxy Past muttered as he looked at Kite. He then shifted his gaze towards Shurfeng, who was leisurely observing the battle from the sidelines. His eyes filled with both admiration and envy. Although the status of a first-rate guild might seem preeminent, in reality, there was a massive gap between a first-rate guild and a super guild. If the Star Alliance managed to anger a super guild in the future, a repeat of today's scene was highly likely. However, if the Star Alliance had an NPC like Kite guarding its guild residence at that time, it would possess the qualifications to pick a fight with a super guild. Although they still could not afford to provoke a super guild, they would no longer have to live in fear like they currently did. As long as a guild's residence remained, and as long as the guild still possessed a large sum of funds and coins, then it would be a cockroach that would not die. In the virtual gaming world, it was not the powerful who were considered strong. Instead, it was those who managed to survive and was not afraid of any enemy that were deemed to be strong. After all, only by surviving would there be hope. It was just like how those super guilds had managed to survive until now. In the past, there were far more powerful existences than these super guilds. Yet, in the end, didn't they end up failing as well? Meanwhile, although Zero Wing was still weak right now, it already possessed the qualifications to become an overlord in God's domain. Hence, how could Galaxy Past not admire Shurfeng? Purple, once we return, immediately mobilize the entire guild. Our Star Alliance needs an NPC like that as well. Galaxy Past's eyes were filled with desire as he looked at Kite. Purple, I silently nodded in agreement. However, instead of looking at Kite, she was currently focused on Aqua Rose. At this moment, her eyes were filled with mixed feelings. Time slowly passed by. The battlefield grew more intense with each passing moment. Currently, only a small number of players from Zero Wing remained alive. As for the guild's most precious Tier 1 players, less than 100 remained alive. This time, however, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was not having a good time either. Due to Kite's appearance, coupled with Shurfeng silently helping out his guildmates, the War Dragon Legion's numbers fell sharply. Currently, less than 400 legionnaires remained alive. Retreat! All of you retreat! Nine Dragons Emperor sent a command to the members of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, no longer able to stomach this battle. Pavilion Master Zero Wing is about to be destroyed. Are we really going to retreat right now? Rage had long since overwhelmed many of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's upper managers fighting in the battlefield. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's prestige and reputation were also at stake here. How could they possibly be willing to retreat at a time like this? I said retreat. Are you unable to understand that? Nine Dragons Emperor suddenly said in a low tone, his gloomy voice chilling even his surroundings. Nine Dragons Emperor wanted to continue fighting this war as well. He even wished he could personally step onto the battlefield. However, he was a guild leader. He needed to consider the bigger picture. Although their side still seemed to possess the numerical advantage, in reality, they were already at a disadvantage. If this situation continued, instead of Zero Wing being destroyed, they would be the ones facing complete annihilation. In order to cut their losses, they had no choice but to retreat right now. Understood. Retreat. All members retreat. The members of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion could only sigh in dejection. Under the command of the upper managers, they swiftly withdrew from Zero Wing's guild residence. Won! We won! Everyone from Zero Wing was incomparably excited, and they all began cheering loudly one after another. Throughout this entire war, nobody had expected them to win. Even the large guilds watching from afar had long since made preparations to take advantage of Zero Wing's misfortune. Originally, other than super guilds, nobody else dared to oppose the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. However, they had dared. Moreover, they had even defeated the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. They had achieved a feat that no guild had ever imagined was possible. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was actually defeated, just like that. The various large guilds spectating this battle fell silent. Other than shock, everyone felt amazement. Despite the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's overwhelming power, in the end, all those elite players and frightening top-tier experts suffered defeat at the hands of a single NPC guard. After we return, we must focus on developing our guild's guards. Galaxy Past had an excited expression on his face as he watched the retreating members of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. The true strength of a super guild was something no ordinary guild could ever hope to comprehend. Only first-rate guilds like them would know some secrets about super guilds. Although the opponent Zero Wing had defeated this time was not a super guild, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's strength was already on a par with those super guilds. Since Zero Wing could repel the attack of the pavilion, it could naturally repel the attacks of super guilds as well. Most likely, nobody in the entire God's domain had thought that the first guild capable of going toe-to-toe with the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion would not be a first-rate guild but a recently established guild like Zero Wing instead. However, this was still not the most exciting part. The most exciting part was that Zero Wing had shown everyone present the hope of contending against a super guild. In virtual reality games, the result of a war between guilds usually depended on players. However, God's domain was different. Here, NPC guards could also determine the outcome of a guild war. In other words, the advantage a super guild possessed was no longer an insurmountable hurdle. If a guild's players could not repel an attack, they could just fill the gap using NPCs. At this moment, Galaxy Past wasn't the only one planning to focus on nurturing his guild's NPC guards. The upper managers of the various large guilds had also grasped this point. They all had the notion of developing their NPCs once they returned. As long as their guild residences had an NPC like Kite protecting it, then their guild residences would be impregnable. That way, they could disregard those powerful super guilds. They could develop their guilds however they pleased. Although the members of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion were swiftly withdrawing, Shurfeng had no intention of letting them off the hook. Instead, he immediately expanded on his victory, killing as many as pavilion members as he could. Every player present was an elite or above. The quality of the equipment they wore on their bodies went without saying. Each additional death was equivalent to obtaining another piece of good equipment. During the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's withdrawal, Shurfeng and Kite managed to kill several hundred more players, obtaining a bountiful harvest, particularly of the life force points Shurfeng collected. Damn it! Nine Dragons Emperor's heart bled when he saw his guild's elites and the experts of the War Dragon Legion dying one after another. Black Flame, just you wait. Sooner or later, I will definitely claim this debt. You won't be as lucky the next time we meet. After the war ended, Zero Wing's members also began collecting their spoils of war. Both guilds had suffered an immense death toll in this war. However, during the intense battle, nobody had the time to pick up loot. Hence, plenty of equipment littered the ground right now. This sight stirred greed and jealousy in many of the spectating guilds. However, not a single guild player dared to steal some equipment for themselves. The same held true even for the assassins who were in stealth. A large number of NPCs still stood guard near these drops, and everyone had already witnessed just how powerful these NPCs were. Naturally, nobody wanted to donate their own equipment to Zero Wing. At the same time, word of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's defeat spread at the speed of light. Practically all the discussions on the official forums mentioned this incident. It can't be, right? The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion actually lost. You must be joking. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion really lost. I have first-hand video documentation here, and you can have it for just 50 credits. A majority of the players in God's Domain was incredulous of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's defeat. The pavilion, which had remained unshakable all this time, had actually been defeated. It was a rout. Even the pavilion's most powerful War Dragon Legion had lost over half of its members. The damage the pavilion had suffered this time was simply incalculable. Star Moon City, inside Ouroboros's guild residence. Snow, Zero Wing actually won against the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, just like you guessed it would. Zhao Yueru's unblemished face was full of surprise when she received the latest news regarding the war between Zero Wing and the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. There's nothing surprising about this, Gentle Snow said, a bright smile appearing on her face. Black Flame is no fool. Moreover, he has never done anything he was not confident about. Since he dared to pick a fight with the pavilion, he naturally had basis for his confidence. Only, I never imagined that the source of his confidence would be so powerful. We're in luck this time. Since we're allies with Zero Wing, those elders whom Chao Chunghua is planning to pull to his side will have to carefully reconsider their actions. Zhao Yueru laughed. Moments after Zhao Yueru said these words, the doors to the meeting room opened, and a few gorgeously dressed middle-aged men and women entered. Seeing the arrival of these few people, Gentle Snow could not help but smile bitterly as she shook her head. Fate truly knows how to toy with people. These men and women were none other than Ouroboros's few highly skilled and influential elders. Normally, these elders paid little heed to the matters of the guild, focusing only on grinding, leveling up, and raiding dungeons. Even Chao Chunghua dared not offend these elders casually. Previously, Gentle Snow had tried inviting these elders for a discussion on some matters. However, they had simply ignored her overtures. Now, without even requiring her invitation, these people had taken the initiative to come looking for her. This situation left Gentle Snow speechless. Back then, she had only decided to become Zero Wing's ally to repay her debt to Black Flame. Now, however, it would seem that she was growing even more beholden to him instead. Guild Leader Snow, we truly apologize for before. The few of us have been busy raiding dungeons all this time, so we failed to meet up with you. Now, however, we are already clear on the guild's situation. The few of us here have unanimously decided to support you fully. If Chao Chunghua dares to try to split up Ouroboros, he will have to go through us first before he can do so, the leading shield warrior declared, chuckling. Now that Zero Wing had defeated the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, a super first-rate guild, its fame and status in God's Domain were naturally far different from before. Prior to Zero Wing's appearance, the upper managers of various large guilds were secretly doing their best to forge connections with super guilds to increase their authority inside their own guilds. Many large guilds had even taken the initiative to curry favor with super guilds to obtain the protection of these super guilds. That way, if other guilds wanted to make a move on them, these guilds would have to think twice before taking action against them. After all, nobody wished to incur the anger of a super guild. Meanwhile, now that Zero Wing had defeated the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, the consequences were obvious. In the future, Zero Wing might very well become another super first-rate guild. When a man became powerful, those near him could ride on his coattails to success as well. Since Gentle Snow was an ally of Zero Wing, that meant that Gentle Snow had the support of what amounted to a super first-rate guild. As long as one was not a fool, they would know which side they should choose. White River City, Zero Wings residence. Guild leader, I've already tallied up the results of the war. Here are the statistics, Aqua Rose said, a smile on her face as she handed over a list of data to Sherfong. How could there be so many? We've really made a fortune this time. The corners of Sherfang's lips twitched slightly when he looked at the list. The number of equipment on the statistical list exceeded 20,000. Most of the equipment originally belonged to the Zero Wing members who had participated in the war, so those had to be returned. In addition, they had to take into account the reward for killing enemy players as well as death subsidies. However, even after deducting all the necessary expenses, they still had over 5,000 pieces of equipment remaining. Initially, Sherfong thought Zero Wing would only gain a slight profit from this war. After all, Zero Wing's army of over 10,000 elites had practically suffered complete annihilation. Only a few hundred elites remained alive at the end of the war. As for the Tier 1 core members, only several dozens survived. The compensation for the losses of over 10,000 elite members and hundreds of core members was astronomical. Having a surplus of more than 5,000 pieces of equipment surpassed Sherfang's expectations entirely. We are fortunate that the pavilion members' equipment is of excellent quality. Unlike the previous battles we fought before when there were barely enough spoils of war to go around, even though our losses were not significant back then. At this moment, Aqua Rose was overjoyed. The guilds they had fought in the past were much poorer compared to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. The enemy guilds back then consisted mostly of ordinary players with only a small number of elite players. The equipment they could drop was naturally of low quality. Bronze and mysterious iron equipment was considered top-tier goods for those guilds. Now, however, the enemies they had killed were the elites and experts of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Naturally, the items they dropped were on an entirely different level in terms of quality. The majority of the equipment worn by the pavilion's elite members was level 20 secret silver equipment, with the weakest being level 20 mysterious iron equipment, and the strongest being level 20 fine gold equipment. As for the members of the War Dragon Legion, all the equipment they wore was level 25, with the majority being level 25 fine gold equipment, and the weakest being level 25 secret silver equipment. A few legionnaires even had level 25 dark gold equipment. Naturally, the items they dropped were astounding. Currently, level 20 bronze equipment was being sold for around 20 silver. Even mysterious iron equipment sold for around 40 silver only. However, the prices for secret silver equipment was a different story altogether. With the difference of just one rank, the price increased from around 40 silver straight up to around 90 silver. If it were secret silver equipment meant for MTs, the price would go further, up to 1 gold 20 silver. This disparity was mainly due to the sheer difficulty in obtaining secret silver equipment. In level 20 6-man party dungeons, even at Hell mode, there was only a fixed chance for secret silver equipment to drop. Only 10-man Hell mode team dungeons would drop secret silver equipment with 100% certainty, with a small chance of dropping fine gold equipment. Most players in God's Domain were just beginning to raid level 20 10-man team dungeons, and the number of teams that could raid Hell mode was very low. With the tight supply of level 20 secret silver equipment, it was only natural for prices to be a lot higher. As for level 20 fine gold equipment, its prices were even more inflated. Each piece of such equipment sold for at least 4 gold. Normally, only 20-man Hell mode team dungeons would drop fine gold equipment with 100% certainty. Meanwhile, there was only a fixed chance for one to drop in hard mode. Hence, fine gold equipment was much rarer and its price much higher. If level 20 equipment was already like this, there was no need to mention level 25 equipment. For equipment, although an increase in 1 rank was equivalent to an increase in 5 levels, level 25 secret silver equipment was much more expensive than level 20 fine gold equipment. Present, each piece sold for 5 gold or more. Moreover, the supply of level 25 secret silver equipment on the market was extremely limited. People usually circulated such equipment within their own inner circles, and players would have to rely on their connections to purchase one. As for level 25 fine gold equipment, they were considered the best equipment currently available in God's Domain. Setting aside the fact that nobody would sell such equipment in the first place, if there were some available for sale, the price would be at least 15 gold. Currently, among the 5,000 plus pieces of equipment in Sherfang's hands, there were over 2,000 pieces of level 20 mysterious iron equipment and over 2,000 pieces of level 20 secret silver equipment. As for the remainder, over 600 pieces were level 20 fine gold equipment, over 400 were level 25 secret silver equipment, over 150 were level 25 fine gold equipment, and a total of 12 pieces were level 25 dark gold equipment. If converted to coins, all this equipment would be worth more than 10,000 gold. After fighting a single war, Zero Wing had made a pure profit of over 10,000 gold. Any guild would be celebrating after such a harvest. Not to mention, even if a guild had 10,000 gold, it would not be able to obtain so many pieces of equipment. If a guild wished to develop quickly, other than having experts leading its members, it was also essential to have equipment in the guild's warehouse. The amount of equipment a guild possessed determined the number of members it could sustain. Now that Shi Feng had received such a huge influx of equipment, he could definitely advance Zero Wing further, absorbing even more members into the guild. Guild leader, should I place the equipment into the guild's warehouse? Aqua Rose asked. Organize them and place the ones with good attributes into the guild's warehouse. Hand over the remainder to Melancholic for sale. Shi Feng instructed after giving her question some thought. A majority of the current players had already reached level 20 or above. Those who hadn't reached level 20 were either new to God's domain or just ordinary lifestyle players. Meanwhile, all the elite members in Zero Wing were level 25 or above, whereas ordinary members were either level 23 or level 24. Hence, their demand for level 20 equipment was not particularly high. Level 20 equipment was currently considered mainstream equipment in God's domain. This popularity just happened to be at its peak. After more time passed, level 20 equipment would grow obsolete and lose its value. Hence, now was the best time to sell their excess equipment and maximize their profit. Currently, the Candlelight trading firm continued to expand every day. However, the variety of goods the firm sold was still insufficient. There was a limit to the number of players the firm could attract just by relying on the intermediate mana armor kits and lightstones. Only when the firm could sell good equipment in large quantities would it truly be able to hold its ground in Starmoon Kingdom. In Shi Feng's previous life, many trading firms would sell the bronze, mysterious iron, secret silver, fine gold, and even dark gold equipment produced by its forgers. Only by following that example could the Candlelight trading firm maintain its shop's competitiveness. Soon after, Shi Feng logged out of the game to rest. Time passed slowly. On the day after the Great Battle, the atmosphere surrounding White River City was no longer oppressive like before, and many players on the streets had begun talking about yesterday's war. Damn! I can't believe that, while I was at work during the day, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was actually defeated. I know, right? Zero Wing is OP now. If even a super first-rate guild is helpless against it, it would be even more impossible for other guilds. It is a huge pity that you did not get to watch that battle. That Dragon Phoenix Pavilion really deserves its title as a super first-rate guild. The number of experts they sent over yesterday could easily overwhelm any first-rate guild. However, Zero Wing still came out on top. Nobody could have imagined that they actually had such a powerful NPC guard. That one NPC killed hundreds of top-tier experts all by himself. My eyes nearly fell out when I saw that scene back then. Now that Zero Wing has defeated the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, it will definitely become even more powerful in the future. I heard that Zero Wing has begun mass recruitment again. I failed their test the last time. I wonder if I can pass it this time. Previously, I thought about trying to join a super guild. Now, however, it seems that there won't be a need to do so. I'll go with you to apply for the test. The independent players filling the streets and alleyways of White River City talked fervently about Zero Wing, a fire of anticipation burning in their eyes. These players felt proud just thinking about residing in the same city as Zero Wing, a guild capable of contending against the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Compared to those flamboyant first-rate guilds, Zero Wing was far more powerful. In reality, such a reaction wasn't limited to just the players of White River City. The independent players of many other cities, other kingdoms even, began migrating to White River City one after another, every one of them hoping to join Zero Wing. In just half a day's time, Zero Wing completely recovered to its original strength. the number of elite players Zero Wing had right now was even higher than before the war with the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Normally, the guilds involved in a guild war would have to undergo a protracted recovery before they could regain their peak. However, after Zero Wing's miraculous victory over the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, its prestige throughout the entire Star Moon Kingdom soared. At this moment, not even the few first-rate guilds based in Star Moon Kingdom were a match for it. As a result, a large number of independent players swarmed to White River City in order to join Zero Wing. In no time at all, Zero Wing went from being an ordinary guild with 50,000 members to a large guild with over 80,000 members. Moreover, this was after Zero Wing increased the difficulty of its recruitment test. Most importantly, this number was still rising rapidly, with no signs of slowing down at all. Zero Wing's development speed rendered the various large guilds in Star Moon Kingdom speechless. Currently, Zero Wing could already be described using the term overcrowded. All of this was a result of Zero Wing's future becoming limitless. Previously, although Zero Wing had attracted quite a lot of attention due to its various feats, at the end of the day, it was merely another small guild that was a dime a dozen in God's domain. It was an existence that would disappear in an instant should it accidentally anger a large guild. Hence, when independent players were choosing a guild to join, the first ones they would consider were definitely those large guilds instead of Zero Wing. Now, however, the situation had changed. Firstly, Zero Wing was already an existence that did not need to fear any other guild. Secondly, the treatment and benefits Zero Wing provided surpassed even those of first-rate guilds. Thirdly, there were all sorts of top-tier equipment available in the guild's warehouse. Just looking at the wide array of equipment would make one drool. Not to mention, the guild residents also had a large number of private rooms available for rent. Whether it was in terms of leveling speed or equipment upgrading speed, Zero Wing was much faster than every other guild. With so many advantages, everyone would naturally hope to join Zero Wing. Aren't you guys being too arrogant? You defeated the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's raid only once. Among the large number of independent teams out there, the combat power of our Flying Eagles team is definitely ranked above average. We will be highly valued even if we join a first-rate guild. Yet, now that we are trying to join Zero Wing, only 2 of the 10 of us managed to pass your test. Aren't you looking down on us a little too much? A level 24 Guardian Knight demanded angrily. That's right. We hurried over to this place from far away and have spent a lot of money on teleportation fees. All because we want to join Zero Wing. Can't you lower the difficulty of the test by just a little bit? A level 23 Ranger complained. At the recruitment hall inside Zero Wing's residence, many players were voicing their discontent over Zero Wing's recruitment test. This situation was giving Aqua Rose a huge headache as well. She could not understand why Shurfeng suddenly decided to raise the requirements despite these already being very high before, even higher than those of first-rate guilds. Yet now Shurfeng raised that bar even further. He was practically trying to drive players away from the guild. Guild leader, there are countless guilds in God's domain, and all of them are frantically trying to recruit members. Now that we have defeated the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, we have the perfect opportunity to develop quickly. If we don't take this chance to recruit a large number of players while we are still popular, it won't be as easy to do so in the future. Can't you lower the conditions a little? Aqua Rose asked. Most of the players who had come from other cities were relatively skilled players back in their own cities. However, in order to better develop themselves, they had come all the way to White River City specifically to join Zero Wing. One could say that these players were the cream of the crop of other cities, and rejecting them right now would be such a pity. I won't change this condition no matter what. Besides, I didn't invite them over. They came of their own free will. In any case, the condition is there. Once they pass it, they can naturally join the guild. If they fail, there is nothing we can do about it. Zero Wing's resources are limited. Our guild isn't a garbage collection station. Moreover, Zero Wing is taking the path of the elite. There is no meaning in recruiting in bulk. Shurfeng showed no signs of regret at all. Slowly, he explained, "You have seen it for yourself. During the war with the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, the War Dragon Legion nearly annihilated all our elites. If we did not have a large number of NPC guards to assist us, the War Dragon Legion might have wiped us out. Hence, what we need to do now is not to increase the number of members we have, but to improve the quality of our members. Aqua Rose fell silent upon hearing Shifeng's words. The gap between the two sides in that war was simply too vast. Not to mention the War Dragon Legion, even the standard of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's elite members was significantly higher than Zero Wing's. Had the gap been smaller, Zero Wing would not have suffered such massive losses. Indeed, my mind must have been clouded before. I'll carry out your orders immediately. Then, after Shifeng's lecture, Aqua Rose finally realized that she'd had her head in the clouds out of joy from their victory. Zero Wing had always been taking the path of the elite. It was precisely because of this that the guild's members managed to improve their strength so quickly. Despite having only 50,000 members, there were over 13,000 elite members in the guild. This was a very frightening ratio. Moreover, Zero Wing's success in developing from a small guild with only several thousand members to a guild with more elite members than even a second-rate guild was all because every guild member received a significant share of the guild's resources. Following which, Shifeng handed over all Zero Wing-related matters to Aqua Rose while he went to his forging room in the candlelight trading firm. The demand for intermediate mana armor kits was just too high. The kits he had made several days ago were nearly sold out now, so he had to replenish the inventory immediately. During this period of time, Shifeng had been constantly busy developing the candlelight trading firm, so he did not have time to do anything else. Notably, the time limit for his epic quest, Darkness Descends, was nearly up. Fortunately, the candlelight trading firm was already well developed, and its fame had already spread throughout the entire kingdom. It would not take long to accumulate 30,000 gold. While a sea of players was applying to join Zero Wing, the situation on the candlelight trading firm side was also getting out of hand. Currently, White River City was flourishing. It was no longer inferior to Star Moon City. Moreover, during this period of time, the candlelight trading firm had begun selling equipment in large quantities, enjoying great popularity from the public. As for the overwhelming trading firm, it had already been left in the dust by now. Inside the lively candlelight trading firm, the various large guilds that had originally been planning to take advantage of Zero Wing's misfortune had all gathered here once again. This time, however, no one displayed the arrogance they had before, and they were all following the rules of the trading firm to the letter. Guild leader, do you really think Black Flame will be willing to meet us this time? Purple Eye asked as she looked at Galaxy Past. Since he has opened a trading firm, he will naturally want to do business. However, I am also not sure of Black Flame's personality. Previously, he challenged the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion without hesitation. This time, he might really ignore us outright. Galaxy Past laughed bitterly. If I had known things would end up like this, I would have followed in Gentle Snow's footsteps before. I heard that Gentle Snow managed to purchase quite a number of intermediate mana armor kits, and they have long since made preparations to raid 50-man large-scale team dungeons. Not only had the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion suffered a crushing defeat, but Nine Dragons Emperor was also forced to bring the War Dragon Legion back to the pavilion's main headquarters to recuperate. If even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion ended up in such a state, ordinary first-rate guilds like them stood no chance against Zero Wing at all. Now, the only thing they could do was wait. Shortly after Shifeng began forging intermediate mana armor kits, Melancholic Smile entered his forging room. Guild leader, many upper managers from first-rate guilds have come to the candlelight trading firm. This time, they wish to meet and have a proper discussion with you. When you will have the time to do so? Melancholic Smile asked softly. They're finally here? Shifeng stopped what he was doing. Revealing a faint smile, he said, "Let's head over there and take a look." Then,